Welcome back to King Khalid Racecourse and welcome back to Saudi Arabia. We gave you 9 races yesterday and we are willing to give you 9 more today. I am again not here on my own. I'm Callum Helliwell and I am joined again by Tom Collins. Firstly, Tom, how are you?
Yeah, I'm great. It's still equally warm today, 37 degrees, but there's a bit of cloud. There is a chance of rain as well. But 9 races, 2 cup races. Really looking forward to it, Callum.
Little bit of cloud here makes it a little bit easier to get through the day. But let's see what we've got coming up because we've got some exciting horses on show for you. The first horse we have to look at is Bahar Zakir. It runs in race 6, and this is Bahar Zakir winning last time out. Impressive winner last time out, I have to admit, and should be looking to do it all over again. After that, we've got Hafiq Allah. Runs in the 8th race. This is the first of our cup races in the red colours with the white noseband. Looks a really promising sort. Won a humdinger of a finish last time. Connection will be hoping he'll have to do it again, but he will have to take on the horse he beat last time out. And finally, we've got Al Makam. Now, this horse absolutely bolted up, didn't he? He was really, really impressive. He runs in our feature, the Ministry of Transportation Cup. This is him winning last time, and both Tom and I really, really fancy him. However, it's not just Tom and I who will be bringing you the racing today. We've also got some assistance from the paddock, and it's in the shape of Shamila, the best thing to come out of Ireland since Boyzone. Shamila, how are you doing? How are you finding the second day's racing here at King Khalid Racecourse?
Thanks very much, guys. But, you know, as Tom said, there's meant to be rain today again, and it's okay for you guys undercover, but not for me out in the paddock. But my tip of the day is Wigberto Ramos. He's got so many good rides today. I think we'll see him in the winner's enclosure multiple times. In race 8, he rides Hafdik Allah. Won over 1,400 metres before. Won't be a problem for him. And in race 9, December, it's the furthest he's ever gone over 2,000 metres, but he's got Wigberto on him. What more could you ask for?
That's exactly right, Shamila. Wigberto had a winner yesterday, gave us the wiggle, and that was very exciting. So shall we see what we've got on for the rest of the card today? Because we've got some fascinating races.
Yeah.
In front of us there, you can actually see a fall that happened yesterday. This was about Alex Moreno. Now, Alex he's okay after this fall, which is the main thing, because we did see him get into the ambulance, and we have got some shot from him, as you can see in the hospital, a nasty cut to the face, but the thumbs up, and that's the main thing. He is okay and well. But that was a serious fall there, Tom. He seemed to unseat in 2 different stages.
Yeah, Lozia in race 4 yesterday broke out, pecked twice, and unfortunately Alex went over the top. He's off his mounts today, but we'll bring jockey changes in due course.
Yes, and coming up today, we've got a couple of maidens to get us going. We follow with a local bred horses handicap. We've then got Arabian horses handicap, very tricky affair, and a local bred horses maiden, where there are a couple of horses who look very impressive having their first starts. I'm excited for connections involved in that. Following on, we've got a few more races for you later on. And they're mainly our features because they include 2 cups, the Al Hada Cup and the Ministry of Transportation Cup, both fascinating races. And we've also got 2 nice handicaps as well to look forward to between 0 and 75 and 0 and 65. But the man who will be taking us through all of those races is the voice from above. The man from up the stairs is Gareth Topham. How are you doing today, Gareth?
Yeah, hi chaps. Hi Shamila as well. Yeah, looking forward to the action. As you say, 9 races, plenty of features coming up later on in the card. Really good variety of races as well. Beginning shortly with a maiden contest to be run over the distance of 1,200 metres. And we've got a few non-runners in this race. We'll guide you through those that are going and then mention those that aren't. So the ones which are on the screen. Number 1, Mutanami. Wigberto Ramos takes the ride. Number 3, Mumayaza, the mount of Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 4, Shatar with Tariq Al-Mansour on board. Number 6, Sejar, the mount of Adel Al-Faradi. 7, Maktuba, Azil Al-Zahani. 8, Kaseb Al-Maidan, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Number 10, Ibn Badis. Alexis Marina was, of course, due to ride this one. We'll bring you news of that jockey alteration in just a few moments' time. Of course, Alexis stood down yesterday. He won't be riding today either. 11, Al Motorhead. Louis Morales on board over the page. Horse number 13 will be the next one that we see. That's Kabir Al-Hima with Eddie Castro booked for the ride. 14, Matahil, Camilo Ospina. 15 is Najm, the mount of Osama Al-Sharani. 16, Albaron, Naif Al-Anazi, and 18 is Olalid, the mount of Mo Abu Bail, and I think 21, Afdal Yalul gets a run as well. The non-runners, as we mentioned, they're numbers 2, 5, 9, 12, 17, 19 and 20. So plenty of scratchings in this, our opening contest. But Callum and Tom, it leaves a field of 14.
That's right, Gareth. We've got 14 in that, and I think the key point there is the Alex Moreno incident that occurred. Let's have a look at that again, because he does unseat in two phases. Look, the horse buckles. He doesn't stand a chance, but it's what happens after. Gets a nasty kick to the face there, Tom. What did you make of it? Was there anything Alex could have done?
Yeah, well, this happened on the far side of the track. So from our position, we weren't able to see this live, but we watched back the replay, and Alex just had no chance, did he? Lauzea, the horse, number 17, pecked at the start, pecked again, and Alex went over the front. There he is right now. Thumbs up, he's okay, but that is a real nasty
and that's the main thing. He's okay. It doesn't really matter about the end result as long as both horse and jockey are okay. The great thing was that the outriders collected the horse after it did a second lap, having too much fun running around on its own. It had a nice little performance, and it was a really nice effort by the outriders to catch that horse. However, someone else who can give us some more good efforts is Roberto Ramos, who has plenty of rides today, and he is down there with Shamila.
Yeah, I managed to pull Wigberto Ramos just to talk about your ride in the first race. He was third last time out, and you're on him again. What do you think?
Well, the first time he did good. He come from little of the pace. Today we got the same distance, and I got number inside position. So I'm trying to break good and see where we are young and go from there.
And you have some really nice rides today in race number 8, Hafdeg Allah. Do you think that's your best chance for today?
Yeah, I got a few, but this one I think is my best shot. It's a good horse. He's doing good. It's a good distance for him, and I think we got a good chance.
Thank you very much, Wigberto.
Right, thanks.
Wigberto with plenty of chances here today, and the first horse we're looking at is number 13, Kabir Al-Mamar. Certainly got a chance here, making its debut, and you just don't know what to make of these debutants, but doesn't show any signs of noviciness. A little bit of a jog going around, but certainly no ill effects in the paddock. 14 just behind that is Matahil, powerful connections, interesting runner, Tom.
Yeah, a horse I'm really interested in this race, King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. Ooh! Just gave the groom a bit of a kick there. Hopefully he's okay. He's on his toes, you know, it's the first start. Horses who haven't run before are obviously pretty green and inexperienced, but hopefully he can go well under Camilo Ospina.
Very different bills for horse number 15, Najm, who's also making debut today. She's a filly. You can see she's very effeminate there. She's a light build. Very different to see. Interesting, we've seen a few horses jig-jogging around. We didn't see anything like that yesterday, but it'll be interesting to see how she gets on today.
Yeah.
16 is Albaron. I quite like this horse. I've heard good things in the mornings. I've heard good talks about the warm-ups, and it's walking around like very confident, very assured. I'm hoping for a good performance here.
Well, I'm sure that Shamila is going to be cheering on number 16 because Naif Al-Anazi takes the ride, and we know that Shamila likes getting interviews with the main man here. So Naif didn't have a winner yesterday, which was quite a surprise for many, but hopefully he'll have at least one today.
Bounce back to form today. Al-Walid is number 18, another making debut. Certainly no negatives, walking around very calmly. Only one handler to notice there, so that's probably a positive. And finally there we have horse number 21, who is a reserve, will obviously come into a stall 18, just because we've had so many scratchings. We won't have 21 stalls on the course, that's for sure. But this is Afdal Yalul, who will be making his second start. He's run twice this season already a gelding, which is an interesting thing. You don't see many geldings out here in Taif.
No, it's his third quick run as well. He ran back in meeting 22 and at meeting 25, finishing 5th and 8th respectively. You know, this horse has plenty to prove against first-time starters. We don't know how good these debutants are, but some of them have elite connections.
We do have some video footage of the top horses. It's Mutami who is running today, so we'll give you a view of that clip and just see how he got on debut, where he finished third on first start. I wasn't totally blown away by this performance.
No, me neither. He's currently in 5th, as you can see right now, in the dark blue silks with the orange trim. Roberto Ramos has already talked about this horse earlier with Shamila in that interview. Just watching back, his only start to date. He finished third back here in meeting 24. quite one-paced up the inside. You know, the inside isn't always the place to make your challenge, especially in the home straight when you're coming from off the pace. But at the same time, he plugged on, he quite clearly got the trip. I would just be a little bit disappointed if he won and one of the first-time starters didn't prove better.
Interesting point, exactly. He was drawn a little bit wider on that occasion, drawn on that plum 1 draw. We spoke about it a lot yesterday, so we won't go totally through it again. But what was your point when you're saying in these shorter races, horses tend to bunch up on the rail?
Yeah, exactly. So we've got big fields, horses congregate across because there's one bend, and basically around that turn you don't want to be wasting ground and momentum out wide. So horses congregate across, try to find the best early position. Sometimes if you're in stall 1 and don't break well, you can be pushed back. And the fact that we saw Mutanami wasn't on the speed first time up is a slight concern. Roberto Ramos will have to either be aggressive or very tentative in the early stages to get a good position.
And it's hard to be tentative over 1,200 metres, 6 furlongs. It's hard to hold back and let them fall into your lap. I think we spoke to Luis Morales yesterday, who had a similar situation in the maiden over the same trip yesterday afternoon, where he said he wanted the horses to fall into his lap, and it never happened because they just didn't go quick enough. Here's a debutant we really like. This is Matahil, big strapping type.
Yeah, he's definitely my pick in the race. We don't know too much about these debutants, as we've already touched on, but at the same time, Connections are just so dominant. 21 wins so far this season. They didn't add any to the tally yesterday, but I'm sure they will today. Don't have too many runners, which is quite surprising, but Camilo Ospina takes them out. Leading trainer as well in this race is Ahmed Mahmoud, who is the trainer of Matahil. So top quality Connections, a first-time colt for the sire seeking a home. I think he'll go close from stall 14.
Those that weren't with us yesterday, we talked a lot about Camilo Ospina, and it was interesting that he struggled early on, had a very unlucky third-place finish where he just got caught on the rail with nowhere to go, ended up coming home and getting a winner in one of the Arabian races where he caused a bit of a shock. So you certainly know you're going to get a run for your money with Camilo. He doesn't look at how highly his horse is ranked beforehand. He just rides it like it's the best horse in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. He could have had 3 or 4 winners yesterday. 8th Barrett in race 3 was super unlucky. She's a filly that I would definitely be following going forward. Yes, he got that victory via Eastern de Soleil in the Arabian race. Wasn't favourite in there, the Alcaladia stables horse was. But yeah, Camilo's always there or thereabouts, and I'm sure it's going to be the case in this race as well.
Just a couple of words about the horses with more experience here. The horse that has probably had the most run is Shatar, 4 starts, horse number 4. Has had 4 starts, all being this season, and is yet to really put herself in a position to strike. She did come 4th on her penultimate effort, though.
Yeah, she's the daughter of Dawn Approach. We know Dawn Approach very well over in Ireland and the UK. She finished 12th last time out, and we need to improve. That was only a couple of days ago as well, so you know, it's a quick turnaround for her. Prior to that, she finished 4th, which was a creditable effort. If she gets back to that kind of form, then she's got a chance. But she's rated 63. I think the plan with her is maybe when she gets down to a mark of 60 or below, getting into one of those local horse handicaps, 0 to
60 types. Yeah, really interesting point there, Tom. Al Motad is a Bobby's kitten, Lamway Stud's very own, doing very well for himself all over the world. I think that's a great thing about Bobby's kitten's progeny. They tend to be able to do it on all 4 corners of the globe. Winners in Australia, winners in Central Europe, winners in America. He's done it all. They breed the best. They breed the best to the best. Often quite a lot of line breeding going involved in that. So hopefully we'll see a good run from Al Motad making his debut. Already a gelding, which is slightly concerning as a 2-year-old unraced.
Yeah, slightly concerning, especially given the pedigree is pretty strong for Taif. Louis Morales takes the ride, which we saw yesterday, is certainly no bad thing. You know, Morales had 2 winners, including in the last race. It's just weird you don't see too many GB breds over here. So hopefully the 11 Al Motahad goes close. I'm still siding with Matahil though.
Absolutely. We talk about the dirt pedigrees on show here, plenty more dirt. It'll be interesting to see how the likes of a horse by Dawn Approach, how likes of a horse by Bobby's Kitten get on in a race like this where arguably they're not bred to do this job.
No, exactly. We've also got a son of Memas in here as well, the brilliant 2-year-old for Al Shkab Racing over in the UK a few years back, 2016 or 2014, I believe, one of the two. So the pedigrees are very interesting. You know, this is a race where we've got lots of debutants, lots of horses we're going to know plenty more about after the race is run rather than before it. So, you know, if you've got a notepad, get some names down after this race and we're sure to find some horses that we want to be following in the future.
Settle down, get yourself a cup of tea, get your notepad out and start finding some future winners because I'm sure we will have plenty here. Tom, are you still siding with Matahil, the really imposing horse with Camilo Ospina in the saddle?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the one Mutanami is quite clearly the form player after that third place finish last time, but it's definitely not an insurmountable kind of performance. It didn't set my my eye alight watching that race. So yeah, I'll go with the first-time starter, Matta Hill. It's a tentative start. I've got stronger selections later on the cards, but if any of you guys as well at home watching this on YouTube want to get involved with any selections, who you think is going to win each race, then please whack a comment in the box and we're sure to read it out.
We are live on YouTube. We've also got a presence on Instagram, Twitter, and all other social media platforms as well. Please get in touch with us and let us know what you think. Get involved in the comment. Tom's got plenty of topics that we'll talk about throughout the day as well. Give any topics you want to discuss with Tom. Like I said yesterday, and I'll say it again, we do anything from horse racing to relationship advice. We'll take any subject that you have for us, and we'll hopefully give you something that you could go to war with as well. I've just seen Matta Hill come through the picture there, and really is a strapping type. Fascinating to see how he gets on debut.
Yeah, there are a lot of nice lookers in this race. Look at that, number 16 looks beautiful as well in the first-time headgear.
We're hoping that Gareth will be with us to join us very shortly to take us through the races. Gareth, you've seen another big field. You've got through all 9 races yesterday. Did you have a long old rest, or are you busy studying away at these cars today?
More the former, Callum, a long hard rest, and up early this morning to have a little look at today's card, where I think there's probably a few more runners on the whole. Yesterday we had a couple of slightly smaller fields, didn't we? There was one race with 6. Well, there's not a race in single figures here today. I think our smallest field comes up a little later on as a field of 10, and plenty of maximums as well, which is good to see, particularly towards the back end of the card with those valuable feature races. There is a bit of a prize money leap today as well. That builds towards the end of the racing week here and tomorrow, of course. But for example, this opening race, 50,000 Saudi Reals on offer in win and place prize money, half of that going to the winner. And the loading up is underway for race 1. We're currently seeing Shatar head in now to stall number 4, Tariq Al Mansour taking the ride. So this race for 2-year-olds, many of them newcomers here. Maktoub on debut, Kasab Al Maidan, Ibn Badis, Al Motahed, Kabir Alimar, Matta Hill and Najm, along with Alberon and Al Walid, all having their first racecourse outings this afternoon. So not too much experience to go on. And the final couple of runners, 3 or 4 runners, I'd say now, about to head into the starting stalls. Ibn Badis and also Al Motahed. And Luis Morales taking the ride on Al Motahed in a black and orange jacket. Very striking colours, and about to head forward now. And will be one of the very last to go in. So still out of line, Matta Hill with Camilo Ospina on board. And this one might well complete the lineup for the opening race of 9. Set to go, Taif race 1. All in. Flags are up, and they're off and running. A little bit awkwardly away from the stalls was Al Lead on the wide outside, just swerved right as the gates crash back, but fast into stride is Al Motahed and makes a dive over to the inside running rails to show clearly in front of Mumayaza over towards the inside of Kabir Alimar. They're in second and third. Mutanami not too far away as they already turn left-handed out of the back straight. Afdal Yelul is following those and is racing in advance at this point of Matta Hill, and then over towards the inside is Sir Jar as they make the journey back towards the home straight at around about 35 miles per hour. And it's Al Motahed setting the gallop here and has gone pretty quickly from the start and is 3 to 4 lengths ahead, maintaining it at the moment. From Mumayaza in second is being pushed along, then Mutanami down along the inside of Afdal Yelul, and out wider on the track is Matta Hill. But as they made the turn, Al Motahed went further and further away with every stride, and making the journey on down towards the final 200 meters. This is all over bar the shouting. Look at this, Al Motahed really stretching away from the field. Not much action with the stick. There doesn't need to be. It's Al Motahed in the hands of Luis Morales. This is an impressive winner. Al Motahed's won it by the best part of, I'd say, 20 lengths. In the end, for second position, that might well be Mutanami. We will get the places confirmed in a moment. It was certainly tighter for third and fourth. But, well, Al Motahed has torn them apart in the opening race. Knew his job This is a debutant, and he broke out of the stalls well, dived over towards the inside running rails, set a fairly decent gallop, and from halfway just went further and further clear. Luis Morales will not ride many easier winners this week, maybe even this season at Taif. Number 11, Almot Ahead is the winner. Mutanami held on for second place. And Matterhill, horse number 14, came through to finish in third position. I said 20 lengths, but the official distance is 17 3/4 lengths. 17 3/4 lengths. Almot Ahead looks an exciting prospect going forward. The result of race 1, 11, 1 and 14.
Take a bow, Kirsten Rousing. You stand Bobby's kitten, and he is doing it all over the world. This is a son of Bobby's kitten. Almot Ahead absolutely bolts up. That was a wow, Tom, wasn't it?
This card, you know, we were looking towards the back end of the card, the 2 cup races for these major performances, but we might have just seen the best horse on the card in the first race. Just dominated from the outset. First time starter, already gelding, which is interesting. But the GB bred by Bobby's kitten, whose horses are generally better on turf, has absolutely dominated them on the Taif dirt.
Really, really impressive. Was Berto Ramos stuck on well for second on Motanami, and in third, Matterhill ran a fairly promising race there, sticking on late for third, but they could do nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, to get close to Almot Ahead, who was mightily, mightily impressive. And connections seem over the moon, and I'm pretty sure they've got a good one on their hands.
Well, that was the biggest cheer I've heard in 10 races since we've been in Taif. There was a lot of people cheering behind us. Obviously, they had high expectations for this lovely-looking gelding. You know, the form horse finished second, and the horse that we like, the first-time starter, finished third. So the form looks strong, and he won by 17 3/4 lengths. An amazing performance to start the card today.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Tom. We said get your notepads ready, because you'll see some future winners here. And I think the first 3 will all win again, especially this horse, who fairly bolted up. One thing I have to mention here is the jockey Luis Morales. He's flying at the moment. He had the winner of the last race yesterday, the first race today. He had a double yesterday. Is he one to be watching for the Jockeys Championship? Is he going to be a threat to some of the local riders?
For sure. So he wasn't in the top 5, but as we were studying coming into yesterday's card, he had 2 winners yesterday, as you touched on, 1 today. He's a man in flying form, winning 3 of the last 10 races at Taif. We just saw there he was amazing from the outset. You know, the race was won by the hometown, and everyone always focuses on how good a jockey is in the finish, but he was so good at the start, and that's key.
And we will review that later on, as we just see Louis here getting weighed in. A very Iceman look to Luis Morales. He never gives too much away, but I'm sure under that calm exterior, he is absolutely buzzing. He is buzzing. He got a thumbs up and a kiss as well. Very lucky, as you can just see. This is him pulling away towards the end. This is not the bit that's really important, Tom, because you said as soon as they jumped out of the stalls, you were convinced this horse was going to bolt up, because he put lengths between himself and his rivals in comfortable fashion. And we do have the winning jockey standing by with Shamila. Shamila, that must have been really impressive.
I think that was the most impressive race of the day, and it's only the first race. Congratulations, Louis. You barely moved your hands on him.
Yeah, that's true. He is very smart. He was working really good in the mornings also. And the most important thing we want from him was a breaking from the gate, you know. But he's so sharp. In the first 50 meters, he's already 2 or 3 lengths, you know. pretty handy. And he was all the way, in comfortable pace, and I think he can run.
And he's British bred as well. We're seeing a lot of British bred winners here in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, I think so. Especially this horse. It looks better than I expect him, because I know in the morning works he beat another horses, but you don't know the quality of the other one. But today he proved it. He proved like he is the man.
Well, you had a double yesterday, so hopefully more again today.
Hopefully, inshallah.
Thanks, Louis.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Just watch the start. Bang! Bounces out from gate 11, and it's over.
Yeah, he's already a length and a half clear at this point, just goes across to the rail. You can see how far he is ahead, because a horse from gate 11, they struggle to move across to the rail within the first 10 strides, yet he manages to do it. He's hard on the bridle here. Louis is actually having to restrain him back a little bit so that he doesn't exert too much energy. And most of those in behind are struggling to go this pace. The horse wants to go 2 to everything else is 1.
We've got 2 horses who are already out the picture, out the back of shot, and he's hard on the snaff. It's really, really impressive. But what I like about this gives me real American dirt racing vibes, when you're on the front and on the steel, and the jockey's got his feet moving forward, sat deep in the saddle, and really not even asking anything yet.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a really nice stride to him as well, and his high cruising speed put all of these horses in trouble. Every single one of them in behind at this stage with 400 metres to run are completely done. That's their race already run, and he's yet to be asked. As soon as he is asked by Louis Morales, look how many lengths he puts.
He's 10 lengths clear. He's 10 lengths clear coming off the bend. It's hugely impressive. Matterhill, who finishes third with off the bridle, probably about 400 metres into this contest, he then begins to pick up late, but it's all over by the shouting. And Louis hasn't even had to pick up the sticks to remind him. He's gone on hands and heels, and that's what impressed me the most.
Yeah, he stretched all the way to the line as well. It wasn't like most of these Taif races that we see where the horses are a bit leg weary in the final 200 metres. He was still picking up, and maybe 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres isn't his limit. Maybe we'll see him even better over 7, 1,400 metres. The one thing is he's obviously got lots of speed. So I think Connections have plenty of plans, and they could go numerous different routes.
Now, I'm not a fortune teller. I will put my hands up and say I cannot read people's fortunes. I can't do palms either. But one thing I can say, and I reckon that could be a Tom's top moment at the end of the day, because that was mightily impressive. And if something comes out and impresses more than this debutant here, I will be hugely, hugely surprised. But hopefully we see some more really, really good performances as he crosses the line, hands and heels. Very impressive. We've said it before. We've said it again. Put it in your notepads. I can't see the second. Can you see the second? I still can't see the second. Oh, there's the second. There's the third. I'd like to say they're in a different parish to the winner. Really, really impressive. And I can't wait to get to our next contest after such a great start. Now, Tom, you and I have Tom's topics all day and every day. We were covered a raft of things yesterday. Today, I would like to talk about the Cheltenham Festival that has been and gone. And I feel that we need to keep bringing up some jump racing because... Oh, we've got another review of this horse. The people in the gallery were so impressed. They want to view it again, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. I like to see him again and again and again. And in fact, you'll see this head on, the other horses won't even be in shot. And that says everything you need to know. We've got an extended view. Someone in the gallery has written this horse down and is convinced he'll win next time out. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people punching the air with success after this horse has dominated our opener here in Taif in those lovely orange colours as well. I'm a big fan of the colours. Haven't seen them before on show.
Yeah, lovely silks, and Louis Morales was so confident and cool throughout the race, wasn't he? You can just see there, he's just hard on the bridle. He knows this horse is very good, as he said in the interview post-race, just moving clear. And at this stage, I think he knew there was plenty in the tank, but you never know with first-time starters. They could just crumble and curl up underneath you. Al Motterhead just didn't do that. Remember the name, Al Motterhead. We haven't really touched on the name so far. Horses, people might just be like, who is this horse we're raving about? But watch
him come out here. He comes out stall 11. You won't be able to see him until that orange cap bursts out now. And he's already got the lead. But Matterhill actually breaks before him. The big horse that we fancy, Matterhill breaks before him, but within a matter of strides. Look at the way he goes. Look at the camera angle as well. Getting these shots, absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, phenomenal shots, and as good as gate speed is, when you can break on terms like Matterhill just did there, the horse in the white with the green cap, having that early pace is even more crucial. And look, he's already a length clear after
He's doing
4
2 strides to their 1 stride, isn't
Absolutely.
he? He is absolutely dominating and just getting away from those. And before you know it, he's come from stall 11. That's almost over halfway across the course. And he's just come across them. No need for steward's inquiry, no need to have a look at it because he's not interfered with anyone. He's so far clear. And Luis Morales can't hide how excited he is on there. He's absolutely over the moon. And why wouldn't you be, Tom? If I was on board, I'd be thanking everyone, kissing everyone. I'd be having a joy of my life. I'd be the happiest person on the planet. But Tom's topics, Cheltenham Festival last year. Best horse of the meeting, aside from Constitution Hill, because I know that's what you're going to say. I'm going to put you under a bit of pressure. The best horse at the meeting, aside from Constitution Hill.
Well, I want to go for Constitution Hill because he was. No, I know it's obvious. I know it's obvious, but sometimes you need to say the obvious horse because this is a flag bearer of our code. Jumps racing without Constitution Hill wouldn't be anywhere near as hyped as it is right now. We talked about him a little bit yesterday. Nicky Henderson's got this new future star. Everyone's been talking about how the Irish have been dominating with Willie Mullins, Gordon Elliott in recent years as well. But I think Nicky Henderson is now really controlling the jumps racing scene in England, albeit Paul Nicholls is still there. And Constitution Hill is the one that will take him to the next level for sure.
One horse that surprised me, I should say, I didn't come into the meeting thinking we get such a good display. And from a trainer who's very small, works on a shared yard. It's a horse called the Real Whacker. Won the 3-mile novice chase, took on some very big names, some very exciting horses. And it didn't really matter because Sam Twiston-Davis aboard gave him a magnificent ride, a power-packed ride. Remember, we had new whip rules in Britain where you couldn't use the whip more than 7 times at a finish in the jumps racing game. So you had to adjust your riding style. No problem for Sam. He got right behind the haunches of the horse and powered away up that hill to win impressively. And I do think he's a Gold Cup horse. I think the Gold Cup market looks wide open. I think there's so many exciting horses featuring in that field. But I think the Real Whacker could be one. He's a mature stop. He's a mature type. He's a mature, forward-going horse. He certainly didn't look like a baby. And every time he goes to Cheltenham, he tends to win, Tom. And I think that's crucial course form.
Yeah, there's a lot of links between Al Motterhead, who we've just seen here at Taif, and the Real Whacker. They're both big, long-striding types. They're horses who look like they're going to get better and better as they go through their career. And yeah, the Real Whacker was really impressive at Cheltenham. He beat Jerry Colomb. I don't know whether that will happen again next time. Jerry Colomb is the horse with the future more than the Real Whacker, I'd say, but it'll be an interesting tussle for sure.
I see you're a fan of your Irish horses, Tom, and that hurts my soul because I'm a fan of those British horses running for the British flag on behind them. And the Real Whacker, I think, could be a future star. Talking about that Gold Cup, Brave Man's Game, Galopin de Champs, thrilling race, probably the race of the meeting. And it just came down to a thrilling finish. I'd say that they will both feature again as long as Brave Man's Game, the ownership situation is sorted out and we can make sure that everyone can run to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, I think there is some good news regarding the ownership with Brave Man's Game. I was of the controversial opinion that he didn't stay the trip at all in the Gold Cup. I thought he was a bit leg-weary in the closing stages. And, sometimes you don't have to rely on sectionals as much as we like talking about them. And maybe it's just the visual. And with him, he didn't seem to get up the hill overly well. Galopin de Champs was phenomenal in that race. Whether he wins again next year, who knows, but it'll be a really good
Wasn't
renewal.
so phenomenal at Plumpton. Punchestown. Got Plumpton.
I would love to see him at Plumpton.
There used to be a Cheltenham bonus. He would have dominated that. But no, he wasn't so impressive at Punchestown. For me, you mentioned the Brave Man's Game form line. There's a lot of talk about him being what a lot of people call a flat track bully. Do you think that's the case? Do you think he couldn't handle the undulations of Cheltenham?
I think he handled them, but I don't think he's as good at Cheltenham. The stiff uphill finish, the way they race at Cheltenham, they get racing before the hill, so before the bottom of the hill, sorry. So you have to exert a lot of energy early on. And in that Gold Cup, they went slowish early. They sped up in the middle part of the race, and there was a big surge as they went towards the second last. And Brave Man's Game used a lot of energy to get to the front. There was no surprise for me that he got reeled in by Galopin de Champs. I wouldn't say flat track bully, but I would say he's much better at Kempton or Ascot rather than Cheltenham.
Perfect. Now I'm being told in my ear that's enough Cheltenham talk for the time being. So we'll hand you over to Gareth Topham to give us our runners and riders for our second race here at Taif.
Thanks, guys. Our second race is another maiden, and this race for the 3-year-olds, fillies and colts in action. Number 1 is Sayar, Thurb Altimiat on board. Number 2, Dandy Secret, ridden by Es Al Shaye, with number 3, Asa Al Tatwir, Naif Al Anazi. Number 4, Tekfik with Camilo Ospina. Number 5, Good Connection, Adel Al Faradi. 6 is Dahi, Fawas Wanas. 7, Shahabano, Nawef Al Mudiani. Number 8, Mawred Al-Elm, Mu Al-Shamari on board. Number 9 is Hakuba, Mohammed Al-Sheed takes the ride. Number 10 is Al-Shahay with Hamza Saad on board. 11 is Al-Nazak, Mohammed Aldaham takes the ride. Number 12 is Denver, Louis Morales, who rode our first race winner, bids for a double this time. 13 is Asdam with Mo Alubail on board. 14, Yes Mo, the ride of Azil Al-Zahani. Number 15 is Wafi Al-Zauk with Rayon Al-Tosh. 16 is Atomic Impact. We await a jockey confirmation for this one. Alexis Marino stood down. Over the page to number 17, Golden Dream with Berto Ramos. And 18 is Al-Hidabi with A. Al-Shra in the saddle. So it's a full field of 18. We lose the reserves 19, 20 and 21. 18 to contest our second race. They're in the paddock.
Runners are in the pre-parade still for our second contest. And Trom, the first horse that jumps off the page here is Dahi. You give us a reason why this horse was so impressive and so picked up by your eyes.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, most of these, much like the first race, haven't run too many times. You've got the likes of Dandy Secret, who's run 7 times, Good Connection run 9 times, Hakuba's run 11. Dahi's only run once, and that debut performance I thought was very impressive. He's only a 3-year-old colt, he's a young horse, he's by Klimt, and actually he finished well in that first contest. However, we will see the VT in a couple of minutes, but it looked like there was a minor pace collapse in that race. There is a chance that he was flattered by his performance and what happened up front. But, you know, that's a subjective opinion.
Remember, this race is over 1,400 metres, 7 furlongs. It means they're probably not going to go so hard in front and ride it much more tactically. We did see some crazy riding in one race yesterday. I don't think we're going to see that again in this contest. They're not going to burn out and fall into each other's laps at the end. So hopefully we get a truly run contest, and maybe that could play against Dahi, who comes into this with one good run to his name in his entire career out here in Taif. Other horses to look at. I've looked the horse that's had a little bit more experience, 2 runs, and was 3rd last time out is Asdam, an interesting runner for connections. I'm interested to see what you have to make about this horse, Tom, because the last run was more impressive than the debut.
Yeah, absolutely. And we watched all these inserts that we're about to show throughout this whole coverage on YouTube and Instagram or wherever you're watching this. We watched this prior to coming on air. And if there was one horse today, well, I watched the insert from last time out that I was most impressed with, it was Beat Asdam. He flew home from a really poor position at the top of the straight. He was wide on the track. It was a race where it was dominated by 2 pace setters. Yet Asdam picked up, and he was literally going 2 to everything else as 1 in the final furlong. He only got lost by around a length at the line, and I know the gate isn't good in gate 13, but I think he's a major player, and he will be my pick in this race, Asdam.
He certainly didn't profit from a pace collapse either. They weren't going backwards, he was just going forward. It was a really eye-catching performance, and often in these races in Taif, we've seen from the past, the races we've looked at earlier, that form tends to stand up. Horses that are eye-catchers don't often disappoint next time, so I'm sure Connections will be hoping for a good performance today.
Yeah, there's a discrepancy between good horses and bad horses here at Taif. You know, there are some middling in the range, but in races like Maidens, there is a wide range of talent, and if you've run well previously like Asdam did last time, you're sure to be there at the finish.
I think you're absolutely right. That's why you often see some of these maiden horses running in handicaps to get away from these maidens, because in these contests you often bump into a good thing, just like we saw in our last race.
Absolutely, and we're talking about horses that have maybe below par in this contest, unlike Asdam, and here's number 5, Good Connection. Now he's actually rated 79, so if he was to run in a handicap, you know, he wouldn't get into the 0 to 60 or the 60 to 75 range, yet he's 0 from 9 in his career. He's finding it really difficult to win at maiden level, and the plus for him is that 1, he's got experience, and 2, he's ridden by Adel El Faradi, who's the leading rider at Taif so far.
That was Dahi that was just in your picture, number 6. Lovely rear end on him. He's a real eye catcher in the parade ring. I know he probably profited off a poor race last time out, but compare him to horse number 7, Shahar Bano. He's much more developed. He looks much more fit and ready to go. Shahar Bano looks like he's probably going to find more in the future. Will be a horse to look forward to going forward.
Absolutely.
Number 8 is Moed Alem, an interesting runner in himself. 8 starts, has shown very little in the last 2 starts. In fact, the career worst effort came last time. We'll be looking to bounce back.
Yeah, finished 17th back on meeting 21, 0 from 8 so far in his career, and he's just rated 55.
Jiggy jogging around there. Hakoba, 11 starts, no win, rated 50. This will be tough.
Yeah, it will be tough for Hakuba. Another 3-year-old colt in this race, 0 from 11 so far. Not for me, Callum.
It's, again, we have to mention the jockeys at the stable staff out here wearing the colours. Which is great. Shishkin colours on show there, which is great to see. And I think it's fascinating, and it's a great initiative from the Saudi Jockey Club to have the stable staff dressed up in the jockeys' overalls. It just gives the whole meeting a certain level of pizzazz, a certain level of forward going, and it's a really good thing to see. And this is number 11 in your shot, Al Nayazak. Lovely looking horse again, high rear end. You often see this with these dirt runners. Only had 2 starts, disappointed last time out, but hopefully will step forward from that performance.
Yeah, bred in the USA by Sire Creative Course. I don't know too much about the sire, I have to admit, but this was already a gelding, had 2 starts, finished 9th last time and will need to improve.
Horse named after a team Tom and I very much dislike in American football. Denver has had 1 start and hasn't featured. That was last season. Comes back for the first run this year. First thing you have to admit is a very sunken back. Not an eye catcher for me, Tom.
No, not at all. There's one horse over in the UK with a very similar stature and physique. It's not something that fills my eye, Callum.
Certainly not. Certainly not. 13 is Astam. This is the horse we really like to talk about. Totally different build to what we just saw before. Flat back, short coupled, lovely world proportion type. Not the biggest, or the stable staff member is 7 foot tall, but I don't presume he's the biggest, and certainly would have a chance today if he can repeat that form of last time.
Yeah, repeat of that form last time should be good enough. 0 from 2 so far, but hopefully 1 from 3 after today.
Yes, Mo is in shot now, only had the 1 start, finished 11th. We'll come on from that. That wasn't too long ago at meeting 22.
Yeah, definitely needs to improve on that, but only had 1 start, as you've touched on, could easily improve.
Walfit Al-Zok is a horse I quite like. We've had a few mentions of him this morning. He came 3rd on his last start, but that was back in meeting 1.
Yeah.
So we don't know what he was coming up against. We don't know what he's got to face yet, but hopefully can build on that and could be one of those other chances in this race.
Yeah, exactly. Hasn't run for a long time. We need to prove fitness here. Only rated 64, so definitely needs to improve, but the trainer is Gaith Al-Gaith, finished 4th in the championship last time round.
Atomic Impact is rated 70. So according to our ratings experts here, they believe he's better than a lot of these in this field. Hasn't really shown it in positions on the track, but maybe those races were stronger than what he'll face today.
Yeah, not a bad 2-year-old last year, a son of Dandy Man, who we know very well. 0 from 5 in the career, but 2 efforts this time around, as you've touched on, have been below par.
Golden Dream towards the bottom of your card and towards the outside stall. Remember, as this is a maiden contest, all the horses will come out in number order. So Alia Davy will come out of stall 18. Horses had 5 runs and is yet to really threaten so far this season, but is a big strapping type. Lovely from behind as well, got that power-packed back end.
Yeah, Al Hadaibi, 0 from 5 so far, definitely needs to improve. The 17 who we briefly saw there, Golden Dream, is the mount of Wigberto Ramos.
Now, we already spoke to Wigberto Ramos earlier, and Shamila is down with some other connections.
The trainer, Abdulaziz Khalid, I am here with his father, Khalid bin Mishrif, and you have horse number 6 in the race.
Yes.
Tell me about your chances. I think you have a really good chance in this race.
I hope we do. He raced only once 3 weeks ago, and he was good 3rd in 6 furlong, 6 furlong. So he's racing today 7 furlong. He got the practice, he learned, and we're having high hope as like the others. Hopefully he would represent himself very well. I believe he could be a promised horse, but we'll see how it goes now.
And what about Fawaz Warnas? He's doing really well this season.
Well, he joined us last year. He's been dedicated towards the stable, so he's one of the team. So I'm glad that he's picking up and he's riding for our horses and for the others, and he's been doing very well. And that's nice part of this sport. Most of the Saudi local are the local Saudi are doing very well. So I believe there are new owners, new young guys. They're coming to participate. So we have a great transfer for the last 4 years. I admire this. So it's good to be around this atmosphere.
And you've seen Saudi racing grow so much. What are the improvements that you've seen in the last 5 years?
Well, to be honest with you, I think a lot of people were highly surprised. I was confident that we could show our ability to the world, and one of the good things happened that the Saudi Cubs shows that the Saudi could pick good horses and they could train good horses, and they show it in the Saudi Cup through the Emblem Road, and the other horse, which is called Commissioner King for our friend, our cousin actually, our friend Faisal Al-Jadai. He's a new owner, and we were very delighted for him that he won a great race. It was the great race of last year. He was purchased from Keelan November sale for almost $9,000, and he was brought here to the local sale here in Saudi Arabia. So we did open up, and he bought him for almost $30,000, which is sometimes the price does not give you the indication whether he's a good horse or not, but he looks a great horse as a physical. I would say this after he won the Derby, but before he won the Derby, nobody knows. So I congratulate him. He selected a good horse. So I hope things would go for him and for my other colleague.
Thank you very much, Khalid, and best of luck.
Thanks a lot to you.
Really great chat from the trainer here, and we're going to look at this horse straight away. This is Dahi finishing third here. Really really one pace performance, you were saying, with the pace collapse.
Stages, you know, if you watch these horses who were up front early on, the horse with the yellow bridle against the inside and the dark silk goes backwards, the number 7. The number 9 with the yellow hat and around third right now also is treading water in the closing stages, as is the number 3 in second with the yellow hat, and Dahi stays on powerfully just to finish third. It was a one-pace display, but it shows that this horse stays to 7 furlongs well. I think he'll produce a similar kind of effort today, but I think Asdam might be a better play.
Well, you talk about Asdam, we also have the footage for Asdam. Take a look at this, Tom. You can do the talking because it is wonderful.
Well, you just look at this race, and if I said to you which one of these is Asdam, who finishes third, you would never pick the horse that we're about to highlight here right now, because they're not in the screen. Asdam is far to the left, and you can just see him rolling.
Here he comes now, here he comes, the good thing.
Just rolling down the outside. There was no pace collapse at all this day. The first two home finished first and second. The first two home were first and second in the early stages, but look how Asdam is eroding the deficit in the final 100 metres, picking up literally 2 to everything else is 1, beating a length at the line. Similar kind of performance, I think, is good enough today.
I think you're absolutely right, Tom. I think it'd be really impressive if Asdam was to win. A little bit of home news here. We've got Atomic Impact, ex-Carl Burke horse. Interesting runner. Has had some time in Saudi now to settle, has acclimatised. Hopefully we'll get a better performance going forward.
Yeah, well, we spoke about this yesterday, didn't we, with imported horses coming over, whether it be to the US or whether it be to Saudi, and how we want to potentially give them at least one start to acclimatise to the completely different conditions. UK, it's obviously quite cold, quite wet. Horses are trained for different months rather than over here where the Saudi flat season is pushed further back in the year. So yes, Atomic Impact used to be trained by Carl Burke, had reasonable form in the UK, nothing exciting, but has had 2 starts over here, meeting 9 and meeting 12. Now we're looking at meeting 28 today, so we're coming back off a long layoff. This horse may have now acclimatised. We may see a better performance.
I think you're absolutely right. I do like Wafi Al Zouk as well as one of those horses with a little less pressure on board, a little less people expected to win, but I think that horse will run very well considering it was third last time out. But Asdam, for me, I totally understand why you're supporting that horse, because like we said, form tends to stick here. If they finish fast, they tend to run very well again. Just hoping they don't go too slow.
Yeah, exactly. We want some pace up front. But to be fair, most of these Taif races, I mean, all 10 that we've seen so far today since we've been doing this show, they've all had hot or relatively hot paces up front. So I don't think we'll ever see a dawdle around Taif. And, even a moderate gallop, I think Asdam will be positioned well enough to come through with the wet sail.
Couple of dandy mans we've already seen running today. Interesting to see those horses coming and trying their hand over the dirt. Dandy Secret, the latest to try his hand here. Quite an interesting runner, still a colt, 3-year-old, 7 starts, yet to get his head in front, but one to watch certainly because Dandy Man has done so well as a stallion that came from basically nothing. Has really gone on and produced great horses. I just think of Memas off the top of my head, and those other good runners as well.
Yeah, well, Memas was full of speed and a really good young horse, wasn't he? Dandy Secret's had 7 starts so far. He's a 3-year-old. He's still perhaps coming into his own. You know, he's rated 64, which isn't the highest in this race, so he should need to improve to win. And he's drawn inside, which, unless you break really well, you're going to be compromised by those horses coming across from the outside gates. Nevertheless, you can never write a horse off in a maiden, so Dandy Secret has a chance of winning.
How much faith are you putting into these ratings as our analyst, as someone who is here to pick us some winners? And you came close last time. A third in a maiden isn't bad. We had no idea that winner was going to absolutely bolt up, although we did mention it earlier, and the horse that came second did feature in the video, so we're not doing bad. But how much faith do you put in these ratings of these horses?
It's a difficult one. I would love to say lots of faith, or I'd love to say not much faith, but we've only had 10 races. I'm not going to say that I was a huge study of Saudi form before I came over here, so it's a bit of a learning curve, but they're the figures that we are going off right now, so you've got to presume they're legit, you know. If a horse is rated 79 compared to another horse rated 64, you would presume the horse rated 79 is far superior. You know, it's just one of many angles you can have when you're analysing a horse race. I like to sometimes just ignore the handicaps and go for the horses that are visually impressive, like Asdam. But in this scenario, if you said a match race between Dandy Secret, the number 2, and Good Connection, number 5, I would say Good Connection just on the rating alone.
I think that's a very good point. I think it's a great point to make. We're learning as well as everyone at home watching is learning, so we can all just keep trying to work this all out together and doing the best we can. Our selection still has to be Asdam though, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Asdam breaks from 13. I just want to see a slightly better break than last time. Only had 2 starts, but it's going to be improving mentally and physically all the time. Mohamed Ahubail takes the ride. I imagine he'll try to find a good early position on this colt. If he's in 4th, 5th early on, we've seen how powerfully he finishes in the home straight. It would take a good horse to hold him off, I think. Another
selection for me, Wafi Al Zouk. I'd be kicking myself if he goes in and bolts up, and I haven't mentioned him. Wafi Al Zouk coming out of 15 for me, but the man who will be giving us all these details and all the information is Gareth Topham, Up in the Sky.
Thank you, Callum. Runners circling and are about to head behind for our second race on the card, this maiden contest for the 3-year-old fillies and colts. We've only actually got 2 fillies in this, Tekfik number 4 and Sharbano number 7. All of the others are colts, and the loading up process is getting underway. We're just a couple of minutes or so away from the scheduled off time of 4:35 p.m. local time. Heading forward then, we see these terrific shots from the drone above the track, and here is Asa Al Tatwir and Naif Al Anazi. Been plenty of talk about the rider over the last 24 hours or so on the show, and Naif on Asa Al Tatwir here slots forward into stall number 3. Tekfik heading forward along with Saya, who's over towards the inside in stall number 1. Asdam was the pick for both Tom and Callum. Will be coming out of stall 13. Not sure whether or not Asdam has gone in as yet. This is number 8 heading in, Mared Al Elm, slotting in nicely, along with number 14, Yes Mo, and also Dandy Secret, number 2 on the card. So we're down to the final few runners. As I say, it's a full field here of 18, and for one of them, the first win is now just a couple of minutes away. This is Dahi about to head in under Powers Wanas, due to head into stall number 6 Dahi, and I think we'll complete the lineup next door to Good Connection, whose rider we see up close there, Adel Al-Fawradi, looking focused and just waiting patiently for Dahi to join him. I think we're just about ready then. The second race on the card, 1,400 metres the journey ahead of the field this time. 7 furlongs they're off and running. There was quite a slow beginning made from Tekfik, that one right at the back end of the field early. But Dandy Secret is showing up fairly prominently as one of the front runners. Also up there in the early part of the race is Denver. And as they settle themselves down, another racing handily is Marad Al-Elm up in between horses, with Shahabano close up towards the inside also. Working a little wider out on the track in the pink colours is Yes Mo. That one is just up in behind Atomic Impact as they begin the left-handed turn out of the back straight. Good connection over towards the inside in the grey sleeves begins to creep a little bit closer as they're now making the left-handed run back towards home. Sayar is racing next along the inside with out a bit wider on the track, but with work to do as they swing left-handed back to the straight. Al Hay Derby, but travelling quite strongly here. Dandy Secret in that blue noseband, but breathing down his neck is Good Connection on the outside. Good Connection and Dandy Secret are the leading pair. They're followed a couple of lengths away by Wafi Al Zauk, who's now into third position, but being pushed hard and now really accelerating here. Good Connection, and begins to open up on his rivals, making the run down inside the final 200 metres, and it is Good Connection who shows the way from Wafi Al Zauk, who's now gone through into second position. Weakening late in the piece is Dandy Secret. Some late headway from Atomic Impact over towards the inside, and wider out Dahi, but this will go the way of Good Connection. Good Connection is home in front. Dahi gets up to be second. Atomic Impact is third. That's how they've come home then in our second race of the day, and it's Adel Al-Furedi on board Good Connection, who has got off the mark at the 10th time of asking and has strode to the line strongly, just edging a little way away from the inside running rails close to the finish, but by then the job was well and truly done. There were some deep closers in behind. We can see Dahi picking up well there down the outside to snatch a place in the latter stages, but it is a Good Connection who gets home ahead, and by a considerable enough margin as well in the end. We see them across the line. The winner, number 5, Good Connection, beating 6 Dahi into second position, and 16 Atomic Impact was back in third. 3 3/4 lengths the distance between the winner and the runner-up, and the result to our second race. It's 5, 6 and 16.
Well, we discussed it earlier on, and we had said it. The ratings mean a lot more than you need to let on, because 79 rated Good Connection, fairly comfortable winner of our second race here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Well, exactly. Just made a huge move round in the bend, side through traffic. There was a little bit of a gap between the early leader, Dandy Secret, and the horse who was in second. They opened up, and Good Connection, who travelled along the inside in the early stages, found that little passage, moved along the outside, right onto the shoulder of the leader, and from then on, it was basically a one-horse race. But the time was very slow, Callum. Although this horse, Good Connection, is rated 79, I'm not too sure the form is overly strong. You know, the track record over this 7-furlong trip is 123.6, and this time was 132.5, so almost 9 seconds slower than the track record. And actually, that's far slower, at least a second slower than the races we saw yesterday over this distance.
And we were saying yesterday that the pace isn't anything to write home about. I did notice that Good Connection is led up by my favourite member of stable staff with a beard for goals. If you just think he's in the white cap, he's got the best beard I see in the race. There's a proper chin do there. Superb looking man, I have to say so myself. Dahi, good run in second place there as well.
Yeah, good run in second by Dahi. He was one of the form setters, the son of Jcsa Klimt. But look, we need to talk about the winning jockey, Adel Al-Furedi. He had one winner yesterday. He's now had one winner today. That puts him on 19 for the season. He's now, I believe, 3 clear of Camilo Ospina, maybe 2. But he's really setting his stall out to try and win this jockey championship yet again.
He's certainly someone you have to follow, because at the end of the day, he's averaging a win every meeting. there's no way of getting away from it. When he's at a meeting, he's going to come away with one winner. I think that's massive if you're following and you want someone to get behind, someone to support. Al Hamadi is the one who's going to do that for you.
Yeah, exactly. He won the title back in 2018, in 2019, in 2020, and in 2022. So he's a rider, the leading Saudi rider out here right now. And yes, we have some imported riders and riders that have come from South America. We've got Pat Cosgrave as well, who we see over in the UK. But Adel Al-Faradi is definitely the guy right now who just has that mantle, that chip on his shoulder, the guy at the top of the standings who knows that he's just going to rack up the wins this meeting at Taif.
And at the end of the day, if you are Al-Faradi, you've got to think, all these people are coming over to try and take my crown. I'm not going to let them take my crown. I'm here to win. I've been here from the start. Let me get my winner, then let me get myself in front. And every time, he's getting a winner every meeting. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him have another winner today.
Well, absolutely not. You know, this rider just rides winners for fun. He doesn't have any major owners or trainers like the likes of Pat Cosgrave has, Camilo Ospina with Berto Ramos. So he's picking up rides every now and again for different yards, different stables, and he's managing to win on them. You have to admire his skill and poise in the saddle.
When we do look back at the race, it's a completely different type of race to what we saw last time, because this isn't one at the start. This is one on the home bend. So they're actually going to get quite a level break. There was a few stories on the outside of a few horses struggling, but at the end of the day, if they turned in for home, plenty in with chances.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, there are different points of every single race. You can watch every race and they'll all be different, but the key moment, as you've touched on here, was around 500 metres out, 600 metres out, when Good Connection side through the gap. We can see right now the break. There's a little scrimmaging on the inside, and Good Connection, I think, was in that. So, you know, you can mark up the performance a little bit. There were good breaks in the middle of the pack, but also from number 2, Dandy Secret. Good Connection.
If you look at the horse right at the bottom of our screen here, that's Dandy Secret. He jumps out from 2, drifts wide, and then comes back to the rail. I think that's a tactic change. We've gone to plan B, because the horse on our inside hasn't come.
Yeah, exactly that. There was a few slow breakers on the inside, but, you know, Dandy Secret ends up giving a perfect trail for Good Connection, who we can see in around 6th place, just moving up right now on the rail in the green silks with the white cap. He's just getting a perfect toe, covering the shortest amount of ground, and at this stage he's in 4th, but in a few strides he's going to burst through that gap and come alongside the leader.
He's travelling really powerfully here, though, isn't he? I think if you're a supporter of his, you know you're going to be in a really nice position coming in. He doesn't decide to go down the inside. We saw Ospina get that wrong yesterday. He said, I'm going to be patient and go wide. And look at him. He's got the race put to bed here almost. The move has been made.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're a rider, and I've never ridden a horse, so, you know, don't get me wrong, but you should always...
I'll tell you all about it.
You should always seek a clear passage. You know, let your horse run on merits. And Good Connection, he showed that turn of foot to get up alongside the leader. At that stage, we all knew that he was travelling extremely well. Adel Al-Faradi just needed to press the button once more, and he quickened in the closing stages. Now, as I've already touched on, the time wasn't strong. Those in behind are really going up and down on the spot, and nothing really close from behind, aside from Dahi, who was actually probably 10 lengths in arrears turning for home. So it's not the strongest piece of form, but it's good for Connections to get a first win under this horse's belt at the 10th time of asking.
We're going to get a closer view of Al-Faradi's style in a second as they come down this home straight. Talk me through what you make of his style. Is it more of an American style of riding, or is it more of a UK European style?
Yeah, he looks a bit like a taller Louis Sayers, I have to say. He's very powerful. Look at that right arm pumping, making sure the horse is on the right stride and really stretching out for him. Left arm is there in case the whip is in need, but the horse was hanging slightly to the right, so there was no need at that point to use it. Again, he changed his whip right on the line just in case, but there was no need, and the race was won by that point.
Seamless transition. Seamless transition between left hand to right hand there with the stick as he comes through nicely. Dahi with an eye catcher in 2nd. Atomic Impact bringing that British form to the table. Came 3rd, didn't run a bad race. I'd be interested to see what Dahi does next time, considering he was 3rd on debut, 2nd today, maybe 1st next time out.
Yeah, highly likely. You just don't want to bump into a horse rated 79 like Good Connection. I think that's it. He beat the others considerably well, you know. He stayed on powerfully. Maybe his future lies over a mile rather than 7 furlongs, but we'll see in the upcoming weeks.
Here's one of the fantastic shots we get of Al-Faradi in full stride, and he is really powerful. He's high up the neck of the horse. Now, you often see this in Europe and the UK when the horses are really getting tight for the line. You're trying to get your head down as you cross the line. Here he's very different. He's clear, but he's maintaining the power. The power is always there. You'll see the stick transition as well, really close in. Right here, it's absolutely smooth as butter. A little punch of the air as well to celebrate as he crosses the line. I'm not sure why he's celebrating. He does it so often. It's a surprise he needs to celebrate. But you love the passion. You love to see what he does.
Yeah, he's a consummate professional, isn't he? He knows he's one of the best in the weighing room. And you said smooth like butter, which just gives me memories of a horse in the US called Smooth Like Butter, who I've had no success with. So that's kind of put me off my strike, Alan, I have to say.
Really upset as you can just see this lovely shot from the stalls again. What a fantastic shot this is. You can see everyone coming out well. Stall 2 will be really close to your screen. That's going to make a real appearance in a couple of strides coming through. That was Dandy Secret. You're going to see now in the black sleeves with the white ringlets on them. And there's Dandy Secret taking the lead. Drifts off the rail, comes back onto the rail and seems very comfortable on the lead, but cannot handle the stalking presence of our eventual winner, Good Connection. And a rating of 79 will surely go a little bit higher. Will be one to feature in handicaps. Seeing giving the old confidence looks through the legs there as well. Oh, bit of Frankie Dettori riding there. Keep looking between your legs because you know you've got plenty in the tank. And behind, he's never even looking forward because he knows the horse is going in the right direction. He knows he's going forward. He's not drifting or lumbering over to any particular direction. He looks fairly comfortable. Look at Dahi in behind in that striped cap. The difference in styles, Dahi's rider is fully engaged in overdrive to try and get the best out of his horse. But the winner, Good Connection, is in cruise control, finding it nice and easy to get his success here. And Al Faradi is very comfortable here. The spin stick, he's showing off now for the cameras. He's enjoying the fact we've got 32 cameras here on course who are all going to give us all those information, those great shots, fantastic ride, and hopefully a horse that can feature in maybe a handicap later on this season.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how high Connections want to go with Good Connection. We should also touch on the third briefly, which was Atomic Impact, the ex-Carl Burke horse. You know, third time up in Saudi, that was a much better performance. Finished 11th, 2 starts back, 13th last time out, and now has finished third. So taking a good step in the right direction off the layoff.
Certainly a horse to look for next time out. Maybe it's just taking a little bit of a while to acclimatise and adjust to racing here in Saudi Arabia. Now, normally at this point we would talk about Tom's topics, but no, today we're going to talk about a young jockey named Sultan Al Mamouni. Now, Sultan is a very young rider and he's one of 16 jockeys from all over the world who will be running in the pre-international cities in Deauville in France. Just another fine example of how professional and talented these local Saudi jockeys are. We caught up with him earlier this week.
إن شاء الله بإذن الله. معكم سلطان سالم الميموني، خيال متمرن، عمري 22. والله احنا من عائلة فروسية معروفين، عائلة فرماوي. قبل جدي وابوي عماني، والحين يعني خيالي بقوا بس يعني عيال عمي علي فيصل محمد عمي وانا، وان شاء الله الجيل الجاي قادم ان شاء الله باذن الله. ايه يعني ركبت بس ان الكويت والسعوديه كلها حققت فيها انتصارات الحمد لله. لا أول مرة إن شاء الله نطمح إن شاء الله ردين مخيبين الظن بإذن الله، نروح على الثقة بإذن الله، نحقق انتصار ونرجع بإذن الله إحنا فايزين إن شاء الله بإذن الله. إن شاء الله بإذن الله نرجع إحنا فايزين مستانسين بإذن الله، ونحقق نمثل السعودية بإذن الله إن شاء الله. لا والله إنها هي أول مرة إن شاء الله، إن شاء الله أول مرة وإن شاء الله على ما قال فوز باذن الله. والله انا ما جربت بس ان بعض الخيار يقولون الارضيه تفرق، فهمت؟ إيه ان شاء الله ما تفرق باذن الله. هو بدايتي انا تاسيس من عند الوالد الحمد لله. لما اجتهدت وجت اللياقه وقمت اركب يعني ركوب زين، قام يركبني في النادي والحمد لله، وانتصار عند الوالد سالم فرماوي. هو أول فوز عندي على الجودة يفوز حصان. والله الطموح العالمية بإذن الله يعني إن شاء الله. والله كل الخيال فيهم خير وبركة، بس إن غدوتي إن شاء الله علي وبرا ديتوري. كنت الظاهر أتوقع أنه بكأس السعودية، أتوقع على جودة مرقاب. والله هو أول شيء بالتدريب واللياقة أهم شيء، يعني اللياقة والرياضة هي أهم شيء. بعد تطور تسمع كلام خطة المدرب. والله هو شعور لا يوصف. أول شيء أنا كنت واقف وجو ورشحوني وأنا ما أدري يعني، حتى كلمني محمد فايز وأنا واقف وقال رشحناك، وهو حلم وإن شاء الله يتحقق بإذن الله بعد بانتصار. والله أشكرهم على الدعم هذا، وإن شاء الله أنا ما أروح وأنا خايب الظن بإذن الله.
Well, I think he's already made everyone here in Saudi Arabia proud, no matter what the result is in France. Sultan Al Maimoumi is certainly going to make everyone here proud. And Tom, it's just another example of professionalism in this region and how jockeys here are really stepping up to the plate. The racing nation itself wants to expand, and the jockeys are doing their best to help with that expansion.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, if people haven't watched Saudi Arabian racing before, maybe they've just watched the Saudi Cup, you might be thinking, the locals aren't up to scratch for the usual riders, you know, the likes of Frankie Dettori and people who we're used to seeing day in, day out on the global stage. However, we've been here now for a day and a half. We have seen how professional and how great they are in the saddle. Adel Al-Faradi just proved it in the last race. He can get a horse running as well as any rider that we've seen. And it's the Shergar Cup on Saturday. Jockeys coming across from Germany. We've got Olivier Pellier from France going up to Ascot, obviously.
João Moreira is over there.
João Moreira from Hong Kong as well. It won't be long before someone like Adel Al-Faradi will be over there, I'm sure.
Absolutely, I think you're absolutely right. It's a great initiative. The Shergar Cup has been going on for years as well and consistently gets to see that international talent. It's really interesting how I mentioned Ali Al-Mayouni as his local inspiration. It's great to see those experienced riders helping out the younger generation and knowing that although they may not see the fruits of their labour at this moment in time, in the future they will be the ones that have inspired a generation of young riders to come through and really earn their stripes on an international level rather than just here on a local level.
For sure, everyone needs role models, don't they? You know, in football, for example, everyone loves football globally, and everyone will be looking up to Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, wanting to be the next Messi and Ronaldo. In racing, it's very similar. There's going to be jockeys that are sort of after, and their careers have just been phenomenal, and people want to replicate that. So, yeah, it's great to have those local heroes and those people that, you know, new jockeys, apprentice riders strive to be like in the future.
And when we talk about racing in Saudi Arabia, with all these young jockeys coming through, they're going to need horses to ride and they're going to need races to run. And we've seen how oversubscribed these races are. A situation we've never seen in all of Europe, not just the UK. In all of Europe, you never see races as oversubscribed as this. But now we're seeing it. We need places for these horses to run. So we know the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia is looking to build more and more race courses. And hopefully, if they can do that, we'll see more opportunity for riders young and old to get out onto the circuit and ride winners, and hopefully that's the way we're going. We're just at the beginning, Tom, and that's what's so fantastic about this position we've been put in. Many thanks to everyone at SSC and the Saudi Jockey Club for doing that for us, putting us here so we can be here right at the crest of this wave and just keep riding it all the way through, because I think there is an awful long way to go, and the only way is up.
Yeah, 100%. This is like the starter, isn't it? The main course is to come in future. Obviously, this year we're looking forward to the Saudi Cup, but over in the long term, even places like Taif, people will be watching this on the global stage, I'm sure. And you're talking about the amount of horses here. I mean, the next race, a 0 to 60 handicap, which we'll get to in a few minutes, there was 21 runners entered. You know, we had 3 reserves in the race, one of which runs. Even when we come to one of the cup races later, the Ministry of Transportation Cup, the final race on the card today, there were 5 reserves just to get into that race that have fallen short. And I'm sure if you asked all the connections here, there would have probably been a list of hundreds who would have wanted to run there. So, yeah, we're oversubscribed with a lot of horses and not as many races, but just a starter, just a starter.
Fantastic. Now, Gareth is up in the sky once again as we see the 3 musketeers, our noble horsemen who will be our outriders. Obviously, the coolest guys here. Look at the sunglasses, Tom. Look at the way these boys are looking good today. But we will have to hand over to Gareth to give us the runners and riders for our 3rd race. We are flying along here at Taif.
A handicap coming up for the locally bred horses, fillies and colts in action, rated 0 to 60, and number 1 is Dabia, who's going to be partnered by Mohammed Al Yami. Number 2, Tedrick with Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 3, Amani Al Keel with Ali Al Mimoni on board. Number 4 is Art, Camilo Ospina. Number 6, Wafed, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Number 7, Hod Huri, Adel Al-Faradi looking for a double. Number 8 is Sam Naif with Sultan Al-Mamoni on board. Number 9, That Al-Sharaf, that we await a jockey confirmation for this one. Number 10 is Damluge, partnered by Salman Al-Rashid with number 11, Sadahim M. Said on board. Number 12, Bayhan, ridden by Turki Alofi. 13, Jawabi, the mount of Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 14 is Saif Azam with Ayad Al-Tirisi. 15 is Shimat Arab, Naif Al-Anazi. 16 is Faya. We await a jockey confirmation for Faya. 17 is Mortadar with A. Al-Credis on board. 18 is Mabrukat Najid with Mo Alubail taking the ride. And 19 gets a run. That's Bawarek, another horse who we await a jockey confirmation for. Take out the reserves 2021. And a reminder here that the non-runner is number 5, meaning that the 19 horse Bawarek gets a run. Runners now are in the paddock for race 3.
Plenty of jockey changes and jockey substitutions to keep an eye out on, and we will give you those as soon as we get them. But that's Wafid in the parade ring right now. Not the most fluent of movers, but a very short tail as well. We've seen a couple of those here in Taif.
We have indeed, yeah, very short tail. A very distinguishable horse with the white blinkers and the white socks as well. So is number 7, to be fair. Lovely grey colt.
Hodhori is number 7, 18 runs without a win. Hasn't really shown much, but there was a period where he had a 3rd and 4th in this season in the earlier meetings, meeting 4 and 10. You'd think if he could find that form again, it'd be a threat.
Yeah, had a 4-week layoff in between that fourth place finish in week 10 and coming back in meeting 20. Last 2 efforts not as good, needs to improve.
Saim Naif, this is a horse we really like. Won last time, meeting 26. Quick turnaround today. Really exciting horse. Looked fit, ready to go. Quite lightly built, but that wouldn't be a concern.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a 0-60 handicap, and Saim Naif is now rated 77. Only won a couple of days ago. The mark hasn't really come into play yet, so this horse is able to run against much weaker opposition. So is number 9, That Al-Sharaf, who is now rated 69 and running in a 0-60 after finishing 2nd in the same meeting behind Saim Naif.
Look at the colours there, very Michael Tabor-esque colours right there. Interesting whether he's going to share in Sat Al-Sharaf today, and great to see the stable stuff decked out in the jockey's colours. It's just a fantastic initiative, and I cannot get over how much I like it.
Yeah, I love those Tabor silks as well, I have to say. They warm my heart.
10 is Damluge, interesting runner, 25 runs, no wins, and had been kind of going off the boil recently, but it wouldn't be surprised as rating begins to tumble down that we get a good performance in a lower grade race, because it wasn't running in these level of races before.
No, this is the 3rd start in the last 4 weeks. The last 2 runs finished 9th and then finished 14th. Definitely needs to improve, and it's 0 from 25, so hard to have confidence.
Sadim has 1 win to the name. Interesting connections here. Will be concerned really with the most recent performance. 12th, 9th and 13th in the last 3 runs. Will need vast improvement.
Yeah, Sadahim needs to improve, just 1 from 15, and so does Behan, number 12 as well. 0 from 14 so far, and only finished 16th last time. Had over a month off now and breaks from a wide gate from stall 18.
Jawabi for number 13, and lucky for some, this is a much longer built horse. He's built a bit like a boat is, the length of the boy. Long back, big rear end, big front end, certainly wouldn't be winning any dressage contests.
No, absolutely not. It's 0 from 12 so far in the career. Connections are seeking that elusive victory.
Saif Azam, interesting runner, much nicely proportioned horse, large Roman head on him, but nice type. And 15, we go straight to 15, which is Shimat Arab, who is looking 0 from 26, looking for a first run. Seemed to be finding some form early on this season, but has struggled last time out.
Yeah, finished 5th in meeting 4, only had 2 starts since meeting 10 and meeting 15. Finished down the field both times. She's a filly who is, I would say, pretty limited, 0 from 26 so far, but Naif Al-Anazi takes them out.
Another filly to see, this one much smaller built, really tiny type, jig jogging around. Almost rarity to see a horse giving a little bit of a jig jog here. We did see a big kick earlier on in race 1, but this is number 16, Fahai, which is an interesting runner. 1 win, hasn't shown much this season, but again, finds herself in this company, knows how to get her head in front, could be a real threat.
Yeah, she's won once before from 13 starts, but again, her 3 runs this year being below par.
Tricky little handicap, Tom, but I'm sure Shamila will give us some more insight.
I'm here in the parade ring with Mohammed Amr, who trains horse number 1 and horse number 16. Obviously, horse number 1 is the highest rated in the race. What do you think your chances are today?
Welcome in your channel. I don't know what's your name, channel?
Shamila.
Jamila, how are you, Jamila? We joined this race with the 2 horse, Dhab' and Faya. Actually, Dhab', he's run 1 time. This is the 2nd run. We hope, inshallah, he will finish, inshallah, today. Faya run 3 times. It's out of the 5th. Then today is more ready. Rest 2 weeks. It's no problem with her. We hope it's inside 5th. 3, 4, 5, like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, and good luck.
You are welcome.
Riding. That's some really interesting insight from the trainer. I think it's great to hear about Fahia, who's an interested... Oh, Alex Moreno in front of us right there, and they're forcing a nice little patch there on his face, and he is riding today, which is great to see. Just shows how hardy and tough these jockeys are. He's come back from a real kicking early on, but he's come back and he's here to have a nice spin on his first ride back. First horse we're going to have a look at, this is Sam Naif. Really interesting runner here. Last time out seen winning, hopefully on front of us right now. Did it from the front, kicked early, and never saw another rival.
Yeah, sometimes we see these front runners just curl up in the closing stages, but that wasn't the case for Saad Naif. Just look how this horse pulls clear. She's a really impressive 3-year-old filly. She is by Bobby's Kitten. We've already seen 1 winner on the card for the US sire, and she hits the line powerfully. Lovely head carriage, eased up close home. I think she wins today, Callum.
Sat Al Sharaf is also in this race, was last seen finishing 2nd. He's seen these Tabor colours, really lovely colours to see. Watch, kick away from the turn, looks like he's put the race to bed.
Yeah, the guys who do the VTs here have picked the right 2 horses, I think. These are the 2 to fight out the finish today, I presume. Sam Naif I'm slightly more impressed with than that Al Sharif as we see here. She again showed plenty of early speed in the opening stages. She was coming off a long layoff, so is entitled to be tired in the closing 200 metres there. She just gets passed by the 2, but you know, it was a creditable enough effort. She does hang out to her right, that is the one concern.
Yes, it was interesting watching that insert. She kind of hangs right, then straightens again. Had she stayed straight all the way through, she would have finished a lot closer to that winner. This is a 0 to 60 race, so this is low-grade stuff. Horses with potential and that look like they're trending in the right direction will surely have a good chance. I'm fascinated to see how these 2 get on.
Yeah, it's a really good race for the level. You know, there are horses rated right up to 60, but then we've got 2 horses, much like we see in the UK a lot, that could be handicap blots. Horses that are rated much higher than the current level they are running at, just purely because the new mark hasn't been inserted. So Sam Naif, currently rated 77. I think this horse wins. She's breaking from stall 13, number 8. Sam Naif for me, Callum.
Interesting selection there. Now Gareth is up in the sky and he's going to take us through race 3 here at Taif.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, runners are arriving down at the start for this up-and-coming contest, our 3rd race of the afternoon. And as you can see, a little break in the stalls at the moment just for the runners to go through. Tedrek heading through, and yeah, they are very similar, those that Al Sharaf silks, aren't they, to those of Hona, who we're quite a bit more familiar with over on these shores, Michael Tabor. I don't think there's any connection here with the 9 horse, but great to see that Alexis Marino is in the saddle on board that Al Sharaf. And as we were saying a few moments ago, he is now riding this afternoon following that spill that he had yesterday, which resulted in getting quite a nasty cut on the face. And he's all plastered up, but in fit and good state to ride, which is the main thing. Saif Azam, they're just going through shot, the yellow with the black triple diamonds. And Shimid Arab heading behind as well in the hands of Naif Al-Anazi, who's had plenty of coverage from us over the last 48 hours or so. Very talented rider indeed. Art was in shot a moment or so ago. White-faced son of Hainesfield with Camilo Ospina taking the ride. And Dam Luge with Selman Al-Rashid heading behind as well. So runners now are behind the stalls. They'll be loading up shortly for what is the third race of the day here at Taif. But cards really do fly by once they get going. And one thing that we've certainly noticed with the racing over here in Saudi Arabia is that they are very, very punctual. The races do tend to go very close to time, if not on time. And that's likely again to be the scenario here. Number 12 there in the middle of the circle, that's Behan. A few late tack adjustments. Looks as though on that graphic numbers 2 Tedrek and 7 Hodhuri are also just in the middle of the circle. They always circle down at the start, and those that are taken into the middle of the circle are due for some late tack adjustments, etc. So nothing to be unduly concerned about as the runners continue to just middle round down at the start. Jockeys getting the leg back up on those in the middle of that parade, with Tedrek's rider Abdullah Al Fayrouz now back in the plate, and Hodhuri's rider shortly will be getting back on board as well. So post time for this up and coming contest is 5:10 local time, so around about 4 minutes away, and it looks a pretty tricky handicap event. The guys in the studio were alluding to that a few moments ago. Probably not going to be the easiest race to try and find the winner of here today, but plenty of experience among the runners. Not a great deal of wins, only a very small handful of the runners have actually tasted success in the past. 16 Fayer in shot there, and Fayer is actually one of them. Fayer was a winner in the past, and as I say, I think winning form in company such as this is very, very important. When a horse knows how to win a race, it can make an awful lot of difference, particularly if the race boils down to a battle in the closing stages. And Fayer won't be lacking on that front. A 14th career outing for Fayer here today. Fayer, who's one of the fillies in the race. So it looks as if the loading up process is about to get underway. We've got about 2.5 minutes or so to the scheduled off time. Tedrek there to the left of shot, and there's number 19 on the card. This is the reserve that has got in, Bawarek, who's partnered by Abdullah Alofi. And Bawarek, as we say, the number of race courses here doesn't quite give us the true reflection of how many horses there are ready to have a run. We've just got the 2 tracks and many, many horses, so it results in these races being extremely heavily subscribed. And this race, no different. Plenty of reserves, and Bawarek was the one who got in. So we'll see how Bawarek performs here this afternoon. The loading up then underway. Number 6 about to head in is Wafed, and number 13 following that one in is Jawabi. Tariq Al Mansour taking the ride on this one. And then Amani Al Keel, Ali Al Mimoni, and 11 Sadahim about to head forward as well. So we're down to the final few, and I think we're set once again for a pretty prompt start here. And with this being a handicap event, another reminder that the draw is not indicated by the saddlecloth number. So this horse in shot, Tedrek, his horse number 2, is actually going to be heading into stall 3. They can be drawn anywhere in a handicap event. The number cloth doesn't mean anything with regards to the draw. Heading forward as well is Dam Luge, that one drawn out wide in 17. And there aren't too many others out of line either, so we're nearly set for a start here for this locally bred horses handicap 0-60 contest. Fillies and colts, open race here, 3-year-olds and upwards. Number 4 heading in, this is Art, the mount of Camilo Ospina, who was among the winners yesterday. And number 9 about to head forward as well. That is Al Sharaf. So we're just waiting on, I think, one more now to head forward, and that is Hodhuri into stall 2. We'll complete the lineup. One more, in fact, 17. Mortadar drawn in at stall 1, right over towards the inside. Abdullah Al Credis taking the ride on Mortadar. So this is the third race on the Taif card this afternoon, the third of 9. And 1,400 metres once again is the journey ahead of the field. 32,500 Saudi Riyals going to the winner. And a bit of debris taken off the track there. We are set to go. They're lined up, 1,400 metres, and off they go. They're racing. Art got a fairly good beginning, and up towards the outside and ridden forward is Sam Naif to take the early lead, and is tracked by that Al Sharaf in the early part of the race, with not too far away Art, who broke out quite well. Bawarek is also racing handily enough, and over towards the inside is Mortadar in that light blue coloured jacket. Working a bit wider out is Dam Luge, who's in yellow and green silks and being tracked out wider on the course in these early stages by Saif Azam, and they're being followed next by Sadahim as they turn left-handed out of the back straight, and it is Sam Naif in the hands of Sultan Al Mamoni in front by a length and a half to that Al Sharaf running in second, and then Dam Luge, who's positioned a little wider out of Bawarek, and Art, who runs the fence. A further 2 lengths back off those to find Saif Azam as they're making the journey back towards the home straight. Fair over to the inside in the red noseband is next as they're swinging back towards the entrance to the home straight. Mambrookat Najid is trying hard to pick up in behind those and is in company with Tedrek, but it is still Sam Naif, and Sam Naif's lead is growing. Sam Naif has now booted away by 4 lengths. Art is off in pursuit, is in second position, with over to that one's inside Dam Luge. 150 metres or thereabouts left for the leader to last home. Sam Naif, who got a good beginning, and it is Sam Naif keeping up the pace here on the run to the line in the hands of Sultan Al Mamoni. This will go comfortably to Sam Naif, who makes all. Sam Naif is the winner. Dam Luge is through for second. It was quite close for the miners in behind. Art was one of those involved. Might have been Sadahim finishing well down the outside, but that will be confirmed very shortly. It's a win for Sam Naif, though. Horse number 8 on the card, Sultan Al Mamoni, the man on board, and he's got a really good response out of this individual. We mentioned before the race that in this sort of company, in any sort of company, but particularly in a slightly lower grade of event, having a win under your belt is a very crucial thing to look for in form. And Sam Naif, this is a second career win for this son of Bobby's kitten. The guys in the studio will be happy. Number 10, Dam Luge, held on for second place, and horse number 4, Art, got third. So 8, 10 and 4 is the order home, and the distance between the first and the second was 3 1/4 lengths. 8, 10, 4 then the result for race 3 here at Taif.
Well, Tom Collins, you've done it again. Well played, that man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to get a winner on the board and finally get the hang of this game, Callum, over here. Look, to be fair, I'm not going to claim like it was an unoriginal selection. Sorry, I can claim it's an original selection. This horse was rated 77 in a 0-60 handicap. You know, this filly should have been winning this race, and now she's racked up 2 quick-fire successes. Who knows what her limit will be?
It was really interesting, the pace format from that race, where we had the 2 horses that we'd highlighted early who wanted to be bang up there. One stayed there. Sat Al Sharaf faded badly in the straight.
Yeah, well, we saw in the two VTs beforehand that Sam Nayef, the eventual winner, was strong in the closing stages. A typical Bobby's kitten, staged this 7 furlongs trip well, and that Al Sharaf hung a little bit to the right, looked like she was really tired in her last run. Today it kind of bared out exactly the same as well. Sam Nayef got the early lead, broke very nicely as we were watching live, and from that point onwards I was always confident.
We were set up here in our viewing position, and as it jumps out, I'm going, Tom, we're in front, we've hit the lead, we won't see another horse, and that's exactly what happened. And shout out to everyone from Landway Stud who have Bobby's Kitten, who sired 2 of our first 3 winners here at day 2 at King Khalid Racecourse. You just saw Sultan the jockey throwing the stick out into the crowd. He looks over the moon, but that seemed like a pretty good old plot job, if we say so ourselves. Handicapped perfectly, too good for her rivals, and does the business. 2 fingers in the air.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we haven't seen too many of these handicap blots in inverted commas so far, you know. It's nice to see, because we see this in Britain a lot. We see horses running under penalties and in races against inferior oppositions trying to rack up consecutive victories. And this is the first one we've seen in only the second day, of course. Maybe Sam Nayef will be turned out again quickly in a similar kind of race.
We're just getting in our ear that this was actually a jockey change. Abdullah Alchemist was on board, so Sultan wasn't riding. Abdullah Alchemist was the winner there. Congratulations, Abdullah. Superb ride and a very good win. No panic from the front. It's very easy to get into those pace battles where you're fighting to get into position, when actually you just need to sit back, relax, let your filly roll out in front, and she's done the business nicely there. Easy winner for you, Tom.
Yeah, thank you. I think she's going to find herself in Fillies Opens in due course, because she has that natural early speed. And we've seen 3 races so far at Taif today. All 3 have been won by horses placed in the first 5 in the early stages. Pace is obviously quite a huge thing around here. And although the time wasn't overly strong, just 1:33.88, actually over a second slower than the previous race, won by the 79 rated Good Connection. Interesting, given this horse rated 77. The performance was still very good.
Is this a push for Good Connection then? Are we saying this is a boost for Good Connection performance?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Good Connection can be marked up now that we have that good piece of form, the times that we can compare against one another. You know, that horse was 0 from 9 going into the race, won today in a second quicker time than Sam Nayef, who we thought was a good thing. So, yeah, a bonus for Good Connection in race 2.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here. Get your notepads out, go back a page, go on Good Connection, and give it a cheeky extra tick, because it's just been giving a massive form boost by the Bobby's Kitten progeny, a really smart filly who is trending in the complete right direction. 2 wins from her last 2 runs. Abdullah in the saddle, punch in the air. Thank you very much. Really impressive victory. Hopefully we'll get to see the full race soon, and we can talk about that start, because again, this is a horse that broke out of stall number 13, had to come out hard, come across, get the speed, and never see another horse. And we could just see, this is the point here where we were a little bit concerned, because Sat Al Sharaf was still there in second, looking like she was going to lay down a challenge, and unfortunately she just couldn't lay a glove, and Abdullah says go, and the horse just goes.
Yeah, she broke really nicely. We're going to talk a lot about how races are won from the front at Taif, I think. Often at home we talk about how races are won at the end, but it's definitely very much like US racing. It's all about early speed. Can you get into that early position, therefore not receiving the kickback, getting on the front end and then kicking clear late on. A good performance back in second from Dam Luge. I thought Art ran very well in third as well. And Sadahim, when that horse has stepped up to a mile, this was just 7 furlongs, she'll definitely come into her own. She's won from 16 now, but she flew down the outside for 4th, just out of the camera shot right now. She could be one to follow in the future.
We'll see them jump away. Watch from stall 13, just on the second half of the stalls, gets absolutely rousted out of the gates. Abdullah knows exactly what his plan is. Get out hard, get out early, and he's already done it. There was a panic there, because technically she didn't break brilliantly.
Yeah, but why change winning tactics? We saw exactly this last time out from Sam Nayef. Broke well, got to the front and just dominated. You know, the jockey knew that Al Sharaf, the horse on his outside, who's in second right now in the blue silks with the orange, also wanted to get to the front. So it's going to be the tactics. We need to outbreak this horse, we need to show the early speed, get to the rail, and then we've got a great chance of winning.
Now, if you're Alex Moreno on the horse that's currently in second, not only are you recovering from a very sore face, you suddenly jumped out the stalls, got a lovely break, and the next thing you know, this aeroplane is coming past you, pinned itself to the rail, and you're thinking, oh no, I've not managed to get the gap that I wanted to get. So already, if you're on Sat Al Sharaf, if you're a supporter of Sat Al Sharaf, you're already concerned. At this point, you know it's going to take a miracle to get back in front.
Yeah, for front runners, it's always difficult to pull back a leader. You know, you need to get to the front to allow that horse to showcase their own best characteristic and asset, and that Al Sharaf didn't have that today. At this point right now, you can see that she's going back through the field, currently in 5th position, about to be 6th. Meanwhile, Saab Naif is kicking off the front end and just extending that advantage. Art ran very well, you can see with the white cap, just on the outside, hanging a little bit later on. Maybe a step back to 6 furlongs will be best for the 4, but the inside horse was finishing very nicely as well, Dam Luge.
Not the only horse hanging. Our winner did exactly the same thing. Faded away just to the right. There was a great overhead camera shot we had earlier on, one of our many great drone shots that we had. And you could just see the horse pulling away from the rail, drifting towards the stand side. It'll be interesting to see, was that tiredness or was that idling? Interesting to see where that will be later on.
Yeah, exactly. There are numerous reasons why a horse may hang. I think majority of the time it's the horse is tired and they're just trying to, you know, exert that little bit more energy and they can't keep in a straight line. Obviously they've got plenty left to give, but the jockey's asking for maximum effort here. And even if we were running, for example, and we're at the end of our race, we will be, you know, bordering exhaustion. So
bordering exhaustion, Tom. Bordering. Well, I think we'd be out on our feet, crawling over the line. I'd be like Sahat Al Sharif. I'd be out the back of the packs, panicking, struggling.
She quite clearly had a little bit left, though. Look at her ears; they're just pricking, and she's looking around a little bit. And yeah, I think she's a horse to follow going forward. Rated 77, but surely much higher in the future.
She's got an interesting head carriage. Look how high her head is. She's not probably a big trier, which is why she's such a front runner, and that's her early speed is her big thing for her. This trip is probably ideal because not many horses running over 7 furlongs have that early gate speed. She has it. She won't show much in the finish, but she's won her race in the first 500 metres.
Yeah, exactly, and maybe it's also the fact that she was just looking around, because opposite the winning line right here, you have the winner's enclosure, you have the paddock, and it's just a little bit different scenery. So maybe she saw the green grass and, you know, was looking about a little bit.
Had a look around. So she's getting turned out. You just see the celebration here. Give me the old rock and roll finger waves.
The Griezmann.
Of that. The Griezmann. The Alexander Green. We'll see here coming out at 13. There'll be an orange cap. Just bursts out there with a white cap. You can see Watch getting roused along. Abdullah driving in behind. He's really look at his elbows. He's driving, because he knows that Alex Moreno is on the inside, has probably got a better start in the dark blue cap with the orange trim on the sleeves, and then just easy. Look at that beautiful stride in full flight there. That's what we want to see. He's still pulling across to the rail in this moment, but look at this filly stride. She really opens up. She looks in perfect synchronization with the jockey there, and she's already beaten our cameraman to position there. She's flown through, already left the rest of the field in her dust.
Yeah, beautiful slow-mo pictures as well. Not the first time we've seen lovely images so far of the racing today. Make sure you tune in to all of these days racing where we're covering Taif, because the photographic shots that we're getting are just second to none, Callum.
Absolutely beautiful shots. It's a beautiful location. We've got all this access. It's all available on YouTube. It's free. It's free to view. So please get alongside. Come and watch, get involved in the comments. Tom's got plenty of time to answer your questions. And just watch as we come around the bend here. The jockey had a cheeky peek. They're always searching for their rivals here. He needn't have worried. Abdullah was totally fine. We're going to go quite easily, pull away. He's got stick in the forehand position there, and he's just going to bring it back over his shoulder a little bit, brings it back inside and keeps driving away for the win. And we'll get the Griezmann fingers coming up. Wait for it. There it is. The good old Griezmann finger wave. That's as good as it gets there from a confident rider. And that's a beautiful shot, just showing how much it means to have a winner here in Saudi.
Yeah, exactly. We're not even at the major track in Riyadh just yet. That starts in October, but even a victory at Taif is quite clearly highly sought after by these riders. And, you know, it was a very good ride. When a jockey produces an A+ ride, they deserve to celebrate, you know.
Absolutely. Now, with that race finished, you know what it means. It's time for a Tom's topic. Tom, what's been getting on your viewpoint today?
Oh, that's a very interesting one. Let's talk football for a second.
Okay.
We've seen lots of players come over here to Saudi Arabia, the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, Karim Benzema, N'Golo Kante. I could keep going. Ruben Neves, Jordan Henderson, even Steven Gerrard, the manager. You know, the fact that loads of these premier sportsmen are coming over for football. I reckon we're going to see the likes of Frankie Dettori come for the Saudi Cup. Obviously, Pat Cosgrave's come over. There's a big influence of you know, UK riders and UK sportsmen coming over to Saudi right now. And not only is it great to see the Europeans come across, but it's also upping the level of the Saudi performers, whether that be football or horse racing. It's just great to see.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. And remember, the Saudi Pro League starts today. So we've got a big kick-off today, so hopefully we'll be all supporting whichever teams we want to support. I'm more of an Al Halil fan. I understand it's controversial in these parts. I've been told by some of our backroom staff who are not happy with my team selection, but hopefully they have a good season. Plenty of names to talk about. We haven't mentioned one thing, the boxing. We know Tyson Fury has a fight. Whether that actually takes place is another thing altogether, but he's scheduled to come over here as well, which would be fantastic to see. It'd be great to get to know these other sports coming over. And you mentioned it will bring up the level of this actual national level of sport. We talk about the Saudis at the World Cup in Qatar. Had a draw with Argentina to start the season. It was a thrilling game. They beat Argentina. It wasn't even a draw. I'm getting yelled at by our Saudi colleagues. It was not a draw. It was a win. It was a win. They beat Argentina with a few cracking goals. The only team to beat the world champions in that tournament. Unfortunately, they didn't get the long run that they hoped for, but it's certainly a block to build on. I remember when I was younger, teams from the Middle East not being any factor in even a world, not even being able to qualify for the World Cup. But now look at them really being a feature on the world stage, and the boost of the Saudi Pro League has to have something to do with that. And SSC will have all the coverage for those, and it will be available overseas on DAZN and on various other platforms too. It's a really big thing, just as big as the racing is as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just racing and football that we should be talking about here. You mentioned the boxing with Tyson Fury. We've got Formula One as well, and there's numerous different sports. Golf, Live Golf has been a major talking point in the last few years. The likes of Brooks Koepka now playing for Live, Bryson DeChambeau on the tour, and they're still featuring on the world stage in the majors as well. So it's a whole new group of athletes and players and riders coming across to Saudi to compete in their leagues, and it's just really fantastic to see.
One sport we haven't mentioned is sport we're both big fans of, American football. Now, we've noticed that a lot of the people, a lot of the Saudis and a lot of what we've seen in Saudi Arabia is very Americanized. There's a big American feel just to our set alone and to the outside. We've got Dunkin' Donuts outside of our hotel. There's a big American feel.
Other brands are available.
Other brands are available, indeed. Not as good, though. But I will admit this, is that will we see an American football match coming over here, maybe a pre-season friendly, some sort of exhibition game, something to come over here, because there seems to be the infrastructure for it. And from what we've seen from the culture, there's an appetite for American sports.
Well, absolutely. There's an appetite for all sports over here. We've just been talking to locals around where the hotel is, and the amount of football chat is unbelievable, but I'm sure that's going to stretch to NFL as well. The NFL is expanding its international series. Germany have got a couple of games. The UK's obviously got a fair few at Wembley and the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So I'm sure they're going to look wider afield in due course. It's a long way to come, especially for a team to come for 1 week and then to fly back to the US, but who knows?
And now Gareth has our runners and riders for our next contest here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yeah, it's a handicap event coming up. 4-year-olds and upwards, 0 to 60 rating, fillies and colts in the lineup. And we've got 10 of them this time. It's our smallest field of the day. The non-runner is number 2. Al Mohandi's Doesn't Run. Number 1 is Shalat Al Nakail, the mount of Abdullah Al Credis. Number 3 is Laheb, the mount of Abdullah Alchemist, who looks for a double. Number 4 is Hanouf Al Zamilia with O Al Humidiani, with number 5, Soyul Al Gaya, Ferris Al Sunaitan on board. 6 is Ragad, Khalid Al Mimoni. 7 is Sibo Al Mori, Jimmy Carrion. Number 8, Hasha, Mohammed Al Buhail, with number 9, Intar Al Gaya, A Al Credis. Number 10 is Radwa Al Khaladia, Ayad Al Tarisi on board. And number 11 is Tawash, ridden by Rahid Al Fayros. It's a field of 10 for race 4.
Runners are in the parade ring. Not so much of a big field today, but we're going to look at number 4, which is Hanouf Al Zamila. Oh, we've just gone to number 6 already, which is going straight through with some Ragad Haiches, who we do have some VT form for you as well. This, as a reminder, is an Arabian horse's handicap, 0 to 60, fillies and colts involved, and this horse, number 7, doesn't look very Arabian at all. What a stunning looking horse this is. Sibu Al Mori, interesting runner here, Tom, just on looks.
Yeah, 7-year-old colt, had 13 starts. Johnny Carrion takes the ride, never won before, and finished 13th only a couple of days ago. So quick turnaround for this horse, only rated 57.
Hasha is a nice looking horse. This horse was born and raised in Qatar. Really nice horse. Only had 2 runs both this season. Finished 6th on first start, 5th last time. Connections will be hoping for improvement. However, Shamila is in the parade ring with some connections pre-race.
Who I'm with here today. Just tell me a little bit about your horse.
How are you? My horse good. Maybe race handicap. My horse now turning. Inshallah, number 1.
Thank you so much, Rayhan.
Thank you.
Rayhan might be the tallest trainer I've seen so far. I mean, Shamila's not tiny, and he towered over.
You've got something about height, haven't you?
I've got something about height. I'm a tall man myself. I love seeing my fellow tall brothers and sisters out here looking good out here at Taif Racecourse. Interesting field this, the one that we quite like. Ragad HS is one we've got some footage for. He seemed to plug on quite nicely for third. Sorry, she seemed to plug on quite nicely last time out. It'll be interesting to see how she gets on going forward today.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a 5-year-old in this race. She won last time. She's won, sorry, so far in her career, and she's the only horse actually in this field to have won before, which is why we're highlighting her, really. Last time out, she finished 3rd. We will show that VT, but she was very slow. But we kind of anticipated that for Arabian horse races anyway. They're not the type of breed that quickens in the closing stages. If we just show the VT now of Ragath last time out, you know,
that's the connections right there in shot just there. They're all looking very confident about things. And yes, this was the last time out finish. Tom, what did you make of this performance? Because you said slow.
Yeah, I think quite slow. Very one-paced in the closing stages. It's hard to know what to make of this form. So you can see just there, Ragad HS against the rail in the blue silks. Nice grey horse. At this stage, it doesn't look like she's going to finish 3rd, does it, Callum? She just kind of rumbles on and keeps grinding away and finishes 3rd. You know, this performance is hard to have much confidence to say is good enough to win a race of this nature, but at the same time, she's facing horses that are 0 for 13, 0 for 14, 0 for 7. So it's not the best race in general. There are some other unexposed types, the likes of Hasha, the likes of Hanouf Al-Zamia and AS Tawash, who's drawn in stall 6, number 11, who hasn't run so far this season. But Ragad is the form bearer just on that piece of form alone.
As you can just see Ragad going out onto the course now. Another horse to keep an eye on is the horse in shot now, which is Hasha, the Qatari bred animal, trying to do it for another Middle Eastern nation. It'd be interesting to see the more we get to know these Arab races. Shamila is she has got a really big knowledge of this Arabian race, and we'll be leaning on her a lot. But it's interesting to see horses bred from all over the world. We had a British bred runner, we've had some Qatari-based runners. I'm sure we'll see some other nations who are getting involved in the Arabian racing and breeding scene, because it's valuable. It's a really valuable commodity to get involved in.
Especially when we come to Riyadh as well. Those races are worth a lot of money. We'll obviously see better horses than we're...
Ooh, steady on there, silly.
We're just seeing the number 4 there, Hanouf Al-Zamia, just rearing up twice.
Again. Hanouf Al-Zamia, we'll have a good look at it from here. We can see from our position. Just going to do the old circle around and get comfortable and try and do it again. Jockey has just got his stick back. Connection to there. I think that's a trainer down alongside. They're going to try and just get a spin, and they're very lucky there to avoid a serious kicking. Yes, the outriders are going to try and give a hand here. But this is one of these things. It's a very difficult situation. Anyone that's worked with horses knows that the more worked up a horse gets, the less likely you are to change their mind to get on board. The only thing you can do now is calm the situation down. Try and relax it, because you don't want the horse to keep bouncing up and down. Steadied, and they've done really well there. They've done really, really well. What's the jockey? Keep his feet out of the stirrups and just work his way gently down to post. Outriders are there on chance just to make sure that nothing else goes awry. But that looks like some very good horsemanship there, Tom. That was impressive all round.
Yeah, some really good horsemanship. Hopefully she goes down to the post nicely and goes into the stalls. Actually, she was supposed to run down at meeting 19 at Taif 3 starts back, and she unseated the rider and didn't end up running. So this is a usual thing that we've seen from Hanouf Al-Zamia. She seems to have a bit of a temperament, but at the same time, you know, that might not translate to a negative thing when it comes to race time.
Brave jockey on board today. That's the phone call you don't want to get. Oh, she's available. Oh, go on then. We'll see what I can do. I'll hold on for dear life. I really want to talk about C. Bay Al Mori. A horse for me is the one that really stuck out in the parade ring. Obviously the form's not there, but the eye test, really strapping type. He is still entire. He's 7 years old. I'm interested to see how he gets on, bearing in mind just the fact that the eye test, he passed with flying colours.
Yeah, he actually ran on Saturday last week, just a quick turnaround, breaking from stall 3 this time around, so we'll have a nice position to hopefully get across to that rail. Interesting jockey booking, but this colt is now 0 from 13, only finished 13th last time. You know, just hard to have faith in Sibo Almori. I'm more interested in number 11 that we're showing right now, ES Tawash, only rated 40, which is interesting, running in a 0 to 60 handicap, but at the same time gets a lot of weight from his rivals, and you know, this horse hasn't had much experience. Maybe is the unexposed horse in this field and could just prove better.
No Saudi runs, no Saudi wins. Interesting time. I love this white mane. A little bit different to what you normally see. Normally with most grades you'll see a darker mane. This is a very striking, very much like Sadashi in Japan. You remember that horse? Very similar type of horse. Hugely popular in Japan. You can get Sadashi toys. I actually got a friend of mine to send one over to me because I'm a big fan of Sadashi myself. So it's a horse that really will strike your eyes, and you will not be able to miss number 11, ES Tawash.
No, absolutely. And you know, I hope ES Tawash actually performs well here, because the silks are big in the US, seeing these kind of orange, white and black silks, and they're very famous. They're not the same ownership, but they're very similar too. And I just love the appearance of the horse as well. Completely different, and you know, like you just touched on with Sadashi there in Japan, these type of horses that look different and prove to be quite useful tend to get this nice fan following, which you wouldn't get anywhere else with, you know, the typical bay or chestnut.
Exactly. Nothing wrong with falling a horse because it looks pretty. Nothing
Absolutely.
wrong with that at all. BR Lahab, is an interesting runner with only 7 runs. Seems to be doing the right things going forward in its recent form. Hasn't disappointed too much, especially in the last start, coming back from a bit of a layoff in meeting 22.
Yeah, it's run 3 times so far this season. Finished 8th first time up back at meeting 2, which is right at the start, obviously, of the season. Finished 5th then at meeting 5. Then had a long layoff of 3 months and came back in meeting 22, as you just touched on, when finishing 6th. It was a creditable effort. It's not the best of races, so BR Lahab definitely has a chance from stall 5.
Now, BR Lahab is not the only horse I'm interested in, and we'll see them coming around and just circling at the start. Remember, this is a really interesting technique here, where all the horses will circle, and then anything in the middle is being dealt with for tack adjustments. I keep reminding people this is not something to be concerned about if you're a supporter of a horse. It just means they're getting a girth readjusted, some stirrups readjusted. Again, these Arabian horses are famous for letting down when they get to the start, so breathing out. They'll tighten up when you put the tack on them, and then they'll let down as they get down, so you just maybe want to loosen up that girth. And you see a beautiful drone shot as well. It's great to see that drone in the sky. It's got a habit of just disappearing on us, but it's a beautiful shot when it's working, and it's working beautifully now. And I'm just looking forward to this contest, Tom. Not as many runners as we've seen before, but certainly some nice horses to get into, and a fascinating contest when we don't really know that much.
Yeah, we're just a few minutes away from the race now. The track record over this distance is 1:37.21. That was set a couple of years back. Look, they're not going to get close to that. We know the track.
I was about to say, I don't think they're getting anywhere near that time.
No, I would guess around 1:47, around 10 seconds slower. The track is riding slow, and it's an Arabian horse maiden anyway, so it's going to be a pretty slow contest. Early pace we know is king, not only at Taif in general, but in Arabian races as well. These horses just have the one speed. If they go out hard from the outset, they will keep running all the way to the line. Stamina is their forte rather than acceleration.
Okay, Tom, give us a selection.
Oh, that's
you've been trying to get away from it, haven't you? You don't think I'd let you get away with it. Don't look for another page. There's only one page, this race card. You can't find any others.
Look, let me admit, I'm not the last person to give a selection. You know, I'm very keen every race to give a tip. This was very difficult. The hardest race on the card, I thought, because there's not a lot of form, very little winning form. The solid option in the race is Ragad HS, number 6. I anticipate she'll be there or thereabouts. Personally, with a heart over head decision, I want ES Tawash, number 11, to win just because of her looks. But, you know, I think the most likely winner is Ragad.
So it's Ragad HS for Tom. It's Sibo Almori for me, because I'm a sucker for a good-looking animal. Gareth Topham, over to you.
Yeah, Ragad, of course, the previous winner in the lineup. And yes, Sibo Almori, plenty of size and scope about this 7-year-old, as the runners are continuing to circle down at the start. They'll be heading behind shortly, but here in shot is Hanouf Al-Zamilia, who has got a little bit warm, but has certainly got a bit more settled now that she's down at the start. She was, of course, the one rearing up and just playing up a little bit as they came out onto the course. In shot there, the check jacket of Radwa Al-Khaladiya, with Iyad Al-Tirisi taking the ride. And behind that one is the aforementioned Hanouf Al-Zamilia, who, as I say, is a little bit more calm and collected now. And Sibo Al-Mori, Callum's pick, circling nicely at the 1400-metre start as well. So 7 furlongs the journey ahead of the field. Post time now less than a minute away at 5:40 local time. And they're heading in to the starting stalls with loaded up Shalat Al-Nakhail and also Radwa Al-Khaladiya. Next to head forward will be Sibo Al-Mori. With this being a handicap race, once again, I don't necessarily follow the saddlecloth number for the stalls number here because they don't correlate this time. In goes Hasha, number 8, into stall 7. Mohammed Al-Hubail taking the ride on that one. Tawash, the really beautiful looking grey horse that Tom was touching on a few moments ago. And the last couple are about to head into the starting stalls. So best of luck here as Ragad is about to complete the lineup, and then we'll be ready to go. We're set to race over 1400 metres. Just rearing in stall 8, Hanouf Al-Zamilia. There's been a little bit of a handful in the prelims, and that flag remains up for the time being. And Sibo Al-Mori also just being assisted in stall 3, but they're off and running now. And slow to break was Hanouf Al-Zamilia, that one a few lengths adrift of the other runners. And it is Tawash who brings them through the first stages of the race, with up towards the outside Hasha for company as they race through the opening couple of 100 metres. Not too far off the pace is Ragad, that one running in 3rd place, a little wider out, with Laheb in the green over towards the inside. Radwa Al-Khaladiya is following in company with Sibo Al-Mori, and then Hanouf Al-Zamilia at the back end of the field with Shalat Al-Nakhail as they leave the far straight behind them. And up front it is Hasha towards the outside, and through along the inside Tawash. They are the first pair, just half a length between them. 2.5 lengths away to the steadily closing in Ragad, who looks poised to try and pick them up, and then a 4-length break back to Sibo Al-Mori and Radwa Al-Khaladiya, and then Hanouf Al-Zamilia being brought forward as well on the wide outside. So Tawash over towards the inside, regains a clear advantage heading for home, but Ragad on the outer looks a big threat as they're making the journey past the 400-metre marker. Also closing in well is Sibo Al-Mori, and they're ganging up on Tawash now as they swing back towards the straight. Tawash along the inside of Sibo Al-Mori, and the latter noses to the front. Ragad is back in 3rd, but is keeping on only at the 1 pace. Laheb is over to that one's inside. This Tawash is game along the inside. Less than 200 metres to go. One by one they've came to Tawash, and one by one Tawash has fought them off. Sibo Al-Mori is still pestering though towards the outside. A great battle between the pair. Sibo Al-Mori and Tawash, nothing in it as they go for the line. It's just Sibo Al-Mori this side of Tawash. In a thriller, they came well clear of Laheb in 3rd. Great finish over at Taif, and Tawash has really given it his all down along the inside, but Sibo Al-Mori has just managed to get home in front and prove that bit stronger in the concluding stages. Both horses, both riders going for absolutely everything, and Sibo Al-Mori, this sizable unit down the outside in the hands of Jimmy Carry-On, has just managed to get up in the final few bounds ahead of Tawash in 2nd place. Really good finish between the pair, and Jimmy Carry-On at his strongest there manages to get Sibo Al-Mori in front over the line. The distance between the 1st and 2nd, just a 1/4 of a length between them, and they came nicely away from Laheb back in 3rd. And in terms of finish for the afternoon and evening, I doubt we're going to see many more thrilling than that. The order home in race 4, it was 7, 11 and 3.
Jimmy, 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 Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy, carry on. Thank you very much. It's nice when you back the pretty horse, but it's even nicer when the jockey gives it an absolute sterling ride. Tom, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm feeling very smug right now.
Yeah, you just done me in a finish, Callum, and I'm not happy about that. Yeah, good ride, just tracking the pace along the inside, not covering extra ground, which plenty of the others did in this race. Actually, Sibo Al-Mori showed a really resilient attitude close home, but so did the runner-up, Tawash. You have to say, first time up this year and in Saudi, the 7-year-old colt. Big grey, white maybe individual. Looked like he was done at 3 different points in the race, yet he still rallied all the way to the line, and that was one of, if not the best finish of the card so far.
Absolutely, there was lots of shouting from the crowd as well. Jimmy sizing through the field like a hot knife through butter. However, you're absolutely right. Tawash was there to be shot at early and kept repelling challenger after challenger after challenger, and it was only when Jimmy came up on the outside on the big number 7, the big strapping type that he is, came along and just about got up on the line, and with a little punch of the air from the jockey as well. But an impressive finish for a really tricky little contest that we weren't too sure what to make of.
Yeah, it was an impressive finish. You know, even in these low-grade races, we do get nice competitive finishes, which is what we want to see. It's not as fun when you just see one horse clear, unless you're cheering that horse home, that is. It's nice to see 2 horses go head-to-head for the whole length of the straight. The time was 1:45.19 seconds, around 8 seconds slower than the track record. I guess 10, so they were quicker than anticipated.
They certainly knew what they were doing, and there was one really interesting point of this race is it didn't run like a typical Arab race. There was horses that made the early running.
Yep.
They faded out quite quickly. It was those that came from off the pace but not miles back, technically ridden like a thoroughbred contest, but winning horse comes through the pack, very much like a European race, comes through the pack, weaving through riders and passes in a ding-dong battle up the straight, which felt like it went on for an age.
Yeah, it really did. Tawash was the only horse that was on the speed that actually continued to run close to home. The likes of Ragad, who was the only previous winner in the race, didn't stay a trip at all, going hard early on.
Loomed up like he was going to make a challenge, and that was the interesting thing. There were plenty of horses that loomed up to Tawash, but Tawash was like, nope.
Fighting them off.
Fought them off, looked really impressive, and it was only when Sibal Al-Mori came upside and really started to get into it, and Jimmy started to ride, we really got a good result. But Shamila is down, hopefully, with Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy.
I'm with winning owner of race number 4, Sagar. Congratulations, that was such a battle in the end.
Thank you so much. Yeah, actually this horse is a very nice horse. We bought him from Qatar. This horse actually from Taif, sir. He's an amazing horse actually. With the trainer told us today will be big win for him, and alhamdulillah, it's okay with him. We are happy to see him now fight like this.
And Taif is one of the most respected sires in Arabian racing. Do you breed yourself as well, or do you just tend to buy Arabian?
No. We buy. We was with the thoroughbred, and this the horse. This is the first horse for us. We bought him. He's an amazing horse actually, and Taif, we love Taif. Taif will be amazing with with our weather here in Saudi. Will be okay, and we like him actually.
And what are your plans for this horse moving forward?
This with the trainer. We have we respect the owner, the trainer opinion, and we will follow what he want, what he said for us. We will accept actually.
And do you usually use Jimmy as well as the jockey?
Yeah, Jimmy. We are lucky with Jimmy. This is the many times we win with Jimmy. And when I told him, Jimmy, when I want to ride this horse, he never say no. He said okay. And now after the 7th race, he also ride another horse for us. Jimmy is amazing. I like Jimmy, and he's a fighter jockey.
How many horses do you currently have in training for this season?
Okay, more than 20 horses, thoroughbred and Arabian. We put now almost 6 Arabian horses and others thoroughbred.
And do you have any horses to look out for us for the season and maybe for Riyadh as well?
Yeah, we will decide with because we are raced in Riyadh and we raced in Jeddah. So we will decide with the trainer what he wants to take to Riyadh, and others will go to Jeddah, inshallah.
Do you have any goals this season, any big races that you want to win?
This is a very big question. Actually, alhamdulillah, we win many big races with Fawaz Al Ghariban before, and also in Dubai, and inshallah we will back to the to the mission again, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Sagar, and congratulations again.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
What a performance, and it all comes from a completely different position. You'll watch, he's braking from the inside stall, but Jimmy's just put the brakes on early and has not gone and competed with the breakneck gallop that Tawash set.
Yeah, it's actually, credit to Tawash that he kept going in the closing stages, because he could have crumbled like the others on the pace. Jimmy carry on right at the back on Sibo Al Mori, just biding his time, waiting and waiting. But you said this very well earlier on, like it was a completely different race run to most Arabian races. We don't normally see this. It's worth pointing out there were only 8 runners. 2 horses were pulled out very late in this contest, both owned by the same connections. That they were number 5, Sayul Al Gaya, and number 9, Inthar Al Gaya. They both didn't take part in this race, so we only had the 8. But at the same time, that took away nothing from the performance of the winner and the second.
And we talk about horses getting pulled out really quickly here. We mentioned it again. You'll see them all go down to the start, and then suddenly they'll jump, and you go, hang on a minute, where have they gone? But they readjust the gates, they sort it out nice and quickly, and there was no issues with anyone feeling the race was delayed.
No, exactly that. We went off on time, and yeah, as I say, like even if they were to take part in this finish, I doubt it would have been a much better race, because we had 2 horses really going hammering tongs up the home straight. As you can see right now, Sibo Al Mori is travelling the best in behind in the white silks, with just the red strips on the sleeves and down the middle of the jersey. Meanwhile, Tawash, the big grey or white individual, is past here. There's a length between the first 2, and just watch him fight.
It's really interesting, because you see at this point, as he comes round the outside, he's got the race won. And then, Tom, what happens next?
Well, he's on the wrong lead. Tawash was on the wrong lead, changed leads there, just moving to the left lead, and was actually found that length back up. And at this stage, I thought Tawash was going to rally to win. I know you were cheering home Sibo Al Mori, and he does eventually get his head right down on the line to win by around a neck.
And I think when we get this close view of the straight, we'll just see the way that you can mention that horse changing legs, because it's really fascinating to see just what happens when the legs are changed and how he can then find that distance that he'd lost earlier on. And they've stopped very quickly.
Yeah.
So it just showed both horses and jockeys gave everything. You can just say here, this is just after the leg change, isn't it?
Well, yeah, he's still on the wrong leg right now. He's on
here we go, yes.
He's on the right lead at the moment, to wash up the inside. You can see there his front right is being put down just before his left, and in the home straight you should be putting your left down before your right. So there was potentially another gear there for Tawash. Early on in the straight he changed from the wrong lead to the right lead, and then back to the wrong lead again.
Which probably says it all, and could be down to that inexperience. First run in Saudi, certainly one for the notebook. I'd probably say had a bigger future than our winner, to be perfectly honest. Although it's great to see Sibo Al Mori win, especially when I tipped him up, because I'm a genius. But in reality, the horse to take forward is Tawash, who is certainly a horse to keep on the right side of, because if he can continue to maintain that performance, there are not many Arabian horses here at all in Taif that'll be able to stick with him and keep repelling those challenges. However, we will get to see Jimmy Sharon just gives a little punch of the air crossing the line as well, because you know they love to celebrate here. Gets to the front here. Look how high up the neck. He's basically holding onto the horse's ears. He never adjusts his hand position. He rides in that power-packed dynamic style, and there's the punch of the air. Tawash's rider knows he's not getting there. The jockey can celebrate. The connection can celebrate. And a quick shout-out to Taif, the stallion here, the sire. Hopefully a stallion to reckon with. This was a Qatar purchase, not a Qatar bred, so they purchased it out of Qatar. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a few more just like him up his trainer's arm who are going to be able to keep giving them plenty of winners.
Yeah, exactly. He was one of 2 offspring of Taif actually in the race. The other was the Qatar-bred Hasha, who didn't contest the finish. But yes, looks a side to keep on the right side of. I'm still learning this Arabian horse game, I have to say. But we've got plenty more races this week of just with Arabian horses, and I'm sure we're going to learn some critical factors and pointers as to how to find winners. Now, I say we. You've just found that winner already, so you don't need to. Don't worry about that.
No, Tom, you are the expert here. I'm just clinging on to your coattails. I'll tip them up. You tip them away. That's all we've got to do. I think it's 1-1 now with us with selections, right?
Today,
you had one, you had a winner today, and I've also had one. But it's great to see this drone shot here. Look, Tawash is still drifting all over the place. There's plenty of room for improvement there. The winner stays straight at the dive, and you probably reason why he comes out on top today. The second horse, inexperienced, ran about a little bit. No concern for the stewards, but certainly something to watch. As we'll see the start here, the flag drops, they break away. We won't quite see the gate speed that you see with the Thoroughbreds. Here they come, all out, fairly even break.
Yeah, exactly. One badly missed
aside from
it.
one, that commentator curse right there. Fairly even break, one falls out the stalls. But for the majority of the field, they've all broken out on terms and then have got settled in afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. And Tawash made his instant beeline to the front, which has proved to be the right angle in recent races. You know, I think that drifting close to home was due to the lead change. Anyone who doesn't know about, you know, horses' legs changing or being on the right lead, you want to be on the inside lead in the straight, outside lead on around the bends. And it's generally in the straight you'd like to change leads at least once. It's like changing up a gear in a car. You just squeeze out that extra bit of acceleration, extra bit of stamina, and the horse can continue to run at the high speed that they're running at. If they stay on the wrong lead, they either finish their race very one-paced or they slow down.
So you can see he's on the wrong lead here. The big white horse is on the wrong lead here because the leg furthest from the rail is landing first. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. But what you'll see later on is he changes onto the correct leg, and that's when we see the drift, and then again goes back onto the wrong leg. And that's something that horses learn. It's just a sign of tiredness, where horses keep repeatedly changing legs. It's a sign of weariness. But actually, hopefully going forward, he'll get a little bit better. We'll see the stamina kick in. We'll see what they're bred to do and get away and win. And we could just see Jimmy giving the air a good old punch, and he crunches the line in victory here.
Yeah,
Very
exactly.
chuffed.
Yeah, every jockey's chuffed when they win a race at Taif.
Well, we've just heard that they're already in the pre-parade ring for our next contest, race 5. We're flying along here today. And this contest is a little bit different. This is a local bred maiden, but this one over 1,600 metres, Tom. What do we have to make of the field already? What is catching your eye early?
Yeah, exactly. Local bred race for fillies and colts, so it's not just the one section here. Morrisil, who we've got the insert, the VT for upcoming soon, is the horse that I like in this race. I would like to see him in the paddock beforehand, which I'm sure we will. But he's only run once. He finished 5th on his debut, and I think that is a good enough effort to win what looks to be a pretty mediocre maiden, I'd say.
Well, the runners are heading into the parade ring, so that means we need to talk to the man in the sky. Gareth Topham, give us our runners and riders.
And it's a full field at this time as well, chaps. 18 due to face the starter in this 50,000 Saudi Real prize. It's, again, a maiden contest, and this one for 2-year-olds. And number 1, Rabab Al-Kir, partnered by Rayan Al-Torsh. 2 is Salam Allah, Rakan Al-Obeid, with number 3, Wahaij. Abdullah Al-Khamis looking for a double. 4 is Lashan under Fahid Al-Faradi, with number 5, Morrisil Adel Al-Faradi, looking for his second winner here today. Horse number 6 is Wamdal Barouk, with A. Al-Shrar on board. 7, Fiber Ali Al-Mamuni. Number 8, Sina, Naif Al-Anazi. 9, Felfel, Alexis Marino. Number 10 is S-Raye with Khalid Al-Mamuni on board. 11 is Atchar, the Mount of Fawas Wanas. Number 12, Min Barriar. We're just awaiting a jockey confirmation for that one. Number 13 is Asar with Camilo Ospina on board. 14, Zayzea with Berto Ramos. Number 15 is Hadaba, Abdullah Alofi. 16, Borhan Al-Riyad, Mohammed Al-Hubail. 17, over the page to see Yam Ajar with Abdullah Al-Fairuz taking the ride. And number 18 is Samsum, the mount of another Abdullah Al-Credis. 18 go, take out the reserves here, 19, 20 and 21. It's a full field for this fillies and colts maiden.
It's a full field, which means only one thing. We've got plenty of horses to look at. There's a few you mentioned early eye catchers. Morasil, number 5, with one we'll certainly have a look at later on. I also quite like number 14, Zia, and also Hannibal, who is number 15 in this race. Hopefully we get a closer look at some of these, and when we do get a closer look, we'll take you through each of them. The horse that is Hannibal, number 15, is an interesting runner for me. Seems to improve with each start, has only run twice, has got better with each start, could be on the way to a winning position.
Yeah, she was wide and she closed into the speed last time out. She's a horse that's quite clearly improving, but she's a filly running against the colts, and although she does get a weight break, I prefer the colts in maidens, I have to say.
We've spoken about ratings before. Hadaber comes here with a rating of 77, which is interesting. Closest runner to that is Fiber, off a rating of 69.
And we had a maiden earlier, one by Good Connection. He was rated 79. So a rating around high 70s, 77 should usually be good enough to at least contest the finish in races like this.
Only concern here being this is a maiden rather than the handicaps that Good Connection was running in. So that's something we do have to stress. These maidens, we could see an absolute rocket ship that was not being accounted for. When we got these handicaps horses coming in with those strong ratings, it's much easier to spot those from a mile off.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty in here, though, that haven't got a rating because they've only run once or they haven't run at all before, like number 8, Sinar, like number 2, Salam Allah as well. So it's an interesting race. We've got a mixture of experience, couple with ratings, couple that don't. I'm looking forward to getting into the paddock and seeing images of these horses.
Jcsa is another one, a 2-year-old who comes into this with no runs and no wins, obviously, to his name. So it'll be interesting to see how that gets on. A little bit of an issue with number 10 there. That is SRA, who's an interesting runner in herself. Only has the one run, came 10th in meeting 15, has had a little bit of a layoff, will hopefully come back for a little bit more today. And we're just hoping that we can get a closer view of some of these, because you know what it's like in these maiden contests. You want to see them up close, you want to see how they're built, you want to see how they're getting on. If not, then we can discuss them from just a form perspective as well. Connection-wise, is there anyone you're looking at, big owner silks, big jockeys, big trainers, who you are looking to keep on the right side of?
Yeah, this is kind of why I like Morrisil. Not only the performance last time back in meeting 20 when this colt finished 5th, but he's also trained by Gaith El Gaith, who's one of the leading trainers currently in the standings. He finished 4th last year in the championship. He also won the title back in 2022. He's one of the leading trainers here, and you always have to pay note to his horses. And you know, Morrisil's also ridden by Adel El Faradi. We've seen him enter the winners' enclosure once today. We saw him enter it once yesterday as well. He's the leading rider with 19 wins so far this season. You can never write off horses that he's partnering, and just this combination, as well as that proven form for Morrisil, the number 5, makes me think that this colt is the horse to beat.
King Abdullah started a nice 3rd place runner in our maiden last time out. He's in charge of number 13, another strapping type, really big built animal. Interesting to see how Asea goes on debut. Camila Ospina on board again. Always ones to keep on side.
Yeah, you know that I love this combination. King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons and Camille Ospina. Having a much luck so far, I have to say, in 2 meetings following this this combo. But we know they're extremely successful.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Shamila, what do you know?
I'm here with the trainer of horse number 11 in this race. Just tell me a bit about your horse.
Yeah, it is actually this is the first race for this horse. It is out of a mare which is purified one horse before he got for winning, and it is we are dependent on him now today. It's inshallah it will be okay. This is the first race. It is just we can examine him today.
How has he been training at home?
Yeah, he's very nice in the training. He has no issue and he's very nice.
And did you give any instructions to Fawaz before the race?
Fawaz, he's a good rider. We cannot give him anything more. He can give us some information.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Fawaz, one of the more talented riders in the wave room. He's already ridden a winner of the last 2 days we've been here, and hopefully he'll have some more. Let's have a look at some of these. The first horse we're going to look at is number 14, Zahazi. What do you make of this, Tom?
Yeah, it was an okay effort on debut, Zahazea. She's a filly. Again, she's running against the boys. It was a creditable display. She showed speed, but just look at her real high knee action on the front end there. If we were in England right now, we'd be saying that she wants soft ground.
Begging for soft ground.
Yeah, she's really clawing the ground, and she hasn't got that nippy front action with her front legs. She kind of fades late on. I expect to see her early in the race. Whether she'll stay around for the finish, I'm not sure.
For me, that insert hasn't captured my imagination. I think she's dropping away quite tamely, and you're just hoping others are worse. Hadabar in this field. I really quite like this horse. Hadabar's an interesting runner for us. This is seen finishing 3rd, I think, on the last start, and just seems to pluck on later on in the race. Others are fading, but Hadabar keeps picking up. You only get to see Hadabar for a short while, so make the most of this visual.
Yeah, exactly. Already out of screen right now, the filly. This winner bolts up this day, so you quite clearly can't take the form as literal in behind. We don't know how good this winning filly was, and you know the distance was quite substantial to the second and third. Nevertheless, she stayed on well. It was like the opposite of the previous VT with Jcsa.
Morrisil coming in fifth on this occasion. This is a really nice performance. For me, it's one of the few performances where they stick on and finish hitting the line hard.
So this is why I like Morrisil away from connections. At this stage, it looks like he's going to finish nowhere. He's plugging along just on the inside, but it doesn't seem like he's making any inroads. He will now go out of shot. The winner goes clear, much like in the previous VT. But just wait later on. He finishes really well once he's switched out away from the rail. The centre of the track is the quickest place to be. Right now, almost nabs fourth on the line. He seems to find a second gear once he's switched out. And I think today, if he races away from the rail, Adel Al-Faradi could be onto a winning horse.
Hopefully he is. We can just see him going through shot now. Lovely looking animal, certainly a paddock eye catcher. Just passing here is Wamda Al Rock, who's coming through there. That's number 6. Number 7 is Fire, but this is a horse I'm quite interested in seeing go. Seems to be trending in the right direction, Tom, on form.
Yeah, only had 3 starts this year. Ran last at meeting 21 and finished 6th. Prior to that was a long layoff. Ran at meeting 5 and finished 7th. So has been there or thereabouts, but the form is improving.
Atash, we just heard from Connections earlier on. Forward 1S on board, always one to watch.
Yeah, first-time starter, a colt by closing bell. Who knows what to expect? Hopefully something good.
Asa for the powerful Connections, another big colt. I mean, I just can't get over the size of these horses they're purchasing. It's very much giving a Charlie Appleby vibe. All these big, strapping horses who are always going to handle themselves physically no matter what happens in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons has a really powerful stable full of a lot of impressive 2-year-olds and older horses.
Looking good as well as running well, because that's what you want to see. A lot of these horses, although they haven't won, have all run with credit. I've not seen any of their horses really flatter to deceive so far. They all seem to finish well. So even if you don't get a winner here, you wouldn't be surprised for them to win second time up. One of the final horses in the parading is that Boran Arijar, who's just coming out there with the one handler. Going to be one of the last out there. Again, not a massive concern for Connections. Has improved slightly on his first run on second start, but hopefully would need a lot more things to go right to feature in this contest, especially considering with 8th last time only in meeting 20, so not that long ago.
Yeah, exactly. 3 weeks ago, to be precise, breaking from stall 16, so has the work cut out early to come across to the rail, which is where you've wanted to be so far. But who knows, this horse is improving.
There's Hadaba in shot there. Interesting run with the yellow bandages. Looking forward to seeing how that gets on. We saw the form last time, hitting the line hard. Something we didn't see in any of the previous VTs. We know that the further this horse goes, the better it's likely to get.
Yeah, I think Hadaba will be outpaced in the early stages. You probably won't see her up near the lead, but she will be finishing well. And Abdullah Alafi takes the ride, and he's a man to follow. He finished second in the championship last year.
This contest is over 1,600 metres. Do you think that's enough time for Hadaba to get involved at the finish? Are they going to be falling into a lap, or does she want the 2,000, where we'll see later on in the card, where sometimes we see some real pace collapses?
Yeah, there's a chance that she wants a longer distance. You know, we've only got a mile here, and sometimes that doesn't give the jockey or the horse enough distance to reel back in these leaders. But we have got a maximum field. In a maximum field, you're likely to get a contested pace, which then becomes a pace collapse of some sort. One horse may hold on, but the rest will fade. That gives a chance to the closers. And Hadaba and my selection, which is Morrisil, will both have a chance to run them down in closing stages.
Now, you've mentioned running down the closing stages. Early on so far, all the winning's been done from the front end, and has been done really on the inside. So I'm looking at the horses drawn 1 to 5. Morrisil feels that section, but we know it's going to be off the pace. I'm looking at maybe one of the debutants, Salam Allah, who is coming here, never seen before, no runs, no wins, drawn low. If you get out well, get in front, maybe hold the position from there.
Look at this. You've got a winner under your belt, and you're now tipping up debutants in races with good horses with good form. I like to see it. I really do.
It's called confidence, Tom, and I'm thriving.
a bit of intuition and a bit of positive thinking. I like it. But, you know, we don't know what to expect from the likes of Salam Allah. First-time starter, one of at least 4 in this race. So, yeah, look, why not?
Why not? I've just seen the way the races have run before. Putting on my analyst brain, it's not the greatest. Yours is far better than mine. And
you've had a winner. You've had a winner.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I picked it because we're pretty. Let's not go wild about that selection. I'm just looking at a low draw or horse that we might not have seen before. Completely unexposed, unknown. It could run terribly, but I'm just thinking we've seen low draw, we've seen pace. Maybe that'll be the theme today, which kind of puts into danger the horse that I like, Hadaba, who will need to come from the clouds and will need them to stop in front of her, and maybe that might not be the case.
Well, this is a race where you can take a shot at one, I think, because, you know, those with form they're solid enough, but there's no world beaters in this race that we know of so far. Morrisil, I think, is the one that could definitely improve when racing down the middle of the track, but at the same time, a debutant could win. This isn't like race 3, where Sam Naef, who was quite clearly the horse to beat on ratings, absolutely bolted up. Yeah, I think it's wide open. I hope we see something nice in this race. Maybe a debutant, maybe Morrisil, but yeah, we'll wait and see.
We'll wait and see, indeed. And just a note to everyone, we are stepping up in trip. We're going over a mile now. Tactics will come more to the fore. I don't think we'll see so many blazing the trail out in front and not being caught. But again, my point would be we might see some positively ridden runners showing their hand later on in the race. However, if Tom and I's selections are to work, we're going to need the pace to collapse, aren't we? Because I'm all about Hadaba.
Oh, you're going for Hadaba, not the first-time starter?
I'm going for Hadaba. I'm going for Hadaba.
Whoa.
Oh, no, what have I done?
Hold on. I was saying how original it was, using your intuition, taking a shot at a first-time starter in Salam Allah, and now you're going, I'm with Hadaba. Fine. You can have two. That's fine.
Do you know what, Tom? I'm hurt. I'm hurt. I'm upset. I'm almost angry. But I'm gonna stick with it. I think Hadaba Hadaba for me. If Salam Allah wins, I might just leave the set. I might just go home because you know what? I'm never gonna hear the end of it. But yes, Hadaba for me. Salam Allah. If you're interested in a first-time starter, of all the debutants outside the big Camila Ospina runner, I'm gonna go Salam Allah for me from the inside stall as a second-string selection. There you go. So my first string is Hadaba. My second string is Salam Allah.
Don't worry, guys. He'll claim a third soon, so it's okay. It's okay.
It's like having 4 football teams, isn't it? It's a nightmare. Now, as the runners are circling down at the start, it will be soon we'll go to Gareth, but we won't go to him just yet. I want to take a picture of this beautiful view. The sun is setting, which means Tom is getting more and more comfortable. However, we only have a small window of time before the sun completely sets, and the lights on our set will attract some of the biggest insects I have ever seen. There were birds of prey coming down to feed on us later on yesterday. So Tom's going to enjoy this section. He's going to enjoy this moment of calm before the eternal Bugs Life storm comes down and starts biting away at you.
Absolutely. The good thing is, though, we have 2 cup races to end the card. So although I will be attacked by bugs, including crickets and moths, and other things I've never seen before in my whole life, we have great racing. So stick around for those.
It'll be fantastic. Stick around for those 2 great races, but don't leave us yet because we've got a fascinating contest coming up with locally bred maidens. It's a beautiful shot here with our drone, just going towards the starting field, really getting a sense of how far they have to travel before meeting a bend in this race. We've seen this before where they've gone so fast and have found themselves finishing all at sea. Are you concerned that might happen here, where they just go hit the lids and fly?
Absolutely, because it's much like US races. When there's a long run to the first bend, jockeys need to find their positions. There's a big field, lots of horses who want to be in very similar positions to others. Jockeys will need to go a little bit faster to get to that slot that they've been told by the trainers or the owners, or that they want themselves. You know, if one of these jockeys wants to be on the front, they're going to have to go faster than they want. That is just basic facts. There's a long run to the first bend. If you're wide by the first bend, you don't have much of a chance of winning. So it's crucial. The early stages are crucial. I think we will see a fast pace, and therefore maybe a pace collapse.
Maybe a pace collapse, which actually helps with your selection and my first string selection, Hadaba. But anyway, it is now time to hand over to Gareth with only 1 horse in the middle. Gareth Topham, is there anything that you like in this race?
One thing I did notice when they were heading on down, Callum, Lars Shan seemed to part company with jockey Fahed Al Faredi, and I can't see Lars Shan, horse number 4, down at the start. So we'll bring you confirmation shortly with regards to this one's participation, but I think they've closed the stalls now, and I haven't seen Lars Shan circling with the other runners. And even when we had the caption up a few moments ago with the numbers going round, number 4 was definitely absent. So we'll see what's happening with Lars Shan. But as I say, he did seem to part company with the rider on the way to post. They're about to load up, and yeah, as you say, it's quite a tricky race to try and dissect. No wonder Callum was taking a couple of chances here with trying to find the winner, but the loading up process is now underway. And with this race being a maiden contest, again, the stalls number is going to be the same as the saddlecloth number. So Wahaij heading in now to stall 3 is also number 3, and 14 heading in as well, Jcsa under Wigberto Ramos, one of the international riders in this field. So they are continuing to head behind, as the guys were saying a few moments ago. 1,600 metres is the journey ahead of them here, so that's a mile. And they'll hook up with the course proper after around about 400 metres of their journey, pretty much where the 1,200 metre starting area is. That's the entrance to the back straight. Salam Allah about to head forward now. This is one of the debutants in the field. Newcomers here, numbers 2 Salam Allah, 8 Sinar, 11 Atchar, and 13 Asar, 18 Samsum, all of those having their first run this afternoon. As the runners head behind, and as they do so, still a few more to go in, we'll head back and join Callum and Tom.
Thank you, Gareth. Thank you for giving us those great intros and spotting that horse that didn't quite go with the pack. Really interesting. We see Rashid has commented. He's tipped up number 16, Boram Al Radaya. What do you make of that horse?
Yeah, it's a really interesting selection. Only had 2 starts, is improving. Finished 8th last time at meeting 20. Drawn out wide in 16. So Rashid will want a good early start. But best of luck, Rashid.
Thanks for getting in touch, Rashid. And yes, the best of luck. Over to you, Gareth.
Next forward will be Haddaba. 15 Haddaba heads in. And there aren't too many more now, with 8 Sinar heading in and 5 Morasil, with Adel Al-Faradi on board. And I think the last one to slot forward. So we are just about lined up and ready. Best of luck here. A mile the trip ahead of the field. And they stand. And they break out, off and running. A slightly awkward beginning, maybe a little stumble from Wahayij over towards the inside, 3 off the rails. Rabab Al-Kir is against the rails, and Salam Allah with the white face over towards the right of shot is one of the front runners early, with Esrai not too far off the pace, and Noor on the outside is Asar, spot the green cap, and Asar now heading them all off as they hook up with the course proper. Haddaba is on the outside, that one in a yellow sheepskin noseband, with Borhan Al-Riyad deeper still, and Jcsa is with those in the beige and black coloured jacket. On the very wide outside and trapped wide at this stage, Yamad Jar from stall 17 as they continue their run towards the end of the back straight. They're being led by Asar, who's trapping along by the best part of 3 lengths at around about 35 miles per hour. In second position is Jcsa, that one a little wider out of the improving Min Barrier against the fence. Next in running is Haddaba, and then towards the inside, Fel begins to improve in the turquoise and purple colours, and a couple of lengths away to the others headed off by Esraye as they're heading back towards the straight, and Asar's going very strongly here. It is Asar by 4 to 5 lengths on passing the 400 metre marker, to in second position Jcsa, and then around the outside is Haddaba. Some good late work from Sinar on the wide outside, might well be challenging for a place shortly, but has got the best part of 12 lengths to find on this leader. It is Asar who passes the 200 marker with a 10-length advantage. It's going to be another easy winner at Taif this afternoon, and this time it's Camilo Ospina doing the steering, and that's all it is here, a steering job. Asar comes home a ready winner of this maiden contest. Asar is home in front. Up for second position was Sinar, who did stay on strongly down the outside and pinched a place, and we'll leave it to the judge for third and fourth. But it is a clear-cut win for Asar. Camilo Ospina on board, and yeah, Asar winning from stall 13 and had this race wrapped up from quite a long way out, I think it's fair to say. So Asar in splendid isolation, moving up towards the winning line, just ridden out hands and heels to make a successful debut. We saw an impressive winner in the first race of the day. That one won by I'd say probably a slightly wider margin than this one, but even so, for the mile, that's a good distance to win by Asar. 9.5 lengths we're hearing Asar has won by. Sinar got the second, and it was Min Barrier through for third. You can see it was quite tight for third there over towards the inside of Fel in fourth. But we need the first 3 home, and in our 5th race, the first 3 home were 13, 8 and 12.
We tried to warn you earlier on in the day, we tried to warn you earlier on in the week, when King Abdullah bin Al-Aziz and Sons gets involved in a horse, they're always one to watch, especially with Camillo Ospina on board, and especially when Ospina hits the lids, gets right to the rail and says bye-bye.
Well, numerous points to pick up on then. Firstly, you touched on Camillo Ospina. I haven't seen a race yet where he hasn't got to the front. He is amazing at getting these horses out into the best early positions. He did it just then on a first-time starter, a horse that maybe you wouldn't anticipate to break as well as he did, Jcsa. You know, this is another good performance. This is the first time that we've seen the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons silks in the winners' enclosure since we've been here this week. I think I've tipped them approximately 5 times, Callum, with no success. This time I looked slightly elsewhere with the experienced Morrisil, and I am paying for it now.
Exactly. Back against them if you dare. We did, and it didn't work out for us. However, we do have to acknowledge that was a really impressive performance. I think it's been forgotten with the poor runs that we saw behind, how impressive that was.
Yeah, absolutely. Won decisively, I think Gareth said, over 9 lengths there in a time of 1:46.71. I'll have to collaborate back with my markings from yesterday's card for the mile trips, as this is the first one so far over this distance today. We have a one coming up in the next race as well, but the time is reasonable, you know, 6 seconds slower than standard on a very slow track. Looks a horse to take note of going forward. We've seen 2 very good first-time starters already on this card. Jcsa just then, and in the first race we saw Al Motterhead, who I think is just the star of the show so far today.
Take nothing away from Jcsa. Jcsa is huge. We've just seen the horse in shot. Now we're seeing Connections celebrate, Camillo Ospina celebrating with Connections. However, let's talk about the size of Jcsa. He looked like a 4-year-old that could go over a hurdle before we even saw him out on the track. He was really eye-catching, filled the eye like a lot of these horses do. But it was just impressive to see him come out and win. One to take out of it was the second-place horse, Sanea, who is a really interesting runner who just came second on first start. One to watch next time. Couldn't lay a glove on the winner today, but certainly one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, she's a filly, and she bumped into a really nice colt there, Sanir, the number 8, ridden by Naif Al-Anazi. It was her first time starting, as you say. I actually watched all the way to the drop-off zone, and she was the one that took the longest to pull up. So maybe Sanir is the horse to take out of it. She quite clearly relished the miles trip, but there were so many bad performances in behind. Literally, in the straight, they were strung out from 400 metres to the line. This win is obviously pretty good. The second Sanir is pretty good too, but the rest need to improve next time to win a maiden.
This win is pretty good, and hopefully we'll hear more about him with Shamila.
Camillo Ospina finally rides a winner in race number 5. That was so impressive.
Yeah, this is 2 years old, you know, the first time run back. This horse in the morning, he looked very well, and thanks God today his smile was very good for him, and she brought very good, and then nobody come with me. The horse, he go quiet all time, and when I asked him in the last 400 meters, he respond very good.
Coming into the race, were you confident? Was that your plan?
Yeah, no, yeah, of course, yeah, because I know I have good horse in my hands, you know. When you have the quality horses in your hands, you are quiet and you are sure you're doing something, you know. But thank God he brought very good, and then he do alone all joke, you know.
And in race 8 and 9, you riding 2 very nice horses as well. Who are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, in the last race, inshallah, I have 1 horse in the cup races. It's tough race. There are 2-3 horses very good, but inshallah, I hope my horse run good.
Thank you, Camila.
Thank you to you. Thank you.
A positive word on the horse in the last, but currently we just look at Camillo Ospina here, hits the lids, comes out 13 and never ever sees another horse. You just wait, he doesn't pull over so quickly, Tom. He bides his time until making his move to the rail.
Yeah, slightly different from Louis Morales in the first race today, who instantly went across to the inside on a horse drawn 11. This race drawn at 13, Camillo just stayed in the centre of the track, let the horse actually find his stride. He's a lovely, big, ranging type, isn't he? And, you know, in the first race, Louis Morales was keen to get the horse to the front. Camillo just sits there and the horse just shows his natural early speed. I think that's a sign of pure talent. And yes, although some in behind didn't really perform, they were 8 wide at certain parts of the track, as we can see right now, we can't take anything away from Jcsa.
Camilo Ospina is interesting. Asa tried to duck towards the inside early, and Camilo literally puts right hand down and says, no, not yet. We're going to get balance before we go. And that's a really mature ride from a really talented rider on a very talented horse who's obviously showing signs of greenness.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He's one of the top 5 riders out here right now, I'm sure. I could list the other 4, but I don't want to leave anyone out, so I won't. But Camilo Ospina is obviously one of my favourites. I keep tipping him, his horses, and right here he's just proved it. Little look over the shoulder just to check if there was any horse going well in behind. He knew at this stage the race was won. He just needed to quicken on the leader, and Asa just proves that he had plenty left in the tank by moving clear.
A shout for Jcsa, who looked like Jcsa was thrown down as challenge, but she faded quite tamely late on. But she was right up there, bang up with the tempo, leading that second group, and they just couldn't lay a glove. And then you see Senea, who came away quite nicely to finish second. But they're just in a different league, aren't they, to this winner?
Well, exactly. The likes of Senea just picking up the beaten foes, tired foes is what you'd say in the US. All those horses that were up near the speed have gone backwards, aside from the winner. Aside from the winner, who's kept grinding. So you can mark up the performance of Asa just from the pace perspective. And also, it was only his first start. He's only going to improve mentally and physically from now.
Now, how much are you putting that win down to ability, and how much are you putting that win down to the ride?
It's a good question. I think mainly ability. I don't want to take anything away from Ospina. He was perfect in the saddle. But at the same time, the horse took him to the front. He didn't require any urgings. The horse took him around the bend. The horse took him into the unassailable position. So I think a lot of ability for the horse, Asa. I think we've seen 2 really nice juveniles today in a couple of our races. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they made an impact over at Riyadh as well.
We'll head back down to the parade ring, and Shamila's down there.
I'm with Abdullah Al-Badha. Congratulations. Tell me about that race and what you thought of the horse.
Thank you so much. This is first time run 2 years. Alhamdulillah, she jumping well from the gate, and then the rider he do good control. Alhamdulillah, and he's finished strongly.
You will keep the horse at 1 mile, or what is your plan?
This is what he say. My boss, Prince Mit'ab bin Abdullah bin Abdulaziz, and the manager Talal bin Shreib. I am ready for what he said.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Confident trainer who is listening to some very powerful owners, and that's probably one of those situations as a trainer where you go and you have a horse that's making its debut, a lot of pressure when you've got these big connections. They want to have winners early. They've invested heavily into it. They're hoping to get the results from their investment.
Well, they've already got 22 winners so far this campaign. They haven't actually won the owner title for a good few years now, you know. They've been there or thereabouts every time, but they haven't actually won the title. I'm sure they're desperate to win it this year. They actually last won it King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons in 2016, 2017.
And that's because of the rise of Prince Faisal, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Prince Faisal's won the title ever since then. He's the owner of Mishrif with the dark silks, the purplish silks with the silver or whitish epaulets. And you know, I'm sure that King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons wants to be back on top of that title, and right now they're in a very unassailable position.
And I compare that to sort of like the British Jump Jockeys Championship, where the key is if you build a big enough lead over the summer, and we call the summer Taif racing, if you build a big enough lead there, it's very hard to get overhauled in the winter when we get to Riyadh. So maybe Abdulaziz and Sons, they understand their strength isn't in the Riyadh form. We're going over turf in Riyadh as well, so that's another element that they're not going to see. And we just see Ospina jumping out here really nicely. Doesn't have the initial gate speed, but Ospina doesn't get too serious.
There's a little bit of traffic on the outside there. It looks like the 18 horse is just being reined back and squished
just
inside.
Just get squeezed in, maybe pinned against a far rail, which is something we haven't seen so far.
No, exactly that. They're spread all across the track. And as you touched on, Ospina's horse, Asa, the eventual winner, didn't actually break overly quickly. But by this point, he's already in front. He's stretching that advantage. He could move over to the rail right now, but he decides not to. Stick down the middle of the track. And that's interesting because just behind us, they've harrowed the track once again. It looks lovely and completely harrowed. There's no footprints in there. So maybe the inside won't play as strong now it's been harrowed. Maybe it will.
We just watch him come off the bend here. He's too wide on the bend, I call it there, too wide. So he's again tried to take advantage of that heavily harrowed section of the track.
Just there we saw him change leads. That is a sign of a professional horse. A 2-year-old making their debut, one stride into the straight, changed to the front left lead. That's absolutely perfect, exactly what you want to see. And just shows that Connections have been doing the morning work with him.
he's a very different mover to the horse we saw winning our first race. He's much more compact, which is strange considering he's going over longer distance, but he's a much more compact mover. The winner of our first race really had that long reaching stride, which suggested he could step up and trip. It would be fantastic if we could see both of these horses take each other on at maybe 1,400 metres.
Yeah, it would be really fantastic. You know, the first horse was a Bobby's Kitten, a horse that potentially bred for turf rather than for dirt. Had that big, long, rangy stride and hit the line powerfully. This horse, a little bit nippier, a little bit more of a dirt type, but again, very impressive at the line.
We also got to discuss by Tajaweed, a stallion I'm sure you know all about.
Yeah, Tajaweed, interesting stallion. I don't see too many around here, and I haven't seen too many in my career, but at the same time, I'm only going to learn.
He certainly turns out a few winners at old Tajaweed. And now, as we see the three musketeers out there already in the parade ring for our next, we are rattling through topics today, Tom. No time for Tom's topics.
No, absolutely not. And there are 4 non-runners in this race we should touch on before we get into who is actually running. Number 1, Alesi is out. Number 3, Jad Dakari's out. There are a couple of others as well. Zion Zapirion, number 17, and number 16, Al Marusa. That allows the reserve to run. So a slightly different field, but an interesting race nonetheless.
Gareth will give us our runners and riders for this Arabian race here at King Khaled Racecourse.
Yeah, and 100,000 Saudi Reals in win and place prize money. The prize money going up here as we build into the second half of the card. At number 2, Fala Judah, partnered by Ali Al Mimoni. At number 4, ZQ Zilzal, the mount of Mohammed Al Yami. 5 is Enab, Naif Al Nazi. 6 is Sotun Al Mori, Khalid Al Mimoni. With at number 7, Bahar Zakir, Abdullah Al Credis takes the ride. Horse number 8 is Mishal El Ktaib, Nawef Al Mudiani. With number 9, Shibal Namir Rakan Al Obeid. Number 10 is Al Shadam. Camilo Ospina looks for a double. Number 11 is Hammarabi, with Abdullah Alofi taking the ride. Number 12, Sediq, Abdulaziz Al Yesh, with number 13, Hamdi Abdul Ella Al Hussein on board. Number 14 is Zafar Al-Khaladia, the mount of Thurb Al-Timyat, with number 15, Jara Al-Khaladia, Alexis Marino. 18 is Jamil Al-Wathbar, Ayad Al-Tarisi takes the ride, and number 19 gets a run, that's Marbubat Jude, the mount of K Al-Shrar. Once again, a reminder of those non-runners, take out numbers 1, 3, 16 and 17. Number 19 gets a run, that leaves us, fellas, with a field of 15 in total.
To post, thank you, Gareth. It's really interesting field, especially with the non-runner, especially Jade Dakari, who we were quite keen on before today and was withdrawn early this morning.
Yeah, this filly would have been bang there, I'm sure. She's rated 75. This is a race for 60 to 75 rated horses. On the last 3 starts, she finished 3rd, 2nd, 2nd. So the fact that she's not in the lineup gives an opportunity to some of these other horses to contest the finish.
Just talk about some of the shots we can see here. Plenty of people from all over Saudi Arabia coming here to Taif to watch the racing, and there really seems to be a more buzzy atmosphere. And I've seen increasingly more non-Saudis coming in. Just seen the shoulders on show there with the man bun on show as well. I'm not sure about the haircut there, Tom.
No, I'm not one to give haircut advice, I tell you. But yeah, I wouldn't be going for the man bun very soon. Well, I mean, I can't. I literally cannot do that, Callum. It's not a possibility with my hair.
I'll tell you one thing he won't be doing with his hair is running under all that water, that's for sure. That's great to see so many people coming to Taif to enjoy racing from King Khaled Racecourse. Plenty of families on show. We've got a lovely little position where we are. We're between the 2 grandstands, and people have been coming up and down all afternoon, saying hello, saying how much they're enjoying the coverage, and that's fantastic. It just makes us feel really welcome here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's extremely polite. They're here to watch the horses run, and you know, there's a good following for horse racing over here, albeit you may not have heard of Taif if you're watching this from, you know, the UK or anywhere really, the US. But yeah, it's a good crowd. It's a really good setting. The racetrack's running very nicely, albeit there is a pace bias. But you've got to factor that in, you know. That's not necessarily a negative. In fact, it should be a positive when it comes to picking winners. I'm just not proving it today, Callum.
I don't know what our selected analyst is doing, but he's not picking enough winners. Hopefully that can change in this race. Special mention to our selection from our viewer earlier on today. Unfortunately, couldn't get into the race, but none of our selections got into the race, so it's no harm on anyone. The big connections had the winner there. We got all too smart for our own good.
Yeah, the most likely market leader probably won that race. But yeah, if you do want to get in touch, please whack a comment into the YouTube box. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, we can see it, so we will mention it live on air.
And remember, just get off your full screen and type it into the box. It's very hard sometimes. You're on the full screen seeing our beautiful faces, and suddenly you realise, oh no, I missed a chance to comment. So make sure you minimise that screen, drop us a comment, and look at horse number 5, who's in shot. This is Anab. We've got some footage of this horse. Really interesting runner, Tom.
Yeah, 4-time winner, 10-year-old gelding right now, prolific, and finished second last time at meeting 11. This horse has to be banged there for Nate Alanavi.
Nate Alanavi will get this insert for you now, and we'll have a good look at it, and we'll see how this horse ran, because it was an interesting run, finished second in meeting 11. Or we won't, or we will see horse number 6, Satif Al Mori, maybe connection to the Arabian winner of our last race as well, who was also an Al Mori. So hopefully they can get another win today.
Of course you're remembering the Al Mori, the horse that you tipped up to win earlier on. That's absolutely typical.
What can I do? Only tip winners, that's what I do. I only select winners for you, that's my job.
This colt's an 11-year-old now. He's rated 72. He's won twice from 9 starts this season. Last time out, finished 11th back in meeting 25 and needs to improve.
Not shown much in recent forms. We need a big turnaround. Horse number 7, Bahar Zakir. You're an interesting fan of this. You like this horse, Tom?
Yeah, we showed this horse in the menu right at the start of the show. If you were tuned in right from the start, you would have seen us showing Bahar Zakir as one of the leading players today. He won last time up at meeting 23. It was an impressive display. It was his first career victory. He's only a 4-year-old, could still be improving.
Plenty of improvement still in the tank, and that win last time out was rather impressive. In behind number 7, we do have number 8, you will see in just a second. It's a quite nice looking horse, your selection there, Tom. I'm not going to lie, it didn't strike me as impressive when we were in the prelims and we were watching that menu shot, but certainly knows, it just was quite thoroughbred based really, got a quite deep girth, thick neck, nice round behind, certainly looks to be a horse that's on the upgrade, on the improve, and will have a nice chance.
Yeah, the director obviously quite likes him because he hasn't shown number 8 or the other numbers. But yeah, he looks like a nice type. I'm happy to stick with him right now. It's a super competitive race, and we can make a case for plenty others.
Plenty others indeed. One of those being Hammurabi, who has had 2 wins from 4 starts. But this is Anab, actually. This is the horse we mentioned earlier. This is Anab trying to make late progress in this race. You'll see where Anab features in this, and it's almost a little bit one-paced, but there's positives to it as well.
Yeah, positives. Finishing second, this 10-year-old gelding, but you can just see he's very one-paced. If I said to you right now, who wins this race, can you remember?
Well, I was convinced it was the horse in the yellow cheek pieces on the outside, but I turned out I was wrong, wasn't I?
Yes, you were wrong. It's a number 4 in the middle, the big grey horse. The 2 in the middle actually finished this race quite nicely, including Anab. Just quite one pace, lacking that acceleration. It's an Arabian race, so we don't necessarily expect masses of turn of foot, but at the same time, it was a solid effort.
But Anab is certainly prolific. Another person who's prolific at getting interviews is Shamila, who's down in the parade ring.
Well, a busload of racegoers has just turned up, so I thought I'd better steal one. Just tell me your name, where do you come from, and what are you doing here?
Hi, my name is Miriam Belmeki. I am half French, half Algerian. And we came here with the trip from the university near Jeddah. So it's a mixed university with a lot of international students.
And tell me about what you're studying.
I'm studying chemical engineering. It's my 3rd year of PhD.
That's brilliant. And you said it's your first time ever to the races.
Yeah, very first time ever I have the chance to witness a horse race in my life, actually.
And what do you think about the facilities, the hospitality, the racing? How are you finding it?
I'm always amazed by the Saudi hospitality, so I'm very, very glad to be here. And that's actually my first time seeing a horse race is happening in Saudi.
And would you come again to the races, do you think, after seeing it today?
Let's see how it goes, but I'm pretty optimistic. It sounds like a really great event.
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you so much.
Isn't that great to see, Tom? We're seeing people from a university coming from Jeddah. That's not an easy journey to get to. No. You've got to travel across a little bit of the country. It's about an hour and a half, 2-hour drive to get over from Jeddah, and to come to the races and enjoy it and understand this fantastic Saudi hospitality.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I remember the time at university when I was there, and I went to Brighton in the UK, and Plumpton was very close. And when we did a trip to Plumpton, it was fantastic. People who necessarily hadn't watched horse racing before, definitely hadn't been to horse racing meetings like this, they were loving it, and it's a completely new experience. So it's great to see a bunch of different nationalities, people who would never have watched horse racing in their life, and probably wouldn't have come necessarily if the university trip wasn't on, enjoying their time here at Taif. I'm certainly enjoying it, and I'm glad that everyone else is too.
And it's certainly one of those things, all you've got to do is come along once, and then you want to come along again. Racing is one of those magnificent sports that just draws you in. And once you are drawn in, it's very hard to shake that bug off your back. So hopefully some of these people who have come from the university in Jeddah will hopefully come along again to Taif, and maybe even to Riyadh later on in the season.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you can get some good old Arabian coffee as well. I had some of this a couple of days ago. It will put hairs on your chest, I tell you. It's a really bitter, delightful tea. I quite enjoyed it. I was a big fan, so hopefully I can get some more of that coffee. Very delicious. As you can just see, stewards down at the start as well. Very professional outlook here. But Tom, we've not really gone through a lot of these. Talk to me about any others that you're interested in.
Yeah, a couple of others that we should mention. Number 9, Shibul Nema, won last time up at meeting 23, enters this race with a mark of 72 and definitely has a chance if Shibul Nema can get across from gate 13. But we've already seen one winner come from that gate today. Number 11 we briefly touched on, which was Hammurabi, before we saw the VT footage of Enab. Hammurabi, last 2 efforts haven't been overly impressive. Finished 13th at meeting 25 and 9th at meeting 17. But prior to that, Abdullah Al-Alfi's ride won at meeting 11 and at meeting 4, so this horse can win. And Abdullah Al-Alfi, he's picked up a lot of spares in recent days and has finished second in the jockey title last year, so anything he rides has to be noted. And one other horse just to mention is the reserve, which is number 19, Mabubat Jude, rated just 61, gets a lot of weight from the rivals, only carrying 53 kilos. She's a 6-year-old filly, 2-time winner from 15 starts, and finished 4th at meeting 22, which was a creditable effort in this in the context of this race.
So Tom, now you've gone through some of your eye catchers. Tell me, who's your selection?
Can I have 2 or 3 like you in the last
No,
race?
Tom, you can only have 1.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. I will take number 7, Baha Zakir. I thought that effort last time up when he won that race at meeting 23 was highly creditable. It was a first career success, but prior to that, he was super consistent, finishing 5th, 4th, 2nd and 4th again. He looks like a type that's going to be there or thereabouts. He is what I would call a solid option in the race, and hopefully he goes well from an inside stall.
Well, Tom, I'm going to take you on because I'm also going for another even more solid option, a horse we've already seen, Enab. I think he's prolific. 4 wins from 8 starts, second last time out. I know he's not a horse that really captured the imagination and sprint clear, but I will be very, very surprised if he's not bang up there with the tempo as things get towards our finale. Now, Gareth, our man in the sky, is available now. He's got up from his sofa. He's got back to his microphone. He's ready and raring to go. Not so many runners to worry about, Gareth, but certainly a competitive little contest.
It is competitive, indeed, very competitive looking contest here. And yeah, even with the absentees, we've still got a sizable field. 15 of them circling down at the start. And there is Bahar Zakir just going through shot there and followed around by number 12, Sediq, and 15, Jara Al-Khaladir. And this race due off in just 2 minutes' time, so the loading up process will be getting underway imminently, I'd suggest here. Another going through shot there was Michal El-Ktayeb, who's partnered by Nawaf Al-Mudiani, and this race to be run over the distance of 1,600 metres, a mile once again. We're actually going up in trip for our 7th and final races, I think. Yeah, 2,000 metres they will be racing over in both of those. So a couple of races at Taif tonight where they'll be doing in excess of a circuit of the race course. But they're down the far end of the chute this time, as we can see. And they'll run the full length of the back straight before the left-handed turn just after halfway. And then once they straighten up for home, they'll have around about 300 metres of their journey remaining. Once they straighten the 300, there's not really a 300-metre marker. It's got 2,000 on it. That's where the 2,000-metre races are started, but it's basically 300 metres from the winning line. So, as we can see, plenty of spectators from all over the place piling into Taif tonight, and how fantastic is that to see? And I'm guessing that there are many non-racing, if you like, people in the crowd as well. Plenty of them taking pictures and just enjoying the kaleidoscope of colour that's on offer here at Taif this evening. It's a spectacular venue, plenty of runners and some wonderful silks, some wonderful horses, and it's not going to be too much longer before our 6th race already is getting underway. They are well through loading as we tick towards post time. So this is a handicap event, 60 to 75 rated runners here, and we are almost set to go with the final few heading into the stalls. So this is the 6th on the card. Number 10 about to head in is Ez Al Shaydam. That's drawn quite wide and will be one of the last to head in. There is another one sort of lingering out the back at the moment as we see a close-up of Jcsa Al Khaladia, who's currently in stall 5, with Alexis Marino taking the ride. Just the 6 here, Sultan Al Mori to head forward, and then we'll be underway for our 6th race on the card. Sultan Al Mori with Khalid Al Mamouni taking the ride, just backing away a little bit, but plenty of stalls handlers on the case, and they encourage Sultan Al Mori towards the starting stalls here. And this horse, an 11-year-old, actually the oldest in the race, but has only had the 9 races, so a very lightly raced horse for his age. But slots in now, and we are just about ready to go at the mile for race 6. So at Taif they are set to run, and they're off and racing. And getting out all right with Sultan Al Mori up towards the outside. Shibble Nemir is also not too far off the speed as they settle themselves down, and through along at their inside is Jcsa Al Khaladia, who's one of the greys. Without a bit wider is Al Shaydam, also not too far off the speed as they head now towards the racecourse proper. Over towards the inside races at this stage over towards the inside Mahboubat Jude, and they're being chased through at this point by Michal Ekatayeb as they settle themselves down, and taking over Jcsa Al Khaladia, leading from Sultan Al Mori Racing in 2nd position, and they're being followed by Ez Al Shaydam, who's a little wider out, with running back in behind those Zafar Al Khaladia, the black sleeves, just looking a fraction awkward for a stride or two there, with Michal Ekatayeb down along the inside. Hammurabi is up in between horses as they're making the left-handed run back towards the entrance to the straight. And with the lead here, the 15, Jcsa Al Khaladia, Alexis Marino, by around about a neck or so to fellow grey Ez Al Shaydam, who's now about to launch a challenge. That one is in 2nd. The old boy Sultan Al Mori back in 3rd, with up the inside Michal Ekatayeb beginning to close in as they're rounding the final turn. Enab is now up into 5th position, is on ahead of Hammurabi, and the others being headed off by Shibble Namir and Zilzal up around the outside as they race down the home straight. Less than 300 metres to travel, and it is still Jcsa Al Khaladia hanging tough but going nowhere. Michal Ekatayeb is now very much on the attack towards the outside. Enab is still staying on over towards the inner as they race into the closing stages, and it is now Michal Ekatayeb who's come through to take it up. Michal Ekatayeb moving away by a length or so close to the line from in 2nd place Jcsa Al Khaladia, who was very game in defeat. Might have actually lost out to the 2nd because Enab closed in all the way to the line, and a little break back to the 4th. That's how they've come home over in our 6th race of the night. It's Michal Ekatayeb who prevails and got on top in the closing stages. Has won probably a bit snugly as well in the hands of Naif Al Mudiani, who actually eased off in the final few bounds. But another good finish. It looked a wide open race on paper, and there were plenty of chances running into the closing stages there. And Michal Ekatayeb, horse number 8 on the card, was drawn in stall 1. Over towards the inside, has come through to land the prize. Enab did in the end get up for 2nd place. just worrying Jara Al-Khalidi out of it. That horse gave a bold show, was prominent throughout, but just got a little bit weary in the closing stages. There's the result then of our 6th race on the card. It's 8, 5 and 15. Distance between the winner and the runner-up was 3/4 of a length.
Oh, there you have it. One of the lesser sort of horses getting involved in the race there. I didn't entirely think this horse would win, but we've looked back at it. Our producer was in our ear discussing how actually this horse was coming into the best form. If only he was up here and could have mentioned it to the viewers. Easy to talk about it after it wins. But yes, Mishal Al-Taif is a really interesting runner who seemed to be trending in the right direction and put it all together today.
Yeah, this colt won back at meeting 5, then was below par at meeting 8, finishing 8th, below par at meeting 12, finishing 12th, and then recently finished 7th at meeting 17 and 5th at meeting 24. So as you say, trending in the right direction, was drawn inside, which is interesting, in stall 1. We haven't seen too many winners from stall 1. And Nawaf Al-Madiani just moved at that crucial time around the bend. Much like we saw earlier, a split between the leader and the horse in second opens up for the horse on the rail, go through that gap, save some energy, and use that in the closing finish.
Talking about energy, the horse looks like it's got plenty of energy left after that, still giving a little bit of a buck and a whinny as these owners celebrate connections, celebrate a victory there, which is fantastic to see. Plenty of connections out in force to see him. Just mind your backs, guys, he could kick at any moment. However, I'd like to give a shout out to the horse in second, and Nab, my selection. I'm getting good at these Arabian races. Said he'd be bang up there with proceedings, just a step too slow today, within about 5th, 6th turning for home, couldn't quite bridge the gap. But certainly an impressive enough performance from the winner, who, as Gareth said, was a little bit cosy in selection.
Yeah, it was impressive in the end. Won quite considerably well against the rivals. Anab was the solid option, was the one plugging along, and there was hope for Anab in the closing stages to pick up this leader, but it just didn't happen. The time was pretty slow, if you like your times. 1:47.96 for the Arabian races over a mile. Arabian horses over a mile there. In the previous race, over the same distance, 1:46.71. So we're looking at over 11 seconds slower. But as I say, Arabian races generally are slower, and actually if you look at the track records over these distance for Arabians and for thoroughbreds, the difference is 12 seconds, so it's about par.
Okay, so it's not too much of a detraction from the performance. I still think that was a nice performance to show a horse is trending in the right direction. Don't be surprised if it doesn't quite happen again next time out, because I think that might have been the goal today, and then we work our way back down and then back up the handicap going forward. Enab is a lovely little yardstick and can certainly do enough, and you just see how far off the pace it is. We're actually going to see the horse in third. Jara Al-Khalidi, the grey horse, ran a really creditable race and kept working all the way to the line. Quite eye-catching there as a gutsy performance. Despite drifting, you can see his jockey's left hand down, trying to get that horse straight, and we can only see that with these fantastic camera angles we get here to see just how important it is to keep the horse straight.
Yeah, Jimmy Carrion had his work cut out in the closing stages. That was a jockey change. Alex Moreno didn't take the mount on the 15, Jarrett Al-Khaladia. That horse set his sail out from a long way. You know, he was on the pace from the outset, and he did well to finish third. My selection, Baha Zakir, meanwhile, was right out the back early on. Just impossible to make that kind of ground up at Taif today.
I think you're absolutely right. It was at the back and making ground, but wasn't able to land a blow. Shamila has got the winning trainer.
I'm with the winning owner trainer, Abdul Rahman Al Farhan. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Shamila. It's a pleasant for me to be here with you. This is my first time in the English channel. I'm sure this English channel will show the whole world how beautiful our races is, how our track and our horses. Thank you so much.
And your horse was finally back to winning ways. He won first time out of the season, and now he's back.
That's well said. Yes, he came in Taif with a good win, and after that really he had some issues in the hoof. We tried to treat him. It wasn't that big of an issue, but you know, some Arabic horses, you know, they have this tough mind. So when he feels that he's not ready, he will never give you 100%. Luckily we found the issue, we treated him. Today he came with amazing performance. Thanks so much to our rider jockey Nawaf Amdayani, and a big thanks to my assistant Abdullah Nhabi. A great winner, inshallah. More to come.
And what are your plans with him in the future?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't give big hopes, to be honest with you. I would love to keep him, you know, in the same distance, same level of horses, and then increase a little bit. You know, races are getting tough, and you have to be, you know, careful with your ambitions.
And it's brilliant that Arabian racing is growing here in Saudi Arabia, and racing in general as well.
Absolutely. I mean, this season in Taif, now we have 6 races every week, 2 races in each day. Last year it was 1 race every week. Before it was maybe 4 races in the whole season. So we can see how big the change is, and I'm sure this will improve a lot. We'll see a lot of horses coming. We have owners from Oman, from Qatar, from Kuwait coming because we have big prices, and everyone want to compete to get to our prime prize, Munifa and Dubai.
Thank you very much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much, and again, I'm really happy to have this English channel in our races. Thanks so much.
Isn't that great to hear? I just thought that was a fantastic interview with our winning trainer there. Tom, he hit the nail on the head. More Arabian races means the quality is only going to grow.
Yeah, exactly, and we've quite clearly got the contingents of horses to run in these races. You know, big fields we've got here. Not all of them have been big fields, we have to admit. There have been a couple of 6 and 7 runner Arabian race fields, but this one, there was 2 reserves. You know, it's quite clearly filling nicely, and take nothing away from the horse. It was a good performance. It was a great interview from Shamila as well, and yeah, I'm quite looking forward to watching more of these Arabian horse races.
I think, just think how far it's come. Anyway, only 2 years ago, 1 Arabian race a month. Then last year it was 1 a week. Now this time it's 6 in a week. Yeah. Now this shows there is an appetite for it. There's certainly an appetite from the crowds. You don't see the crowds disappearing to do other entertaining things on the course. They're all pinning themselves to the rails to watch this stuff, and it's really good to see. And I can only believe it's only going to grow and get better. And the fact that we can see it, the fact we've got Shamila who understands it to a much deeper level than 2 of us do, it's just fantastic to be involved and see this sport within this racing nation grow itself.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's not just in Saudi that it's improving, and we're getting more Arabian races. We see them all the time in the UK, in France especially as well, over at Meydan in Dubai. Arabian racing is becoming much more common, and people who love thoroughbred racing like ourselves are definitely getting used to the Arabian horses. And yes, they might not have the same kind of electric buzz in the closing stages, watching that horse really quicken, but at the same time, these are still phenomenal athletes who are pitting their wits against one another to try and win big prizes.
And if you back to a horse like Anab, if you're a supporter of Anab, you're watching that horse close, you're still getting the same level of excitement and thrill as if it was a thoroughbred.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you put yourself in the colours of a horse, or you're plumping for a horse to win the race, it doesn't matter whether they're an Arabian or a thoroughbred. You know, you still want that horse to win, and you still want all these horses to run on merits and run at their best. So yeah, it was fantastic. I'm looking forward to getting stuck into a couple more Arabian races tomorrow.
And our winner here, Mishala Al-Kareb, is a really interesting horse itself. Drawn 8, stayed towards the centre of the track. Are we beginning to see a trend of horses winning down the middle due to it being double harrowed? As if by magic, they're harrowing it again. So literally, they're listening to our broadcast, they're seeing what we're saying, and they're harrowing down again. The middle will solve the riddle.
Yeah, I think this happened yesterday as well. The inside was the place to be early on when we said it wouldn't be, especially myself, and then it became the middle of the track after the double harrowing. Now they're harrowing again. I think that's the place you want to be, and it'll be interesting to see if they harrow again after the next race before our 2 cups to end the card.
Absolutely, and those 2 cups to look forward to, mouth-watering contests. I'm really looking forward to them. Shout out to some of the other runners. Tom, did you see where Baher Zakir finished in the end? Because you could just see him here. Breaks quite nicely, but actually jockey takes a pull and we just end up drifting back to the field and just riding a waiting game, but not able to traverse the traffic and land the blow here.
Yeah, at this stage he's already lost Baher Zakir.
Great shot though as well.
Oh, phenomenal drone shot. Yeah, we get to see all the horses from above, which we're not really used to seeing apart from video games like G1 Jockey back in the past. But Baher Zakir never really contested the finish. Maybe next time they'll be a bit more aggressive from the start.
Someone who is always contesting a finish is Shamila, and she's got another into. She's flying today.
I'm catching all of the racegoers today. What's your name, where do you come from, and explain what you do?
Hi, my name is Jose, and I'm from Texas, and I'm a researcher at KAUST in Thual.
That's so cool. And is it your first time to the races today?
Yes, it's my first time in the races here.
Ever?
Well, not ever, but in Saudi Arabia, yes.
And how are you finding it?
It's pretty fantastic, to be honest. I never expected this in Saudi, so it's a very nice experience.
Did you even know there was horse racing in Saudi Arabia?
In Saudi Arabia, no. I know about the Arabian horses, but usually you see Ascot or other famous horse races, but never a racetrack in Saudi.
And do you know anything about horses? Are you impartial to picking a winner, or?
No, I'm from Texas, so I should know about horses, but I know very little.
And just from your experience today, do you think you would come racing again?
Oh, for sure. I would definitely come back, especially this weather is perfect, so I think it's a good plan.
And have you checked out the gaming area yet? We've got a brand new gaming center with all sorts of things you can do.
No, I haven't. I definitely have to check it out then, I guess.
Well, I highly recommend, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure being here.
From Texas to Taif. I didn't think I'd see that selection anytime soon, but isn't it great to see just more and more racegoers coming along, coming racing? And again, you'd think someone who's a Texan would know about some horses. I'm already disappointed he didn't know more. I'm hoping he'd come up here and give us some winners. But anyway, we've had a second there today. I'm flying along. Tom, you need to get your act together because there's only 3 races left.
That's absolutely true, yeah. Look, we've got the 2 cups. These are the 2 races I've focused on. There's a horse in the last that we both really like.
There's a horse I'm very excited about.
Yeah, the most exciting on the card, I'd say. But saying that, we've seen 2 very good 2-year-olds so far.
Absolutely, and we think Shamila is down there with Alex Moreno, who's got a big old cut on his face and plenty to talk about.
Yeah.
I have indeed found Alex Moreno, and thankfully you're okay apart from the big bandage on your face.
Well, thanks God I'm good, you know. Just race, I think, you know.
Explain what happened yesterday. It looked pretty bad in the video.
Well, when the horse break, he was good. I don't know, in the second step, yeah, I think he's confused. So he tried to fall. He pulled me down, so I just fall in front of him. So that's why he kicked him in the face. But after that, you know, I think everything is good.
And we weren't expecting to see you today because obviously it's a pretty big injury, but you're soldiering on.
Yeah, after I get the stitch, I look on the mirror, I say, I'm good, I will ride again. So I'm here.
How many stitches was it?
6. I think it's enough.
Just as well you're good looking, so it won't make a difference.
You know, thanks God I'm good, yeah.
Well, how many more runners do you have today?
I just have one the last race. I ride 3 horses today, finish 4, 1 out of place. And I hope the last race he can run good.
Well, fingers crossed for you, Alex. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
He is back here for the last, and I think that says an awful lot. Mark Cards, Alex Moreno has arrived, and he's come despite getting an absolute kicking yesterday at Taif.
Well, absolutely. We thought he was going to be off his rides today. He's had 3 rides. He's been off a couple. He hasn't ridden every horse today, but it's interesting that he wants that ride in the Cup race to end the card, the Ministry of Transportation Cup. And yeah, fantastic interview as well. A little bit of flirting there, but we'll bypass that.
And we'll let it go. I mean, I'd flirt with him. Gareth is already up in the sky, and he's going to take us through our runners and riders for the next.
Yeah, thank you, Callum. We are going the full 2,000 metres this time round for a handicap event. 3-year-olds and upwards, 0 to 65, their rating. Number 1 is Al Haba, the Mount of Abdullah Al Credis. 2 is Sheikh Al Zamar, Mohammed Al Yami. Number 3 is Alderby with F. Al Dain taking the ride. 4 is Ursula, Mohammed Al Ubail with 5 Nash, Naif Al Anazi. 6 Amro, Ali Al Amoni with number 7 Yazid Al Kir, Azil Al Zahani on board. Horse number 8 is Layli Al Mard with Mohammed Al Abib taking the ride. Over the page, number 9 is Bouzmat with Mohammed Al Daham. Number 10 is Moster Teb, Jimmy Carrion looks for a double. 11, Kabar, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 12 is Mustardam, Fawaz Wanas takes the ride. Number 13 is Sayeg with M. Saeed. 14, Bismillah Alisha, Abdullah Al Ajmi. 15 is Al-Lodwi with Rakan Al-Obaid. With 16, Ghazi Al-Anaya, Osama Al-Sharani. 17, Alik, Ayad Al-Tarisi. And I'm not sure that Alexis Marino takes this particular ride. We'll confirm shortly with number 18, Zalil. They go without the reserves, 19, 20 and 21. It's a full field of 18 for race 7.
And the horse in the parade ring already. We are rattling through the card today, Tom, aren't we? We're already on horse number 2, which is... I've got to get it out of my free sheet in front of me. Who is horse number 2, Tom?
It's Sheikh Al Zamar, yes, a maiden from 13 starts. This is an interesting handicap for the horses rated 0 to 65, fillies and colts, local breds. And here's number 3, Al Derby, another breaking from an outside gate, breaking from stall 15. He's a 5-year-old colt, but he's 0 from 5 this year and finished 10th last time up.
Ursula is in behind. That's horse number 4. Ursula has 29 starts, 4 wins, and is trending in the wrong direction compared to our last horse, who was trending in the right direction.
Yeah, but came off a long layoff after the penultimate effort back at meeting 8 when finishing 6th. Last time out ran meeting 24, so just a couple of days ago, finishing 9th. Maybe the fitness will be improved since then.
Hopefully a better run. Nash, an interesting runner, one of the experienced runners in the field. 50 runs to Nash's name, and he's going to be 51 today. 5 wins to the name as well, but we're hoping to make it win number 6.
Yeah, 10-year-old colt Nash. He hasn't run so far. Naif Al Anazi takes them out, though, which is always a good sign.
Amaro is there, number 6, another colt here. This one's 6 years old, 11 starts, 1 win. Number 7, Yazid Al Kahir, is a 4-year-old, much more younger than some of these runners, maybe less exposed.
Yeah, exactly, unexposed, open to progression. 0 from 23 so far, but finished 5th last time up.
Number 8 is Laya Al Majid.
Oh, Laya Al Majid, yes. Last time out, finished 18th back in meeting 23. Wasn't the best effort, just 2 from 20 so far.
Number 9 is Busmat. Tom, what do you think about Busmat?
Yeah, 0 from 18 so far. 4-year-old filly. Last time out, she finished 6th. That was just a week ago. It was a decent effort. Earlier in the season, she finished 2nd at meeting 10.
Mostatab is number 10, striking-looking horse. Tom, looks good. What's the form saying?
Just 1 win from 25 starts. Finished 17th at meeting 16. Needs to improve to get involved here.
Kabar is number 11. We can see a very different type than what we just saw before. Tighter. Tom?
Yeah, 1 from 9 so far. Hasn't run so far this season. Will probably lack fitness and therefore be hard to trust.
We may see number 12, and we do with the jockey on board, which is Mustardam. 1 win from 12, Tom.
Yeah, we're about to see the VT in due course. Only had 1 start this year, finishing 5th back in meeting 16. 1 from 12, but another 4-year-old and open to further progression.
Sayag, number 13, a horse I know you like, came 3rd last time out.
Yeah, Sayeg only had 3 starts. A 4-year-old colt, rated 62. Looks a decent mark and a nice-looking horse as well. Finished 3rd back in meeting 26. Yeah, really nice-looking type in this race.
14 is Bismillah Alisha, an interesting runner, had a win on penultimate start.
Yeah, another 4-year-old filly in here. Last time up in meeting 20, not very good, finishing 13th, but that was off a long layoff. Prior to that, 1 back in meeting 7. A return to that kind of form would see her contest the finish.
And there's another good thing about 14 is she looks quite nice as well, quite a rounded action. And you can just see 15 at the back of shot with the 2 grooms, as you can see in the jockey's colours. A lovely sight to see. 15 is Al Dohi. What do you rate of Al Dohi?
Yeah, he's a 6-year-old gelding. He's only 2 from 79 in his career, though. He doesn't really have the winning knack, and last time out he only finished 16th.
But making 80th start today, that is hugely impressive.
Exactly, especially for a 6-year-old as well. You know, these horses obviously haven't had too many starts in their career, but this horse, as a 6-year-old, seems to run week in, week out.
Gaza Al Naya is number 16 in front of you. Jockey already on board. Horse looks relaxed. Tom, the form?
Only had 4 starts so far. Finished 14th back in meeting 20. He's a 5-year-old breaking from stall 18.
Alik is 17 as well in the green bandages.
Yeah, 0 from 4 so far. Finished 5th last time, a good effort, rated 63. Creeps into this race at the bottom, and I'm very interested in this 3-year-old. Gets the nice allowances.
Zalzil is the last horse on the card. Will break from gate 8. What do you make of him?
Yeah, 0 from 9. He's another 3-year-old, again getting the allowances. Alex Moreno was supposed to take them out and isn't. Last time up finished 3rd at meeting 25. Similar effort, could be good enough, but I prefer a leak of the 2 3-year-olds.
Those are our runners and riders for our third to last race, and let's see some form here. The horse in shot right now is going to come home behind a horse we've already seen run earlier today.
Yes, Sayeg finished a good 3rd in here, as you can see. Another one of these VTs finishing up the rail, using that stamina, let's say, in the closing stages. A little bit one pace, never really making the inroads on the leaders, but at the same time, you don't see too many horses finish their races off so strongly like you see from Sayeg here.
Now, we saw the horse finish second there, really disappoint here tonight already. Is that a concern?
Yeah, that is a slight concern, though the horse that finished second did get an easy lead there and didn't today, which could have been an excuse.
Here's the next bit of footage we've got for you here. It's another interesting horse from a horse that comes wide, Mustardam, finishing 5th here.
Yeah, again, at this point, it looks like he's going to go backwards in the field, but actually he stays on quite takingly in the closing stages. 5 horses pull clear. He stays on the outside. He's on the right lead, but he doesn't seem fully in love with the game late on. Maybe the horse to the inside is slightly distracting him. Nevertheless, it's still a decent effort.
That head carriage isn't getting me particularly excited. Tricky little contest this, isn't it? As they come down past us, right behind our position here, and we can see them go down to post. We'll let you know if anything's caught our eye, but 13 for me is a massive eye catcher.
Yeah, I really like the look of Sayeg, I have to say. I think that's one of the most eye-catching horses in this race. From a tipping perspective, I think number 17, Alik, is going to be my play, though there are a couple of others that obviously have strong form claims in this race. But the 3-year-old getting the big allowance, only carrying 57 kilos. Last time up finished 5th back in meeting 21. That came off a long layoff. You know, this horse will have fitness on his side, breaks from a good stall, and the allowance is obviously key, Callum.
Gets lumps of weight from his rivals, doesn't he? Though, if you've really made that out to me, I hadn't noticed that beforehand, but gets plenty of weight all round. Unexposed, haven't had as many runs. We've got a horse here making its 80th start.
Yeah.
Completely different type of animal here.
Yeah, exactly. And these kind of handicaps where there's a rating band, so horses between 75 and 60, for example, you want to be having those horses that are unexposed, because if you're making your 80th start, this is probably your level. And if nothing else, it's probably higher than your level because you're struggling to win. So I want the horses that have had just a handful of starts, maybe just coming into their own, maybe the fitness is just improving, they're suddenly realising how to race properly around Taif, and Alik could be just that.
Sayeh and Alik both have 4 starts and 3 starts. That's 7 starts between 2 horses, and we've got horses who have got more than 7 starts running today. Really understand why you're so interested. I am going to go with Sayeh, because I just think the horse has a massive chance. Only 4, Colt, interesting runner, and really caught my eye in the parade ring. Tom, will you stick with me, or will you go somewhere else?
No, I'm going to go with Alik. Both of our selections are drawn relatively inside from stalls 5 and stalls 7, which is interesting. Hopefully there's no scrimmaging. We have seen a couple of the races from the outset. If they both break well, both end up in early, good positions, we've got a chance of getting the winner.
Beautiful shots as well going on. You see the night sky in front of us, the darkness of Taif, but the brightness of King Khalid Racecourse. It's fascinating to see here. It looks so, so good. Talking about things that bring brightness into our lives, it's Gareth Topham. Take us through this big old field.
Checks in the post, Callum. They're down at the start for our 7th race. Lovely as well that with this starting area, members of the public can walk all the way down. Those enclosures stretch all the way, as you can see, from the main grandstand down to the top of the home straight, which is where the starting stalls are ahead of our 7th race. And we're around about 3 minutes or so from the scheduled off time, so those who are down at the start can get a good look at the horses in all their splendour before heading in to the stalls. Let's have a look at 1 or 2 of these. A leak there going through shot, and also heading through shot is Busmat, and also The next one to go through is Lodwy, who the guys were talking about a few moments ago, an 80th career start, and he's only 6 years old. He must take his racing extremely well, Lodwy, but this very much his bread and butter these days. Yazid Al-Kir just went through shot, and number 5 Nash as well, with Naif Al-Anazi, who has had a few rides today but hasn't yet managed to bag a winner. Number 4 Ursula went through shot, and there's horse number 12 Mustardam and Fawaz Wanas, as the field very shortly will be heading behind. As I say, this is one of the longer races on the card. Here at Taif, they race over 2,000 metres, generally towards the end of the race programmes each night. And we've got 2 2,000-metre races on tonight's card. The Ministry of Transportation Cup is at the end of the card, race 9. That's over a mile and a quarter as well, this 2,000-metre trip. That's as far as they go over here. So they continue to head behind. So you can see it really is a spectacular venue, isn't it? Particularly under the lights, and the field will head down past the enclosures twice this time around. Once again, it's a handicap event, so they're drawn pretty much all over the place. The saddlecloth number doesn't really have anything to do with where they're going to be drawn. In shot there is horse number 13, Sayeg, who looked very much on toes, with Saeed taking the ride. Still a few more left to head behind the stalls. We'll see various drone shots whilst the race is underway. And I think we've got 32 cameras in and around the racecourse here at Taif, so there's eyes everywhere and there's nowhere to hide. And it's, as I say, some spectacular shots on the way round. Some great close-ups of the horses, some wider shots as well, different perspectives. Really good to see. Still a few more left to head forward here. Now, just keeping my eye on the 13 here, Sayeg, because they attempted to load this one a few moments ago. That was negative, and has just been led away for the time being. They can withdraw them quickly here if they feel the need, so we'll keep an eye on Sayeg. The others are continuing to go in. Layli Ajmad went in, and we've got horse number 14, Bismillah Alicia, still to head into the stalls, and then we'll keep an eye on whether or not Sayeg gets another chance. So as things stand, a full field, 18 of them, and yes, it looks as if Sayeg is going to get one more chance here. Bismillah Alicia has gone in, as has Sayeg, went in like an old hand in the end. So we are set to go over a lap of the track ahead of them. You can see they start at that 2,000-metre marker. That's about 300 metres from the winning post. Flags are up. Plenty of shouting down at the start. And they're off and running. And it was a slightly awkward start for Bismillah Alicia. The red and white colours is towards certainly in the second half of the field early, but is moving forward quite rapidly. One of the first ones to show Zalil right down the outside. A Lodwy over towards the inside. The horse having his 80th race. And then a little wider out on the track is Bismillah Alicia, who is now up into 3rd position as they make their first left-handed turn. Not too far off the pace is Ghazi Al-Anaya, who's wider out. Spot the yellow spots on dark blue yellow cab. And with those, heading left-handed out towards the back straight is a Leak. And through along the inside is Busmat in the black and white colour jacket predominantly. Racing next is Kabar as they're about to enter the back straight. Then comes the spotted jacket of Ursula, with over towards the inside Sheikh Al-Zamar, that one in the second half of the field at the moment. Mustardam, yellow jacket, blue cap, likewise over towards the inside. Out a little bit wider on the track and looking to make up some ground is Alabar in the orange and black colours. Well down the field at this stage is Sayeg, and also towards the rear Amro. They are well strung out as they now are well into the second half of the race and already beginning the left-handed turn on for home. At around about 33 miles per hour then, and through along the inside a Lodwy with still Bang there as well, Zalal. They are the first two on the home turn, and now making a forward move is Bismillah Alicia, who, as we said before, didn't get the best of breaks but is making some sort of impact here as they're galloping left-handed back towards the straight, angling off the inside is Busmat to try and come with a run. And they're followed by a Kabar out a bit wider. And that one is in company with a Leak as they race now into the home straight and on towards the final 400 metres. And kicking for home here is Bismillah Alicia, with now putting in some good late work. Ursula down the outside in the blue sleeves and cap. Busmat just hanging on to second at the moment. And they're being followed through by Zilal over towards the inside. 150 metres then for Bismillah Alicia to last home. It's been a good performance this, because she didn't break out all that fluently, but she's come home no problems whatsoever to land the prize by 3 lengths. Second position goes to Busmat, and they were followed through by Ursula down the outside, but it's a win for Bismillah Alicia in the hands of Abdullah Al-Ajmi. Good ride, had to sit tight as they came out of the starting stalls. She gave a little bit of a leap. She broke out a bit slowly, but was quick to make up the ground. And I think Abdullah wanted a prominent position from an early stage and was not going to get a thing like a little fly leap coming out of the stalls, allow that to get in his way. Number 14, Bismillah Alicia, it is who prevails, and he's just struggling to pull her up as well. She's finished full of running as we have a little look at the closing stages of the race, and driven out towards the line, Bismillah Alicia, but found plenty for pressure. And as I say, has done pretty well there in the circumstances, given it wasn't the most fluent of starts. It wasn't the worst start you'll ever see, but there were certainly others in the race who got away more cleanly. We're hearing that the distance between the first and second is 2 3/4 lengths. 2 3/4 lengths, and that smile says it all. There's the result coming through on the screen. It's a win for number 14, Bismillah Alicia. Busmat is home in second, and Ursula stayed on to take third. Our 7th race, the order home, 14, 9 and 4.
Abdullah Al-Ajmi throws his stick into the crowd, and he looked absolutely chuffed to bits with that. I don't think he was quite so happy about being tanked halfway around the track, because that horse was very hard to pull up.
Yeah, that's the longest I've ever seen a horse so far at Taif canter on the gallop out. She almost went down the back, halfway down the backside. You know, she had plenty left in the tank, and on that basis, and I know it's a huge angle for US followers especially, when a horse gallops out and has so much left like that, you should be following next time, because clearly she wasn't fully exerting herself today.
Yes, Bismillah Alicia didn't break well, but actually profited from not a crazy pace. Got back in position and was always front ranked throughout. A lot of horses never really were able to get involved in this race. We've seen the speed really be crucial early on in the card, and the same here today. More speed early, more results towards the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly. It's really been dominated by the front runners so far. Our selections weren't ever there. They weren't really fighting it out. Number 17, Alik, my pick, was 5th, I think, at the end. You know, he showed up for a long way, but being on the speed is definitely an advantage, and I'm actually quite impressed with this filly. I'll probably be tipping her next time in a similar kind of race.
I think you're absolutely right to say that she's still got energy now. She's pulling her way out of the winner's enclosure. Really impressive performance. Interestingly, there were some horses up with the pace. I think Nash was running around about 4th or 5th place early on, and then just faded as the race went on. It's tough going out there here over 2,000 metres. It's stamina sapping ground. It's not as quick as we've seen it before, and we're seeing the times to prove just that.
Yeah, Nash hadn't run this season as well, so he was, you know, rightly a bit tired in the closing stages. The time of the race was 2:18.74. The track record is 2:05, so it's a very slow time. You know, the track record seems to be quite quick, as it hasn't been broken in the last 15 15 years, but nevertheless, you know, being around 13.5 seconds slower is quite pedestrian.
Yes, absolutely. Pedestrian, slow pace. However, the way Bismillah Alisha ran away at the end suggests she's probably better than this and can go on and do it all again. She hasn't used all her energy. You just see her going down the straight here in nice fashion.
Yeah, we're taking nothing away from the winner here. It's not the fact that she's no good as to why they've run a slow time. It's the fact that they've gone slow. The track is riding deep rather than quick up top, rather than actually her performance. I thought she was very good today. I didn't really like her in the race, but at the same time, you could see an angle as to why she would have won.
Quite an agricultural riding style here by our jockey. You see the arm comes right out. This is giving very much alpinista style riding here. Luke Morris in the saddle doing what he does best, getting the horse home. No style points needed. You just need to win. And there's the punch in the air. Really impressive, really exciting performance.
Yeah, it's a little slap down the neck as well, just to let his horse know that she's done a very good job today. You know, her ears are pricked. She's quite clearly got loads of energy. Look at that. Look at the crowd.
The little tongue stick out there as well. We're going to kiss to the crowd. Of course we are.
It's absolutely lovely.
See it. We love to see it. And the filly then decides she actually wants to go again. And I think he's a little bit shocked he's only got one hand on the rein because she is gone.
Yeah, she went right down the back. One of the outriders had to move from around the home turn all the way down the back straight to try and catch this filly. Yeah, you know, it's a really promising performance. Not the first we've seen today. There's been quite a few really impressive displays, but I'll definitely put her in the tracker for next time.
Shamila is in the winnings with winning connections.
I'm with the winning jockey, Abdullah Al-Ajmi. Congratulations. Tell me about the race.
Thank you very much. First one, we thank God for everything. And today the race, you know, long Ditson, and this filly riding same this Ditson, and he's winner that same Ditson. And the trainer, he said, you're riding this filly maybe 3 times, 4 times. Jump it good, when you want 3rd, 4, no problem. After 5 furlong, little step by step you go, and 400 meter racing for that. And we thank God, we take the winner.
And fillies generally tend to be very strong here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. And a very nice filly, you know. Maybe this second time he win for the same distance. And inshallah, after Riyadh, inshallah, he will begin good in the grass race. I think so. He will run good in grass race.
And do you think they will keep her at 2,000 meters, or they can step her up a little bit to 2,400?
See, this filly, he's full length Ditson, and he's no problem go for 12 furlong and 10 furlong is no problem. But when he good body and he's fit for the race, he have not any problem. And today, you know, the filly is nice gallop and everything. And today is the winner. We take him.
And tell me about you. Do you have any rides that you're looking forward to tomorrow?
No. You know, in Saudi Arabia or any country, you must good contract. And in Saudi Arabia, I ride also my horse father. No good chance, inshallah, next time.
Thank you very much for talking to us, Abdullah, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Abdullah there discussing how he's not getting as many rides as he wants, but he's taking advantage of the ones he gets, and she breaks poorly, doesn't she?
Yeah, she hopped at the start and went slightly to her left, which put the rider in some serious issues. Fortunately, a gap opened up and she was able to carve through without going overly hard, just under 36 miles an hour, and she's hard on the bridle, and actually she gets to the front quite easily in the end.
She's quite lucky where the horse on her inside wanted to go wide, so despite her ducking left, she was almost gifted that inside passage, and she's always front rank. She's in, 3rd position here, and she never goes any further backwards.
No, she's just 4 wide, round in the first bend. A lovely position. They didn't go overly hard, as you can see, just dropping below 35 miles an hour. She's in a perfect stalking spot, I'd like to. That's where I want my horses to be, generally, around here.
Alodwi was making the early running, and we saw on the slow motion head-on shots towards the end, those great shots that we get. Alodwi was still involved in the finish, so there's still almost those that were front racked remained involved. Those that were sort of in that 2nd and 3rd group could not land a blow. You also see Zalil, a horse we talked about earlier on today, contesting the lead.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like there wasn't a mad rush for the lead in this race, which is strange. I know the distance is longer than we usually see around Taif, but at the same time, all the races have been dominated from the horses in front rank. So those jockeys who are sitting mid-div or further back are just kind of ruining their chances in this race.
Look at Busmat as well, another horse that finished well, really bang up there. So it's almost even more of an indictment of the guy finishing behind. Look how closely bunched our leaders are. We're still pulling on the eventual winner, still taking a bit of a pull, getting an advanced move. Everything else behind the horse in the orange silks, which is Al Habra, the top weight, doesn't stand a chance.
No, exactly that. I thought a leak in the yellow was actually going to make a run here with the yellow bridle on the outside, but he unfortunately flattens out a bit. The 4 Ursula is the only horse that makes some considerable progress in the noseband on the outside. She eventually finishes, I believe, second, might have been third, but she runs home relatively well. At the same time, she was never getting to the eventual winner.
This was quite a creditable run from Ursula, considering where she came from in comparison to the others. But we heard from the jockey, this horse is unlikely to be seen here again in Taif. They're aiming for Riyadh. They must think there's more under the bonnet.
Yeah, he said turf racing. It's the first mention of turf racing. First mention so far, and it's exciting. They've got high aspirations. I like that they've got a programme and a schedule ready for this filly. It shows that they believe in her. And, you know, this is a 0 to 65. She's rated 61. They quite clearly think she's much better.
0 to 70, they're probably on the horizon where she'll sneak in. Whether she gets them, we know how competitive these races are. Maybe that's why they're aiming for the turf, so they can get more of a chance of getting in, because I imagine there are more dirt horses here in Saudi Arabia than there are turf runners.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about that whatsoever. You can see here just how the filly wants to keep running. The jockey's like, pull up, please. But no, she wants to keep going.
He's too busy trying to celebrate, waving to the crowd, giving them all a kiss. Next thing you know, he's halfway down the backside.
To be fair, he said in his post-race interview with Shamila that he doesn't have too many rides. He doesn't have a good contract right now. So not only is a victory at Taif important for those jockeys who have good contracts and ride in every race, but for someone like Abdullah, who's not represented all the time, you know, this is a big moment for him.
And we talk about Abdullah here. I talk about his agricultural style. He's got the stick in the right hand there, and he keeps using the stick in the right hand, but he transitions quite nicely over to the left hand. Oh, it's staying in the right hand at this moment in time. There's the transition, nice and smooth, quite agricultural, but he gets the most out of the horse. And if you're a supporter of this horse, you're happy to see the jockey give it the ride it does. And you can see he's getting a look at the big screen there. You know he's having a look. If one thing they teach you at jockey school, you're not meant to have a look at the big screen. Keep your head down, keep driving. He has a cheeky peek, one more for luck, and goes over the line and gives the crowd a good celebration before he then proceeded to be carted around the rest of the track.
Absolutely. I love that little punch of the fist as well. It just shows how much it means to the rider. This horse was super professional as well. She stayed on her right lead the whole way.
Taller jockey as well. One of the taller jockeys we've seen today. But Abdullah's
you love height. You love height.
I keep banging on about it. I'll talk about it till I'm blue in the face. I love tall people. And celebrations all round as the horses are in the pre-parade for our next race, which means it's time to hand back over to Gareth Topham, who will give you our runners and riders.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, the first of tonight's feature cup race is not too far away. 150,000 Saudi Reals in win and place prize money. And number 1 is Karaman, partnered by Pat Cosgrave. His only ride here today with number 2 Malafek, Hamza Saad on board. Number 3 is Saab, Rayan Al Torsh takes the ride. Number 4 is Akdar, Youssef Al Hussein. Number 5 is Taj Al-Elia with Khalid Al Mimoni in the saddle. Number 6 is Motrek Zaya, Camilo Ospina. Number 8 Bartoa, Mohamed Al Shamari with number 9 Hafedek Allah with Wigberto Ramos in the saddle. Number 10 Mosaka Rakan Alabe takes the ride. Number 11 Helmi with Abdullah Al Credis. Number 12 is Al Mazraj, the mount of Abdullah Al Lofi. 13 is Wadhahi with M. Saeed on board. 14 Al Washmi Fahid Al Faradi. 15 Huta Al Kareem with Adel Al Faradi. And 16 Shibal Latam, Louis Morales in the saddle. The non-runner here is number 7. That leaves us with a field of 15. It's our 8th race on the card, and it's one of tonight's features.
Gareth, that was very nice of you to take us through the runners and riders. Tom, we know that someone who's been really busy in our team down in the pre-parade and the winners enclosure is Shamila, and she found someone else. Shamila, take it away.
So many, and I'm with my friend.
Alexander.
And where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Russia.
And how are you enjoying your time in Taif?
Oh, well, it's really exciting. Just before coming here, I was at the camel race. Yeah, it was a great experience. Yeah,
it was your first time seeing the camel racing?
Yes, a very unique experience, to be honest. Yeah, I have seen camels before already, of course, but not racing. Yep.
And how about horse racing? Have you been horse racing before?
No, to be honest, not. But yeah, I've seen a lot of horses.
Yeah. And what do you think about the facilities we have here at the Jockey Club?
Well, it's very nice. I think yeah, it's very well done out here. I mean, all the places to sit. I mean, the places to get some coffee and other stuff. Like everything is clean. The hospitality is great. Yeah, I'm enjoying my time here.
Brilliant. And you are dressed to impress, so I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yeah, of course I'm enjoying the rest of my evening. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you too.
Dressed to impress indeed, as the Three Musketeers lead us into the parade ring for the first of our cup races. And I have to admit, I'm very excited for this. Tom, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling excited as well. You know, I've been waiting for these races. I thought the early part of the card was actually going to be a little bit below par, but that wasn't the case. We've seen some really nice horses so far, but now we've come to the two features, two cup races. This, I would say, is the amuse-bouche. We've got the main feature coming up as the next race, the Ministry of Transportation Cup, but there are still some very good horses in here, including some horses rated in the 90s.
This is the first time we've seen horses of this quality since we've been here in Taif, and we're looking forward to getting a closer look at some of them. Just an initial eye-catcher for you is Taj Alanea, named similarly to a horse that won yesterday.
Yeah, we had Taj Alanea win yesterday, and today we've got Taj Alalea. So very, very similar. This horse is rated 98, number 5. We'll get to the runner by runner in due course, but yeah, that's one of several in here that I think have got winning chances. Of course, we should just reiterate that Gareth has already said, but number 7, Al Wahif, is a non-runner.
Hadfak Allah is another one you're quite interested. 5 wins from 26 starts, so not the most prolific, but last 2 runs have been really impressive, including winning last time out.
Yeah, Prince Faisal bin Khalid, bin Abdulaziz, as well as Wigberto Ramos. Combination you cannot overlook. Successful last time, rated 99, the highest rated in the field. I think Hafed Allah is the horse to beat.
Interesting. I still quite Taj Alalea, but I'll be interested to see a few more of these. The one that's in shot now, I think, is number 14, which is Al Washmai, who has made 47 starts. This will be start number 48, but has a rating of 87. Not one to be sniffed at.
No, not one to be sniffed at. Definitely has a chance. Has to improve a little bit, but is a 6-year-old colt and only had 2 starts this year.
Hoot Al Karain is the next in shot. Tom, what do you make?
Number 15, a 5-year-old chestnut colt. He's won 4 of 36 starts. Finished second last time up. Won twice earlier in the season.
Number 16 is Shibil Latam. What do you make of Shibil Latam's chances?
Yeah, another 5-year-old colt in this race, breaking from the widest stall. Only rated 82, so definitely has to improve upwards of a stone. Last time up finished 7th. Prior to that finished 5th, but Louis Morales takes the ride.
Talking about ratings, we're just looking at number 1 here. A horse I'm really excited about, Karnam. What do you make of this? Really unexposed.
Yeah, really unexposed. Only had 2 starts over on these shores. Pat Cosgrave takes the ride, which is really interesting. He's only had 1 ride so far today, and this is a 4-year-old colt breaking from the inside stall by Premium Tap.
2 is Malafek. What do you make, Tom?
Yeah, 2 starts this year, finished 18th both times. I think a firm amount of improvement needed to even come close to winning.
Also looks really nice, has some fantastic polka dot collars. 3 already has a jockey aboard, that's Saab. What do you make?
Yeah, just 1 win from 15 starts, finished 5th last time, 3rd the time before, super consistent but only rated 77, so needs to improve.
Always a nice car. I remember my dad used to have a Saab, so I'm excited to see how that gets on. Waiting to see our next horse in focus, which could be Akhtar, horse number 4. Tom, this is owned by Saad bin Badin. Good strong connections, interesting runner.
Yeah, rated 87, 3-time winner from 13 starts, finished 3rd in meeting 25, so just last week. We know that fitness is on the side of this colt. I just don't know if he has the quality to win.
We've talked about fitness being on the side of lots of runners. Do you think this might come a bit too soon? Because this is a tough little contest.
Yeah, it really is. It's a very, very good race. As I say, we've got plenty of horses in the 90s. I can count 4 horses rated in the 90s. Hoot Al Karan, number 15, we've already touched on, who's in the 90s. So is Hafek Allah. So is Taj Alalea, number 5.
Well, let's have a look at some form for us today, and the horse we're looking at right now is the horse that we're going to see doing the form. Tom, what do you make of this performance? Because I wasn't blown away.
Yeah, it's an interesting performance. You know, it's good to have these VTs and these inserts for these horses. Taj Alalea finished 2nd this day. Different colours, you'll notice. In the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sun silks here with the white, the red stripe down the sleeves and the green hat. Not in the same silks today. But as you can see, 1 pace, nowhere near the leader, but at the same time beats the rest of the opposition hands down. I don't know. Look, this horse is rated 98, definitely a contender, and is super consistent, finishing the first 2, all 3 starts this year. I just think needs to take that 1 more step forward.
This is the one I'm interested in. Hafik Allah beating the rival today as well, that they're reopposing, and I'd like Afik Allah to keep that form together.
Yeah, I really like Afik Allah. These two are very closely matched. Afik Allah eventually wins the race. Hoot Al Quran is beaten a short distance, just a nose on the line. As you can see, it's a great finish. Maybe Afik Allah had the benefit of racing further away from the stand, from the far side rail, but I think he'll confirm the form. I think he's the horse to beat in here for Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz and Wigberto Ramos.
Now, we had this horse feature in our menu, and we have quite a strong record with menu horses since yesterday. A lot of them running well, often winning. Poor start today. I'd say that was your selection, so I'll just let it slide. But we should be bouncing back into form with Afik Allah. I think we're both a fan of that horse.
Yeah, hopefully Afik Allah breaks better than the horse that featured earlier on, because he was last in the early stages and just had no chance. We've seen there's a huge pace bias on this track, despite the harrowing. The centre of the track seems the place to be. I don't necessarily mind being far side, but Afik Allah's drawn 9. I don't anticipate Wigberto being right against the far side rail, which could be a benefit.
We drop back to 1,400 metres here, 7 furlong trip. We're going to know this is going to be fast and furious.
Yeah, they're going to set a fast gallop. There's going to be a contested lead. You know, it's a cup race full of decent animals. Most of these horses will show early speed, and it will be all a case about race positioning.
We didn't have a chance to see Shabi Latam earlier on, but now we do. This is Shabi just coming down now. Interesting runner for sure.
Yeah, Louis Morales takes them out. Gaith Al-Gace is the trainer. We've already touched on his success in the past.
Touched on both of them. We know they can both do it, jockey and trainer.
Well, exactly. And Louis Morales won one of our feature races yesterday, race 9, in a staying race. Obviously, this is just a 7 furlongs, but he's well capable of winning over shorter distances too.
One we haven't talked about is Helmi, number 11. 5 wins, 30 runs, but last time out, very disappointing.
Yeah, very disappointing. Only finished 16th. Prior to that, finished first at meeting 15. So we need a step back in the right direction from this gelding. He's rated 92, so definitely has the ability. It's just whether he's going to put it all together today.
Are we getting a sense of deja vu? Our last winner had a very similar profile. Won on penultimate start, disappointed last time out, bounces back to form. Could that be an angle for today?
Yeah, absolutely. Coming off a short layoff as well, a 9-meeting layoff, which equates to 3 weeks. You know, that'll get the horse back ready. And we've heard from interviews that there have been issues for some of the horses that have won today. Maybe this horse, Helmi, had an issue between those 2 runs, and that's why he underperformed last time. There is a chance that he could bounce back yet.
Isn't that great that trainers, owners, connections are happy to admit when things haven't gone right? They can say, you know what, we thought the horse was ready, had a hoof problem, we weren't over it, now we're over the hoof problem, should be going better going forward.
Well, absolutely, because, you know, as form students ourselves, we're looking at the race card right now. We can't see hoof problem. That's not written in the race card, so that's extra information that provides us with the knowledge to give an informed opinion. And, you know, I think more is needed.
This on screen is a representative of the Al Hada company. He is going to give the trophy for the winner today, which is fantastic. And there's plenty other friends, family and connections here with him as well in the VIP section, which is just to our left, a place that we have been unfortunate not to be able to visit. Come on, guys, give us a wave. That's all we'd ask for now. Unfortunately, we're not going to get a wave, but hey-ho. But we're still waiting for a wave. We're seeing if we're going to get a wave. We're not going to get a wave. We've gone back to the main shot. But it's too late now because we've got the runners circling down at the start. And it's a really nice-looking contest here, our first contest of cup races and a amuse-bouche, like you said, Tom, before the big finale tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday we had a fair few handicaps. We had a couple of maidens. We had a Fillies Open as well. Today we've got a couple of cup races, and that's only going to improve as the meetings go on. Actually, tomorrow there's another exceptional cup race. So, yeah, the racing's really hyping up now. We're getting closer to Riyadh, and that means all the horses that are going to be seen at Riyadh are warming up here.
We've got a lovely drone shot there, Tom, but you know what it's time for. It's time for your selection. Who are you going for?
Number 9, Hafekt Allah for Wigberto Ramos, Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. I think this horse has a great chance of winning. Hopefully a strong break and backs up the last success.
To avoid being boring, Tom, I'm going to take you on. I'm going to go with Taj Al-Alaya. I'm hoping that lightning strikes twice with a similar name. Yeah. Now, the other horse I have to keep mentioning because it's right down the bottom of the field. We've not had a chance to talk about horse number 11, Helene. We didn't talk about. No, it's a horse with the magic connections here. Mortazaya,
yes.
Mortazaya, a horse we haven't talked about. We made the mistake about avoiding these connections earlier on today, and Mortazaya has certainly got a chance.
Yeah, so she's a 3-year-old filly running in here. She gets weight allowances. She only carries 55 kilos compared to the majority of the others carrying 60. There is a 4-year-old colt carrying 58 kilos. So she gets the weight allowances. She's got less on her back, which is always a positive, especially you know, when you're a similar level. However, she's only rated 80. She's had 7 starts, only once this year, and that came at meeting 15 where she finished second. She should improve for fitness since then. But we know that King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons just line their horses up for the right races. They clearly think she's capable of going close in a cup race. And Camilo Ospina, well, what can we say about the man that we haven't already said? He's fantastic at getting his horses out, getting across to the rail in front and giving them the best possible chance of winning.
Tell you who else is fantastic is our commentator. That's Gareth Topham, who will take us through this fascinating 7 furlong cup contest.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, runners are at the post for this Al Hada Cup. 7 furlongs, so 1,400 metres the journey ahead of the field this time. There's Akdar in the red and yellow jacket just going through shot. And another one there just behind the starting stalls is Helmi. And Abdullah Al Credis taking the ride. Our 8th and penultimate race, we are 2 minutes away from the scheduled off time as we see them circle and the loading up process about to get underway. Very valuable prize here with 75,000 Saudi Reals going to the winner. We're about to see Mosaka head forward here. Rakan Al Obeid taking the ride, and the loading up process continues with the next couple to head forward. Taj Al Aliyah, who we were speaking about a few moments ago, horse number 5 on the card. Khalid Al Mamoni on board that one. Malafek heading into stall 2, same draw number as the number cloth this time. And next to head forward, this is Karaman with Pat Cosgrave, his only ride on the card, and it's a big race ride for him as well. Will it make it count? Well, he's on a lightly raced horse here, just the 2 runs, but one of those was resulting in a win. So possibly one of the stronger contenders here, Karaman, and heads in nicely to the inside berth. So the field continuing to load up. And I'd say we're around about halfway through loading. Akdar about to head into stall 4, walks in unaided. Stall 16 for Shibal Latam. Louis Morales taking the ride on that one. This is 6, Samotraxia with Camilo Ospina looking for a double on the card. Al Washmi heading forward as well. Fahed Al Faradi on board the 14 horse. There aren't too many more now. This is Wadahi heading in to stall 13. And we're down to the final couple as we reach post time for the first of this evening's features here at Taif. It's the Al Hada Cup. And we are down now to the final couple of runners here. So still out of line. We can see horse number 9. This is Hadfek Allah, who got plenty of chat a few moments ago. The guys in the studio, Hadfek Allah, I think one of their stronger fancies here, with Berto Ramos taking the ride. This 99 rated individual slots in and is, I think, the last to head forward. We're set to go. Lined up then, 1,400 metres the trip ahead of them, and they're off and racing in the Al Hada Cup, and breaking out well Saab over towards the inside, but now just tucking back in behind runners. Malafek isn't too far off the speed, and Akdar now pressing on in the yellow jacket over towards the inside, with Taj Al Aliyah also well to the fore, and they're being chased a little wider out on the track by Motrek Zaya in these early stages. That one in the green cap, and wider still is Hoot Al Karain as they gallop on towards the end of the back straight. Wadahi is following those. That one just back onto the tail of Al Mrazaz as they make the left-handed turn out of the far straight. Following those through is Malafek over towards the inside, but with the advantage it is Akdar who got that bright beginning, leads Taj Al Aliyah, who's racing in a dispute of second position with Motrek Zaya in the white headgear up around the outside. They've moved a few lengths away from Al Mazraj, who is swinging in next, and that one just in advance of Wadahi, who's over towards the inner. Hafet Allah is beginning to run on a little bit, but still loads of work to do, and Akdar looking to take some catching here, straightens up for home with a 2.5 length lead, but has pursuers pretty close by. Motrek Zaya down the outside, and Al Mazraj now beginning to find a seam in between horses as they race down into the closing stages, and as they do so, also competitive Taj Al Aliyah down the outside, going close home in the Al Hada Cup. Al Mazraj is who gets to the front and wins in a blanket rocket finish from along the inside. Akhtar, who gave it his all. Taj Al-Leia was right there as well in there pitching in a thrilling finish. We had also challenging one horse wide on the outside. That looked to be Motrek Zaya. 4 of them going for the line together. But in the end, it is Al Mazraj in the hands of Abdullah Alaufi, who has just about won what was a scramble for the cash in the Al Hada Cup. We'll have the full result to follow in just a few moments' time, but number 12, Al Mazraj it is, who gets up in the dying strides in a real thrilling finish. Akhtar tried to hang on, had made much of the running in the hands of Yusuf Al Hussein, but couldn't quite resist the late thrust of the winner. Motrek Zaya getting through into 3rd position down the outside. What a thrilling finish, a quarter of a length the distance between the winner and the runner-up, and Taj Al-Leia just inches behind them, crossed the line in 4th place. What a thriller, one of our feature races of the night. The Al Hada Cup, it's gone to number 12, Al Mazraj, and as we see them across the line, barely a length covering the first 4 home there, and the result in 12, 4 and 6. What a thriller.
If your first string doesn't win, then always rely on your second string, Prince Faisal, doing it the hard way in a thrilling finish with Al Majrari. Really impressive.
Yeah, Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. He had 2 shots in the race. Both of them looked to have great chances. I chose the wrong one, Caleb, but Abdullah Alafi didn't choose the right one. He was on the right one as Al Mazri gutsed out on the front end, sighed through the gap between the fading leader Akhtar, who ran very well, and Mort Kaya, who actually ran very well as well in 3rd for Camille Ospina. But yeah, it was a really exciting race. There were 4 in the closing stages with a chance, and the time was 1:30.49, which was definitely the quickest of the card over 7 furlongs today.
Well, they didn't hang about, and on the same token, the front-ranked horses stuck onto the finish. Akhtar, what a race!
Yeah.
Really put it to them, and looked for one point that it was going to win, then looked like it was falling into a hole, and then found again, probably changed legs, just like you said.
Yeah, exactly. He's a 6-year-old colt. He's only had 4 starts this year now, but he's quite clearly improving, finishing 12th, 5th, 3rd, and today was obviously his day. Unfortunately, he's just been done on the line by Al Mazraj, but at the same time, take nothing away from Akhtar.
Talk about this winning jockey, Abdullah Al-Lofi. Now, for British viewers and American viewers, they may not know much about him, but he's very successful over here.
Yeah, he's Saudi born and bred, and he finished 2nd in the championship last year. He may not have the same name as Pat Cosgrave, as Wilberto Ramos, but at the same time, he picks up lots of good rides, lots of good winners, and that's just proven here, winning 75,000 Saudi Riyal in one of the cups.
Put us in the shoes of Wilberto Ramos. He won't be doing the wiggle today. Pick the wrong horse. What do you do as a rider there when you've just made the wrong choice and you can see your colours flashing past in front?
Yeah, he never really looked like he was going to win on Hafek Allah. The horse travelled disappointingly well, I think, in mid-division. He made a brief move around in the home bend, never featured. He would have looked up as he eased home and saw that the other stable companion won this race. Look, it happens in racing. The leading jockey doesn't always pick the right horse. We've seen it with Ryan Moore and Aidan O'Brien. We've seen it with Frankie Dettori, right back in the past with Godolphin as well. So, you know, it's just a factor of racing. But the wig man won't be happy, I'll tell you that.
He will not be happy. Indeed, one man who will be happy is Abdullah Alofi, who is just about to go and get weighed in. Look at all the celebrations, making sure everyone he's connected with is really enjoying himself and has had a good time and is celebrating this win. He's thanking everyone, and that's what you've got to do. And a second-string rider, just to get the opportunity to ride a Prince Faisal horse, got to take advantage of it, and then to win, he'll hope this will kickstart his season and get him right up there in the Jockey Championship like last year.
Yeah, exactly. And Prince Faisal's now third in the Owner Championship as well. He was joint third, now he's third by himself.
Creeping closer.
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, he's still miles behind King Abdulaziz and Son, but at the same time, he's got lots of good horses, and his string is only going to get stronger when we get towards Riyadh.
Talk about Akhtar here. We can just see this horse is struggling. It's on the right leg at the moment. No, it's on the wrong leg at the moment. It's on the incorrect leg at the moment. We might get a quick flying change at some point because he just begins to find again, but he's struggling here and just can't repel the final challenger. The All-Cup, he actually just begins to fade out as they cross the line. But certainly a really good positive performance which you can't take anything away from with Akhtar, who led from the jump and tried to fight them all off.
Well, yeah, Akhtar finished second, was only rated 87. Quite clearly there's a pace bias out there, so it was in the right place. But at the same time, you know, you had the third, Morkskaya, was the improving 3-year-old. Al-Madras rated 90, and the fourth, Taj Al-Alay, is rated 98. So he's done very well to even be in the finish.
Look how far clear Akhtar's got here.
That's
the thing. He's got the run on them, and nothing goes down the inside. They're getting very tight. I don't think anyone's going to say they were squeezed. Taj Al-Alay isn't squeezed at all. That's quite good race riding there. Taj Al-Alay keeps trying to fight. There's nothing in there. It's nice and easy. You can get plenty of space between them. If you're not going for a gap like that, you cannot call yourself a professional jockey. And the winner there, Abdullah Alofi, is a serious professional jockey. Taj Al-Alay ran a great race. Let's talk about the horse in third, Mokhtrezaya. Interesting performance there.
Yeah, really interesting performance. The 3-year-old filly in the race only had 7 starts, but look, leading connections. We were expecting a big performance. This was her D-Day, and she ran very well in third. She was only rated 80 before today. That's not a true reflection of her ability.
Never going to be rated 80 again for the foreseeable future. She was chucked in at the deep end, and she showed she could swim with the big fish.
Yeah, and actually she was re-rallying in the final 50 yards. It looked like she was flattening out, and then suddenly she found a different gear. The line came a bit too soon for her, but nevertheless, she ran very well.
And jubilant connection, jubilant jockey, easing down horse. They've just about passed a tough rival to win.
Wasn't it interesting, though, how Abdullah Alofi went between horses? Obviously, the gap was there, as you touched on, but there was a huge gap against the rail. He avoided that. Maybe it was due to the harrowing. Maybe the jockeys know the middle of the track is the place to be now. He's very experienced around here. He had the choice of the much easier left-hand side of the fading Akhtar, or to go on the right-hand side, and he chose the tight squeeze on the right.
And here we see the presentation. This is one of the things that all the owners, trainers and jockeys want to be involved in. Round of applause for everyone. Fantastic to see. Lift that trophy high and own it now. This is the Prince Faisal team. It's fantastic to see. Abdullah getting to lift it as well. Well, that will be one for the newspapers tomorrow. I'm sure we'll see that. A fantastic shot. Great to see it all. Plenty of press out there to see as well. The press room will be heaving at this result.
It's like he's lifting the World Cup. It's an unbelievable trophy, to be fair. I'd like to have that in my trophy cabinet, but full credit to Connections. Here's the full replay.
And you can just see Akhtar didn't break the strongest, but gets going immediately and says, this inside rail is mine. Comes across quite nicely to get the inside rail. In behind, we do see Mokhtrezaya making early progress as well. Camilo Ospina, you know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to hit the front and try and get involved, but he just can't quite get to Akhtar.
Yeah, he's going to go forward. We know this is his strategy. And it's not just because he can only ride one way. It's because he knows the track is riding a pace bias. He knows he needs to be forward to even contest the finish. Conversely, where is Pat Cosgrave's mount, Karaman, last in the early stages? We thought he would be an interesting runner, but he never featured even from 2 strides into the race.
came out of stall 1 and cannot land the blow. Looks royally outpaced, royally outclassed, maybe something with a miss. Taj Al-Alayla was up there. 3 of our top 4 are filling the first 3 positions. It's our winner that comes from the furthest behind.
Yeah, it's a standard theme today to see those on the pace dominating races, but it was nice to see a horse like Al Mazraj coming off the speed and actually pushing through and winning this event. There were a couple in behind that catch my eye, but at the same time, these horses never really got involved in the business end of the race. Saab right out wide with the yellow bridle and socks ran home quite nicely, I believe,
Met
for
a lot
fifth.
of trouble in running, a lot of trouble in running for Saab. While I was watching, keeping an eye out, never really got the break that they wanted, and then unfortunately bumped into a lot of other runners. But this finish is just brilliant.
Yeah, 4 horses across the track. You can see Morkaya coming again on the outside. She was really finding her stride, and I think a mile will definitely be her trip in time.
Step her up to the 1,600 metres maybe next time, and she'll certainly be a threat. Remember, she's only 3, very unexposed, but won't be rated 80 anymore.
No, she'll be going for cup races from now. There's no point of even keeping her handicap mark. That the connections quite clearly don't want to see her in handicaps. They don't want to see her run against inferior opposition. They want to be going for the big prizes, and rightly so.
And remember, I don't know whether there are any 0 to 90 handicaps available. I think 0 to 80 is the highest you can go, so the cup races are really her only option now.
Yeah, exactly that. This horse is only rated 80, as we've touched on many times, but she was facing horses rated in the high 90s, and she was only beating around half a length.
She was getting weight from them, though. We do have to remember, as a 3-year-old getting an allowance, so that does kind of put a little bit of gloss on the performance, but take nothing away. I know we haven't talked enough about it, but Taj Al-Alayla, my selection, again, I'm flying today. I feel like they're all running well for Callum for today. But coming off the bend, I thought had a real good chance, probably got bullied out of it. In that close-quartered racing, they were very tight together.
Yeah.
Maybe wasn't a fan of that, wanted to be in the space. She was on her last challenge when she was running in different colours, so you'd hope that she could step forward from that and go again.
Yeah, exactly. But she's only been beaten, what, 3/4 of a length, maybe a length. So she's run very respectably. I am taking Saab out of the race from the horses in behind. He was the only one that actually made any kind of inroads whatsoever.
Saab and Helmi was also doing quite decent work towards the end, but was quite front rank, just kind of didn't have the early speed to go with those 3 that were making the early run. There's your selection coming through in a different county, but certainly wouldn't say that's it over. Certainly would run a better race going forward. In fact, the form of that race we looked at wasn't great because Hoot Al-Karain didn't feature either.
Well, exactly, and they were the top 2 horses on ratings coming into this event, so maybe the ratings were hyped and far superior to the actual talent, or maybe they just both underperformed today.
What happened to our menu, Tom? We've fallen apart.
I know, yesterday was really good for the menu, today not so, but we've got 1 horse left, and it's actually both of our strongest selections.
This is the one.
The strongest selections on the card, so let's hope this horse wins.
We're absolutely hoping that this horse wins. In our feature race, the Ministry of Transportation Cup, where the runners gently head into the parade ring. This is over 2,000 metres. They'll start right down by the stands. We'll get a great view of them coming down. We'll get another great view of them coming past us as well. Really exciting contest, Tom. Who's the immediate one that catches your eye straight away?
Yeah, the horse we need to talk about is Al Makam for Camille Ospina and King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. This horse has only had 2 starts, 1 last time up, meeting 17. That was his first start this year. He's a 3-year-old colt. These are all 3-year-olds. He looks like he's improving. And again, much like in the last race, this looks to be the target for Al Makam. And I'm hopeful, really hopeful, fingers crossed, that Camille Ospina can get this horse home in front.
Fingers crossed for Camilla Ospina, but Gareth Topham will take us through the runners and the riders.
Thank you, Callum. The Ministry of Transportation Cup, our feature race on the card here at Taif this evening. And we have a maximum field of 18 due to face the starter. We'll take you through the runners and riders with number 1 on the card, Nassim Al Riyad. Here it comes, the mount of Mohammed Al Daham. Number 2 is Al Qimani, the mount of Abdullah Alaufi. Will he get a big cup double tonight? Number 3 is Rams Al Thakok under Thurb Al Timyat. Number 4, Yazdad Haybar, Khalid Al Mimoni. Number 5, Al Makam, Camilo Ospina. Number 6, Al Kirfi Wajhek, the mount of Rayon Al Tosh, with number 7, Moshaheb Abdullah Al Fairuz. 8, Wadat Al Mayadeen, the mount of Fahid Al Faradi. Over the page to see horse number 9, Hudairis Alexis Marino, comes in for this ride. Number 10, Wahi Mohammed Suleiman. 11, Al Sharid Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 12 is Wafi Al Aiz, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. 13, Azam Badawi Louis Morales. 14, Nabe Al Saad. We're just waiting for a jockey confirmation for this one. Number 15 is Daloom, the mount of Mo Alubail. 16, Intergene under Naif Al Inazi. 17, Ali Al Zawq with Adel Al Faradi. And number 18, December, the mount of Wigberto Ramos. They go without numbers 19 through to 23. The reserves don't go, but a full field of 18 for the Ministry of Transportation Cup tonight's feature.
Plenty of reserves who unfortunately don't get a chance to run, but Wigberto Ramos on the bottom horse, December, would have to have a good chance, wouldn't he, Tom?
Yeah, definitely. You know, this is the horse that Shamila actually mentioned earlier as one of her eye catchers today. Wigberto Ramos, I fancied his horse in the last race, but unfortunately he wasn't good enough then. That was Al Makam just in shot, the number 5. Briefly, that is a selection, Callum.
That's a seriously imposing horse as well. We know these connections get to a nice, big, strong, strapping horse on show, and it's no different there. Al Makam, our selection. I know we're both getting together on this. We're convinced. Yeah. This horse absolutely bolted up last time. I can't wait to show you that video footage, and hopefully he can do the same again today.
Yeah, he showed great speed. He cleared away from his rivals and he hosed up by around 20 lengths. It was probably one of the most impressive performances we've seen. Obviously, the first winner today was similarly impressive in a similar type of race, but Al Makan's represented by the leading connections, and yeah, I'm confident this colt is on to bigger and better things.
Is there a concern that this is a bit of a big step up very soon after that run?
There could be. You know, I understand that viewpoint for sure. I take the viewpoint that if Connections are going into this race after just 2 starts, they know what they've got. They know they've got a talented horse. They don't want to be wasting their time in handicaps. This horse doesn't even have a rating so far, and he's facing horses in the mid-90s, so they know that he's capable, and I like the ambition.
There has to be a reason for him to be in there. Any others that have caught your eye on paper before we see them? In fact, we'll look at number 3, Rams Al Takok. Interesting runner.
Yeah, had 7 starts, a one-time winner. Again, a 3-year-old, much like all of these in this race. Last round at meeting 21, finishing 11th. Prior to that, meeting 13, finished 2nd. A much better effort. Maybe a bounce back to that kind of form would see him contest the finish, but he's only rated 74.
All 3-year-olds in this contest, all horses who still have room to improve and room to grow, still growing and maturing to see how they get on. Interesting contest. Number 4 is Yazdan Habeya in front of us now. An interesting runner, Tom. What do you make of this horse's chances?
Yeah, rated 96, one of the highest rated horses in the race. He's a 3-time winner from 12 starts, finished 3rd back at meeting 21 and won his 2 prior efforts at meeting 11 and meeting 5 respectively.
Not particularly catching the eye here, quite a small type, doesn't look bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, very relaxed, taking it all in. 5 on the other hand is Al Makam, the horse we like, powering forward, 2-handers. Look at him marching stride.
Yeah, blinkers on, noseband on. He had both of those for his last time out win when he won under Camilo Ospina. He's a lovely, strong type, only 1 start this year. He's a son of Tajaweed. You said earlier, do you know any sons of Tajaweed? Well, here's one, Al Makam, and I'm hopeful he's going to get the job done.
Tajaweed will be hoping to join the likes of Bobby's Kitten, multiple winner today. And Kifi Wajak, number 6, only had a few runs, another with 7 starts, 1 win.
Yeah, looks to be the 3rd string of King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. There is the 2nd string coming up right now, number 7.
2nd string is in our shot now, Moshareb. 2nd string for King Abdullah and Sons. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Tom, what do you make of that form? Not much to know.
No, 2-time winner from 3 starts, but last round at meeting 2 when he won. Rated 83, I prefer the other King Abdullah horse.
Wadat Al Miadin is another runner that comes here, 10 starts, 2 wins, Tom.
Yeah, Philly gets the weight allowance. She ran well last time at meeting 22, finishing 2nd. She's rated 96 and has every claims of winning this race.
Back into the Colts with number 9, which Hudairis, is number 9. That's had 11 runs, 2 victories, and hopefully, as you can just see, it's a lot bigger type, you can tell. This is a Colt.
Yeah, lovely looking type, isn't he? He's a leggy individual, and it's interesting that Alex Moreno continues to take this mount. He's been off a few of his rides today. We've seen him walking around in these silks for the last hour or 2. It looks like, oh, there he is. Looks like he's hopeful of a good run from this horse.
If he thought this horse didn't have a chance, there's no way he rides it today. 10, Wahim, another horse that comes into this. This is a maiden. Interesting, thrown in the deep end here.
Yeah, really stiff task. 0 from 12 so far. Finished 7th last week at meeting 26, only rated 68. Really hard to see figuring in the finish.
Another small type here, certainly more imposing looking types in the parade ring. But again, we don't know much about the form. These could all still improve, but this is a tough tough task.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be surprised if Wahim won this race, I have to say. Maybe number 11 has a slightly better chance, which is Al Shareed, one-time winner from 11 starts, rated 83. But again, finished third last time, meeting 22. Probably not good enough to beat the likes of Al Makam.
We've seen these connections have success already today, finishing well in some previous races. They've yet to have a winner, but we always can see those yellow bandages and bright green silks all day, every day. Number 12 is a horse I'm a big fan of. This is the Wate Al-Aiz, who's a maiden still, but only had 4 starts.
Yeah, 0 from 4, but finished second last time at meeting 26 last week. Third the time before. Looks to be trending in the right direction, but this is a stiff task off a mark of just 69.
As the lower ranked runners in the field come down, we should talk about December again. 2 wins from 8 starts, including last time out, but it was a very recent time, only meeting 20.
Yeah, horse number 18 is December, rated 87, so it's right up there with the top of these horses. Won last time at meeting 20, but we'll show a clip of another horse first.
Yeah, the first horse we're going to look at is Waldat Al Maydeen, who was last seen running. This is an interesting performance for Waldat Al Maydeen. You'll just watch it pick up here as the graphic comes on screen, and you can just see it's an eye-catching performance, but others are more impressive.
Yes, definitely. This horse is rallying up the inside, looks to be onto a winning mark right now, really closing into the pace powerfully. But again, you don't really want to be up the inside making your challenge. You want to be down the middle, and only narrowly denied by this fast finisher down the middle, number 12, really rattling home in the closing stages and just touches off Waldat Al Maydeen.
The next horse we're going to look at is Al Makam. This is an interesting runner, number 5 on your race card, our selection. He's already in front, he's already 12 lengths clear of the field, and he just goes further and further clear.
Well, look at this, Callum. By the time we picked up this video footage, he's already 15 lengths clear. This horse has already won the race 400 metres from home. He ends up winning by around 20 lengths. And actually, it looked like he had a big, lopey stride and he was potentially tiring round in the bend. But look at him right now. Buckling down, really hitting the line powerfully, right on the left lead, perfect running style. I really like this horse. A replica of that performance would seem very hard to beat.
Next horse we have to have a look at is on our screen now. This is December. Now watch here meets traffic problems. It's a really interesting performance this, because it certainly doesn't get the easiest of passages.
No, he actually loses this race. He finishes second. I know the caption says first, but that's because the eventual winner, the horse with the yellow cap, leans all in on December throughout the whole final 100 metres, as you can see right now. And in a second, the jockey on December has to pull back. Otherwise, he's going to go through the rail. The stewards decided to change the result, rightly so, and this horse now comes into this race on the back of a victory.
The final horse we want to look at is Yazdad Habeya, who is an interesting runner from the powerful connections. We're going to just see this horse make ground late, aren't we?
Yeah, he ground out third in this contest. You know, he's got a big lopey action, high knee action as well. Heavy ground for this horse, Callum. It is deep out there, so it's going to help, but at the same time, they've just harrowed. I think he's just a bit one pace for this race. You know, I think there are faster types.
This race will be determined very early on, I think, because if Al Makam gets a break early, we could be saying good night, God bless to everybody afterwards. It's just too good to get away from. He's too fast.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen so many races dominated on the front end today. I think you can kind of draw a line halfway through the field after a couple of furlongs, despite the fact this is being run over a longer trip. Those up with the in the vanguard have a fantastic chance of winning. Those in behind don't. I'm going to stick with Al Makam. I hope that Camilo Ospina is going to ride like the classic Camilo Ospina, break from the stall 5, look to get to the front and dominate from the outset. Hopefully Al Makam can end on a good note.
Now, I remember when we both went together strongly on a horse in an Arabian race yesterday, and that horse is still finishing now. Hopefully, we get some more luck, but I'm not taking on Al Makam. I'm going to follow you into battle with this horse. Hopefully, we can end on a winner. Now, Gareth Topham has been brilliant, as per usual, all day today. This is the lucky last, Gareth. We have flown through today. Take us home.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, our feature race of the night, the Ministry of Transportation Cup. It's our finale, the last of 9, and runners are circling down at the start. Al Makam just went through shot there in the green cap. There are 3 horses in this race in the same ownership, and also 3 horses in a different ownership as well, all the same silk. So we'll keep a close eye on those. 6 going through shot there. That's the red cap you'll see for Al-Kir Fi Wajek, the Mount of Rayan Al Torsh, as they continue to circle down at the start, and soon enough they will be heading behind. They're down at the entrance to the home straight once again here, so they'll have in excess of a circuit of the racetrack here at Taif in front of them. Number 7 just went through shot as well there a moment or so ago. That's another horse in the same ownership. It was a yellow cap for Moshe Heb, the mount of Abdullah Al Fayrouz. So the field are circling. Classy field it is as well, as the guys were touching on some pretty highly rated individuals here. And excellent prize money as well, with 150,000 Saudi Riyals on offer in win and place prize money. So a prize well worth winning. And Al Makam, well, this horse has just had a couple of runs and that bloodless win at meeting 17 a couple of weeks ago. And if that, well, a few weeks ago now, but if that sort of performance can be repeated this evening, Al Makam is likely to take a bit of stopping. So the field continued to circle down at the start. And as I say, this is the Ministry of Transportation Cup, a race for the 3-year-olds here. They're all 3 years old. We've got a couple of fillies in the lineup. Nassim Al Riyad, that's what they're racing for, and Wardat Al Mayadeen as well. And the loading up process is about to commence. So runners heading into the stalls, they'll be drawn in race card order as well. And there is the view down the home straight, starters in position and ready to send them on their way. And as I say, for a feature race, yeah, they're not necessarily all that experienced, these 3-year-olds. They've got their whole lives, their whole careers ahead of them. Just looking, the most experienced runner in this race has only had the 3 starts, and that's Yazdad Haybar, horse number 4 on the card, as heading forward into stall 17 there, Ali Al Zawq, with the rider sporting the red cap, one of 3 in the race for Majid Mahal Abu Ghami. This horse in shot is Nabe Al Saad, who is about to head forward with the aid of the blindfold, with Abdullah Al Credis coming in for the ride. We were unable to confirm that a little earlier on, but it is Abdullah Al Credis now on Nabe Al Saad. Also slotting forward there was Wahim, and we're down to the final few here. So it's not going to be too much longer. I'd say we're around about halfway through loading, as we see them from bird's eye view. 15 in shot there is Daloum, grey coloured jacket, and this horse in shot number 12, Wafi Al Ayez, with Abdulaziz Al Musa taking the ride. Not the biggest, but about to head forward now into the 12 gate. And 16 into Jean heading forward as well. So still around about half a dozen or so out of line, maybe 1 or 2 more than that. Moshe Heb is still out the back, as heading forward next is Wafi Al Ayez, and here's the 15 Daloum heading in as well. Mo Aloubail taking the ride on that one. Next forward will be 13 Azam Badawi, sporting the white cap of Majid Mahal Al Bughami's runners. Louis Morales on board. So we are nearly ready. Not too many more to head behind. And looks like one of the inside stalls still vacant. Number 5, Al Kamam. This is the horse that was selected in the studio. Tom was very keen on Al Makam. Heads in. Camilo Ospina, Yazdad Haybar going in as well to stall 4. So this is the 5 stall for Al Makam, who is about to slot into line. Camilo Ospina had a winner earlier on in the card. But no doubt this is the one he really wants to win this evening. And Abdullah Al Fayrouz heading in on Moshe Heb to, I think, complete the lineup. 2,000 metres the journey ahead of the field, then the Ministry of Transportation Cup. And they're off and running. And a little bit slow in getting going was Intergene towards the outside. That one is in rear early. A few of them vying for an early advantage here, and Al Makam is one of those, the green cap, and leads early from Al Kirfi Wajhek up towards the outside. Yazdad Haybar prominent as well, the red noseband down along the inner, and from much wider out, December now runs through into 4th position, just ahead of Moshe Heb as they swing left-handed around the turn. Back in behind the leading few is Al Quemani, and that That one is in company with Al Sharid, who's over towards the inside. Deeper out on the track is Ali Al Zauk as they make the left-handed run out towards the side. Daloum in a blue noseband is side by side with that one. Working back into midfield to find Hudairis. Racing next is Wahim in light blue. And then around the outside is Nabe Al Saad in the light green and grey stripes. Well down the field is Intajin following that slow beginning. Another one towards the back end of the field is Wadat Al Mayadeen. And as they continue their progress over in the back, Rams Al Fakok is the one of the tail enders. The other one being Wafi Al Alayez as they head now towards the end of the back straight. And the roll call headed by Al Makam. Al Makam takes them left-handed out of the back straight and goes strongly at around about 35.5 miles per hour. Giving chase in second is Yazdad Haybar, and there's now a 4-length break back to Nasayem Al Riyad, who moves through into third along the inside of Al Kirfi Wajhek as they're continuing this swing back towards the straight and less than 600 to travel. And it is Al Makam along the inside, but having pressure applied for the lead by Yazdad Haybar, who's a real thorn in his side and narrowly strikes the front off the final turn. At this stage, they've got it between them. They are 8 lengths ahead of Nasayem Al Riyad back in third, and then towards the outside is December. But what a battle this is up front, with Yazdad Haybar striking the front from Al Makam along the inside. Al Makam now with 3 parts of a length defined and less than 200 metres left to travel. It is Yazdad Haybar, Khalid Al Mamoni out in front. Al Makam and Camilo Ospina are fighting all the way, but Yazdad Haybar is going to prove too strong and draws clear by 2 lengths near the line to win the Ministry of Transportation Cup. Al Makam back in second. Those two are clear of Nasayem Al Riyad in third spot. Terrific race, wasn't it? Great battle between two of the fancy contenders, and Yazdad Haybar has gone on to land the prize in the hands of Khalid Al Mamoni and just out battles Al Makam. Al Makam, who set the pace and gave it his all over towards the inside. 2 horses, they're giving their everything in the closing stages. And it was Yazdad Haybar who's just proved the strongest, this son of Worldly out of Fajhat Al Nur, and gets on top in the final half furlong or so. Properly got on top in the last half furlong. Always got the impression that Yazdad Haybar was just going to get there from Al Makam. I think they were giving that impression throughout the final 200 metres, but it only became really apparent in those dying strides. Back in third was Nasayem Al Riyad. 1 3/4 lengths we're hearing the distance between the leading two. What a terrific race they had. The result of the Ministry of Transportation Cup, it's a win for number 4 Yazdad Haybar, beating 5 Al Makam and 1 Nasayem Al Riyad. 4, 5 and 1.
What a performance there in our lucky last, where Al Makam, we were both so keen and we were both so excited, just didn't get there.
Yeah, Camilo Ospina got to the inside. He led, which we both wanted to happen. Unfortunately, he just didn't ground out success. Yazdad Haybar was too strong in the closing stages.
Yazdad Haybar looked like he had the win as they turned the foam. Always looked like the likely winner.
Yeah, just picked up better than Al Makam, unfortunately. That horse definitely has a big future, though.
Shamila, you had December. Is December still running?
I think he's out the back of the TV. I've had an awful day, to be honest. I don't want to talk about it.
He might finish in December. No, it's been a fantastic day. We see some great performances. Shamila, talk to me about what you've enjoyed so far today.
I cannot get that first race out of my head. To be a 2-year-old, a gelding, which is super You don't have many geldings in Saudi Arabia. To do that as a winning debut, that's brilliant.
And we know we're all keen on breeding. That was a Bobby's Kitten horse. There was 2 wins for Bobby's Kitten. We were hoping for 2 wins for Tajdid, but we didn't get 2 wins for Tajweed. So we unfortunately, Bobby's Kitten is the leading sire out today. But isn't it fantastic that we've got these leading European pedigrees showing their worth here on the dirt in Saudi Arabia?
Absolutely, and the amount of quality we have here as well in the breeding is brilliant.
Now, you'd know more about this than I would, but talk to us about the Arabian breeding and all that sort of bits. We understand that a horse that won today, an Arabian horse, was actually bought from Qatar. Are we going to see some real battles between Qatari bred, Omani bred and other bred horses, Arabian horses, taking their chance here in Taif?
A lot of the Arabian bred horses are bought from the UAE as well. So I would actually say, I'm a bit biased, but the Arabians in the UAE are one of the strongest. Dahes is a brilliant sire. You'll also see another sire called Amr. You'll come across him as well. Brilliant.
Fantastic. Back to this finale race. Really fascinating contest, full of 3-year-olds. For me, it was a thing between the two. The other horses are all lightly handicapped types. The horses we spoke about earlier, Wadat Al-Madid, that's a horse we'll likely see running in a handicap later on in his career.
Yeah, and it was much like we've seen with every race today. It's just been dominated by the horses on the speed. Obviously, some horses in behind were below the level of the Ministry of Transportation Cup that we were expected to watch top quality horses in today. But there's such a pace bias that if you're not in the first 3 or 4 in the early stages, you just can't contest the finish. So Mokatem was just really impressive. He unfortunately found one too good with Camilo Ospina, but nevertheless, take nothing away from Yazbad Haber.
Do you think Alan McCann actually tore that race apart within the first half of it and just left the others with nowhere else to go?
Well, absolutely. We saw in his VT prior to that race just then that he dominated from the front, kept grinding, ended up winning by 20 lengths, and he was super impressive. Camilo Ospina obviously wanted to do the same thing today. He got to the front, he actually beat the rest by 4 lengths, just found one too good.
Now, that really does boost the performance of our winner, Yazdat Habar, who is the only horse who's managed to keep up with the relentless gallop set by our race second, our race runner-up, the horse that we like the most. Only had 3 wins in his career. Make that 4 from 13 starts. A really interesting way and a fascinating horse going forward.
Yeah, he's rated 96, so he's a top quality animal, one of the highest rated animals we've seen so far tonight at Taif. We've seen a couple of 90 rated horses yesterday, including a winner called Korba. Yazdat Haber is obviously very talented, was drawn well in stall 4, was given a good ride as well, just swept around the outside. It was a good battle, the home straight, but at the same time, I'm a bit gutted still about Al McCann.
Now, let's say, Shamila, if you're the owner of Yazdat Habibi, they're picking up the trophy now, where would you go next? Would you stay at 2,000 metres? Would you drop back? Or are you tempted to do anything else?
I would be tempted to stay at 2,000 metres. There's loads of highly rated races at that distance, and Camilo Ospina just got a bit too close for my liking, so I would stay in the safe zone.
Stay in the same zone, staying over 2,000 metres. Fascinating conclusion to our final race, a really interesting race. And one thing we have to leave you with is, Tom, what was your top moment?
Yeah, well, Shamila's kind of burst my bubble already because it was that first race with Al Motterhead. It was the performance of the day by far. Look, I was looking forward to the 2 cup races later on, but Al Motterhead, the first race of the day, a 2-year-old gelding, a son of Bobby's Kitten, went straight to the front under Lou Morales, kicked clear. And this horse just has a huge stride, doesn't he? He's an imposing type. He's a horse that would definitely appreciate more distance in time, even turf at Riyadh.
Well, you can see from the very beginning, this horse hits the lids and goes. And when we see some of these incredible camera angles that we have this amazing ability to see his awesome stride.
Yeah, exactly. He just bounds out in front, doesn't he? He looked a different kind of specimen to any other horse in that race. The form was boosted by the second, Mutanami, who was quite clearly the form bearer coming into it after finishing 3rd in meeting 24. Mata Hill, who was the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons representative in the race, first time starter, finished third. So it looks a strong contest, but Al Mottahed won by 17 3/4 lengths, Callum. Like, it was a huge performance.
Do you know what? It happened so long ago that you almost forget how far the horse won by. However, we've just seen a horse like Al Makam bolt up on an early start in his career and then go on to not win next time out when highly fancied by all of us. Are we going to see the same thing with this horse where he comes to his next start, there's a lot of hype, a lot of hope, a lot of passion, and it flatters to deceive?
Sure, but at the same time, this horse has incredible gate speed and early pace. We saw that Louis Morales got this horse out straight away, moved right across to the gate from the rail, from gate 11, and just dominated the race from the outset. When a horse has this early speed, they can just go up the class. You know, they can go into cup races, they can go into open races, and then again they can dominate. We just saw it there, almost attempted in the last. I think this horse is even better.
But you've just hit the nail on the head. Louis Morales was clear on that final turn. He wasn't even fighting with another horse, never had to battle, just goes from the front, hard held. You could see him on the snap and just let loose and went so far away. Shamila, you obviously were impressed by it, but is there anything that you could see him do in the future? We just asked about Al Kabar, and now we're going to talk about this horse. Are you sure that there's more he can do? Could he step up and trip?
I absolutely think he could step up and trip, no problem. I mean, like you said, to win by that amount, it's pretty much unheard of, like on a normal race day, especially for his first time out.
Again, you've been out here longer than we have. Have you seen a performance as impressive as what we just saw this
I actually don't think I have. Like I said at the beginning when I spoke to Louis Morales straight after the race, it's the most impressive race of the day, and it was only the first race.
We were hedging early. We made an easy decision. We made an easy decision to make that choice and say that was going to be the race of the day from race one, because we knew there was never going to be another horse that was able to keep up, keep on fighting, to keep on beating this horse. I can't wait to see this horse again. Tom, what do you have to say about it?
You know what's interesting? Louis Morales said after the race in the interview with Shamila that you know, he'd been working this horse in the morning and that he'd been impressing him. I need to get out here for the 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. works, because there's been a few horses today that have been impressing in the mornings. I haven't even seen them, Callum. I need to see them more often, I think.
Well, that's the thing. Pat Cosgrave is well and truly ready for those 3 o'clock mornings. It's a language barrier that he was struggling with. Another ride today. Unfortunately, he couldn't get his head in front. The big thing for him, though, is tomorrow. He's got plenty of chances, and we're going to see a really nicely bred horse, a Caravaggio, making his racecourse debut for Jerkins. It's a really interesting runner. I can't wait to see him tomorrow.
Yeah, he's going to be the highlight for me. Hopefully the highlight for you as well, Shamila.
Absolutely. I couldn't get my eyes off him off the race card.
So he's a wonderful horse. We've had a wonderful day. Thank you so much to everyone from SSC. Thank you for watching. Come back again tomorrow. We'll do it all over again.